Hi, I'm USA Today Bestselling Author Jennifer Youngblood. Thanks for joining me. This unique combination of the audiobook and original video footage has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my YouTube channel. If you could take a second to like the video and subscribe to my channel, that would be much appreciated. One Big Mistake tells Ramsey Romeo's story. A retired Navy SEAL, Ramsey doesn't make a move without planning several steps ahead. He prides himself on being level-headed and methodical, which is why his strong attraction to country music star Hartley Raines makes no sense. As if Hartley's caustic attitude isn't bad enough, she's his brother Cash's ex-girlfriend. That makes her completely off limits. This one has plenty of fireworks and an explosive ending. Enjoy!
Opening credits. One Big Mistake. Romeo Family Romance Book 5. Written by Jennifer Youngblood. Narrated by Lisa Valdini. Prologue. It was one of those times when Ramsey wished he were anywhere but here. 2 hours ago, Ramsey had been holed up in his dormitory room studying for his physical science final exam. Then his roommate, Edison, had burst through the door in tears. Edison was in such a frenzied state and was talking so fast that at first Ramsey had only been able to make out the words "Allie" and "kidnapped." It had taken Ramsey a full 5 minutes to get Edison calmed down enough to get the full story. Edison had been trying to reach Allie, but she'd not answered his calls or texts. Finally, in desperation, Edison called Allie's parents and was told the horrifying news. Allie had been kidnapped earlier that morning. A couple hours after Allie left for her hot yoga class at 6 a.m., Jefferson Post, her father, received a video of Allie through text. She was gagged and tied to a chair, tears streaming down her cheeks. The kidnappers were demanding that a $1 million ransom be paid by 10 a.m. the following day, or Allie would die. The news hit Ramsey square between the eyes. Allie was one of the first friends he'd made when he started college at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. In fact, Ramsey had introduced Allie to his roommate Edison, and the two had started dating. Allie's dad was a billionaire who owned a slew of gas stations and truck stops throughout the U.S. Jefferson Post was heavily involved in politics and had recently put his name in the running for senator. The family's wealth and high-profile status made them a target. Edison was insistent on going to talk to Allie's parents and asked that Ramsey come along for moral support. Ramsey had readily agreed, desiring to offer help to Edison and Allie. However, now that he was here in the Post's home, he was second-guessing his decision. It was painfully obvious that Edison and Ramsey weren't welcome. Things were getting ugly, fast.
"How dare you come into my home and dictate to me how this should go down?"
Jefferson thundered.
"All Allison is to you is a meal ticket."
"That's not true," Edison countered, blotches of red seeping into his cheeks. Jefferson grunted.
"I've had your number from day one. You're an opportunist. You don't love my daughter. You're just chasing the money."
His face was tomato red, a vein throbbing in the center of his forehead. The heavy-set man glared at Edison like he was about 2 seconds away from jumping up from the plush leather couch and punching his lights out. To Edison's credit, he was doing a good job of holding his own. His chin was set in a hard stance, eyes narrowed to slits. Edison and Ramsey were sitting across from Jefferson and Bitsy Post in the large den of the Post's palatial home. The furnishings were ornate, too gaudy for Ramsey's taste, but they were obviously expensive.
"Look, Mr. Post, I know how you feel about me, but now is not the time for you to grind your axe. Your daughter's life is on the line here."
Edison leaned forward.
"As you said, the kidnappers stipulated that there be no police."
His voice trembled with indignation, but Ramsey caught the note of underlying fear beneath his bravado. The vibration of Edison's shaking knee shook the couch.
"They'll kill her if you don't comply with their directions."
Bitsy's eyes filled with tears.
"He's right," she uttered hoarsely. "We need to keep the police out of this and just pay the ransom money."
Bitsy was Allie's mom. Her hair had probably been naturally blonde like Allie's when she was younger. Now she kept it dyed platinum blonde. It was set in large curls, almost as if the rollers had just been taken out. Her makeup was too thick, her lipstick too red. Bitsy looked like she'd be more at home waiting tables in a greasy diner, rather than here in this exclusive home. She was dressed in a zebra print silk shirt and matching lounge pants. Allie had mentioned on several occasions that because of her dad's desire to enter the political arena, that her parents would need to hire an image consultant to make them look the part. Ramsey had laughed, assuming she was joking. Now he realized that Allie was serious. Jefferson swore.
"Shame on me for not calling the police the minute I got that blasted text."
He balled his meaty hand into a fist.
"We've already lost 3 hours."
He glared at Edison before turning his full focus on Bitsy.
"The only reason I didn't is because you begged me not to."
Tears pulled in Bitsy's eyes before rolling down her cheeks.
I'm begging you now."
Her lower lip jiggled as she clutched Jefferson's arm.
"Just pay the money, Jeff," she urged. "What's $1 million compared to the life of our child? You can always make more money."
A hard laugh rattled Jefferson's throat.
"You're assuming that the kidnappers will keep their word and let Allison go."
Bitsy's face caved.
"I can't believe this is happening,"
she cried. She began wringing her hands.
"Maybe this is fate's way of punishing us because you disinherited Allison."
She shot Jefferson an accusing glare. Ramsey was surprised. He had no idea that Allie had been disinherited. He looked at Edison to see if he knew, but Edison's expression remained unreadable. Bitsy was falling apart at the seams. Ramsey was worried that she might have a breakdown right here on the spot. Bitsy turned to the side table and reached for a silver cigarette holder. Her hands shaking, she opened it and retrieved a cigarette. She lit it with a matching silver lighter before taking a long, appreciative draw. From the desperate way Bitsy was sucking on the cigarette, Ramsey got the impression it was her lifeline, more oxygen than nicotine. Jefferson swatted at the smoke.
"I wish you'd quit smoking those nasty things. They're gonna kill you,"
he muttered in disgust. He scooted away from Bitsy and ran a hand through his receding hair. He slid his tongue over his thick lips like he was doing some heavy thinking. Ramsey felt a wave of pity for the couple. Allie was their only daughter, and the apple of her parents' eyes. He glanced at the wall of pictures behind the couch. They were all of Allie. Pictures of her young in various dance costumes. Pictures of her as a cheerleader in high school, smiling brightly for the camera. The most recent one was of Allie on the cheerleading squad. Allie had followed in her mom's footsteps by cheering at UTK. A shiver ran down Ramsey's spine. His daddy was wealthy, not as rich as Jefferson Post, but prosperous nonetheless. Ramsey couldn't imagine the horror the couple must be experiencing right now. To have their daughter taken. It made Ramsey nauseous to think of all that Allie must be going through. Had the kidnappers hurt her? Was she still alive? He glanced at Edison. No wonder the poor guy was in such a frenzied state. He was desperate to save his fiancée. Ramsey quickly ran his mind through everything that Allie had told him about her parents. Jefferson had been a star linebacker at UTK in his younger years. He was built like a refrigerator. Evidently, he still felt like the best way to solve any problem was to plow right through the center with brute force and then deal with the fallout later. He and Bitsy had met in college. After graduating, Jefferson had built his billion-dollar enterprise from the ground up. Ramsey could see why the man was loath to hand over $1 million to kidnappers. Still, if it could save Allie's life. Then again, Jefferson had a good point about the kidnappers not keeping their word. Jefferson homed in on Ramsey as if reading his thoughts.
"Edison dragged you along. You're the only one who doesn't have a dog in this fight. What do you think we should do?"
There was a surly edge of challenge in his deep voice. Ramsey stiffened. He clasped his hands, sitting up straight.
"I don't think I'm in any position to be offering advice."
His voice trailed off. Jefferson's eyes flashed.
"I asked your opinion. Now give it to me."
His swarthy, dark brows darted together, his lips set in hard, straight lines. Ramsey got the feeling that few people denied Jefferson Post anything. Jefferson had a ruthless edge to him, the type of man people shouldn't mess with. What type of kidnappers had the moxie to go after his daughter? He cleared his throat.
I think it would be in your best interest to get the police involved.
Ramsey felt Edison jerk, saw the exasperation on his roommate's face. Ramsey quickly continued.
However, I also agree with Edison and Mrs. Post. I think you have to pay the ransom money, or you risk the kidnappers hurting Allie.
Jefferson tipped his head, a faint look of admiration on his ruddy face.
So you're saying we do both?
Yes. Bitsy's eyes rounded.
But the kidnappers said no police.
She leaned over to the table and extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. Ramsey's attention was briefly drawn to the bright pink polish on Bitsy's long fingernails. Now that she'd had a smoke, she seemed slightly more in control and less jumpy. Still, the poor woman was a wreck.
It can't hurt to have investigators working on this, Ramsey continued. With any luck, they may be able to figure out who the kidnappers are before you even have to turn over the money. I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you that the first few hours of a kidnapping are critical. Good point.
Jefferson paused.
Why couldn't Allison have fallen for someone sensible like you instead of a measly gold digger?
He shot Edison a look of open disgust. Ramsey bristled, feeling protective of his best friend and roommate. Sure, Edison had been a bit of a player before meeting Allie. In many ways, Edison, with his smooth-talking charm, reminded Ramsey of his older brother Jackson. However, unlike Jackson, who was in no way ready to settle down, Edison had fallen hard for Allie. He was totally and completely in love with her.
That's enough, Jeff,
Bitsy said, an unmistakable warning in her voice. She gave Edison an apologetic look.
We're all just tense right now.
Edison acknowledged her apology with a thin smile.
What can I do to help?
Jefferson raised an eyebrow.
You can get out of my house, he said bluntly, and take your friend with you. I need to call the police and then try and round up the ransom money, he said, mostly to himself. Good gravy, Jefferson was tough, a blunt instrument. He would definitely need an image consultant if he had a prayer of ever becoming a senator. We'll keep you updated,
Bitsy said to Edison with a brief smile. Edison rose to his feet. To his credit, he straightened his shoulders, his jaw granite hard. With his blond hair, fierce demeanor, and ice-blue eyes, he reminded Ramsey of a lone Scandinavian warrior facing down a legion of bloodthirsty adversaries.
I know you don't like me, Mr. Post. I'm okay with that.
His voice rang with conviction as a single tear slipped from the corner of his eye.
Just please do everything in your power to bring Allie home.
When they got out of the house, Edison spun around, eyes blazing.
Why did you tell that moron to call the police?
Edison's anger took Ramsey off guard.
I was only trying to help.
He met Edison's glare full on.
You did ask me to come with you.
They stared one another down.
I know,
Edison finally sighed. He rubbed a hand over his forehead.
I'm sorry,
he said contritely. He swore under his breath.
If anything happens to Allie...
His words hung like a dense, murky fog in the air. The distress in Edison's eyes cut Ramsey to the quick.
It's all right, man. For what it's worth, I think calling the police is the right move. That way all the bases will be covered. I suppose you're right.
Edison gritted his teeth.
I despise that man, he seethed. Jefferson?
Ramsey asked automatically, even though he knew that's who Edison was talking about. Edison responded with a curt nod.
I can see why. Has he always been so hostile towards you?
Edison barked out a laugh.
Yeah, he's had it in for me since day one.
They got into the car as Edison started the engine and pulled away from the mansion.
I didn't realize that Allie's dad disowned her, Ramsey began. You and Allie never mentioned anything about it.
Edison dipped his head in surprise.
We didn't? No. Sorry, I guess it slipped my mind. Was Allie disowned because of you?
He tightened his hold on the steering wheel.
Yeah. Allie's old man gave her an ultimatum. Break up with me or he'd cut her off.
Ramsey rubbed a hand over his jaw.
Man, that's rough. I'm sorry. Why does Jefferson hate you so much?
Edison scoffed.
The jerk wants to keep his thumb on Allie, control her every move. Loving me was the first and only time Allie has dared to defy him, he said bitterly.
A glum silence settled between them. Ramsey wished he could tell Edison that everything would work out, but the knot in his gut said otherwise. The day passed painfully slow, with Edison pacing the floor of the dorm room and calling Bitsy every couple of hours to get updates. So far, the police hadn't come up with any leads. The only thing they knew thus far was that Allie had never made it into her yoga class, but her car was in the parking lot of the gym. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras on the outside of the gym. Ramsey stayed with Edison until the evening, when he ran out to grab them both something to eat. Shortly after midnight, they turned in for the night. Ramsey wished there was something he could do to help Allie. He couldn't imagine being in Edison's shoes. If anything happened to Allie, Edison would never get over it. The only thing Ramsey could do was pray that the Posts would be able to get Allie back tomorrow morning when they dropped off the ransom money. The kidnappers had still not named a drop-off location, but the police told Bitsy that was to be expected, as the kidnappers would not want to risk the Posts mapping out the location ahead of time. It seemed to take forever for Ramsey to drift off to sleep. He kept thinking of Allie, hoping that she was okay. Ramsey wasn't sure how long he was out before something woke him. He opened his eyes against a curtain of darkness. Then he heard whispering. Edison was on the phone. "Are you all right? I told you not to call me. I'm on my way." Where was Edison going? Ramsey lay in the bed, motionless, as he closed his eyes, trying to act as though he were asleep. He heard Edison's light footsteps, and then the soft opening and closing of the door. Ramsey sat up, his mind racing. He reached for his cell phone. It was 2:20 a.m. Before his head could fully process what he was doing, he jumped up and got dressed in a mad dash. A couple seconds later, he was out the door. He sprinted down the hall and raced down the 2 flights of stairs to get to the bottom floor. He ran outside just in time to see Edison going to his car. He jumped back, not wanting Edison to see him. As soon as Edison got into the car, Ramsey darted to his car on the other side of the parking lot. He watched the direction that Edison turned. He waited a couple seconds before pulling out so he could keep a good distance between them. He kept his eyes trained on the taillights of Edison's Toyota. Edison maneuvered through the city streets before getting on the freeway. "What are you up to?" Ramsey said aloud. This was strange. Was Edison involved in Allie's kidnapping? A cold shiver ran down Ramsey's spine. Surely not. Edison was madly in love with Allie. He would never do anything to hurt her. However, Edison's behavior was suspicious. Something was obviously going on, and whatever it was, Edison didn't want Ramsey to know about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sneaked out of their dorm room. With sinking despair, Ramsey looked at his gas gauge. The needle was near empty, but the light hadn't come on yet. That meant he had a good 30 miles that he could go. A few minutes later, Edison exited the freeway and turned off on a rural road. They were going way out into the country. Ramsey slowed down to put even more distance between them. On the freeway, with other cars around, he could get closer. Now, however, Edison would realize he was being followed. Ramsey hoped he was staying far enough back so that Edison wouldn't get suspicious. There were no other cars on the road, just the 2 of them. What was Edison up to? He replayed Edison's whispered conversation over and over again in his head. Ramsey saw Edison's headlights shoot a sharp right and realized that he turned into what looked to be a long driveway. He pulled alongside the road and turned off his headlights and engine as he watched Edison's long cylindrical headlights move like wands through the thick clusters of trees. The lights went out, signaling that Edison had reached his destination. Ramsey got out of the car. It was early October. The humidity seeped a chill into Ramsey's bones as he hugged his arms, wishing he'd thought to bring a jacket. He followed the road to the gravel driveway. As he went down the long road, he glanced up at the fingernail sliver of the moon. Slithery shadows lurked in the woods amidst the intermittent squeaks of insects. He made his way down the driveway to where he spotted Edison's Toyota parked in front of a small cabin. The lights were on. Ramsey paused, unsure what to do. He could see shadows of movement behind the curtains on the large window. He stole towards the house and edged up against the siding. He peeked in between the crack where the curtains came together. His heart froze as his brain tried to grapple with what his eyes were seeing. Edison and Allie were standing beside the couch embracing. Anger splintered through Ramsey, his brain racing to fit all of the pieces of the puzzle together. Edison and Allie had set up the kidnapping. That's why Edison hadn't wanted to get the police involved. Jefferson had disinherited Allie, and now they were making him pay the $1 million ransom for her return. Ramsey felt the hot string of betrayal from the two people he'd thought were his closest friends. He marched up the steps and pounded on the door with his fist. He stepped back so that he could clearly be seen through the peephole. A second later, Edison opened the door. Hey, he said sheepishly, raking a hand through his hair. Ramsey's blood was pumping like a piston through his veins as he stepped inside. He glared at them both.
How could you do this?
He was both disappointed and disgusted. Allie was dressed in pink pajamas. Her eyes were wide, her face rigid. Without makeup, she looked like a kid. Edison held up his hands.
Take a seat and we'll explain everything. The only explaining you're going to do is to the police.
Ramsey pulled his phone from his pocket.
You don't understand,
Edison said. Panic wrapped his voice as he glanced at Allie.
Ramsey,
she began,
my dad left us no other choice. He was going to cut me off without a penny.
Her eyes narrowed.
Just because I love Eddie.
An image of Jefferson and Bitsy flashed before Ramsey's eyes. How torn up they were about the kidnapping. He thought of the pictures of Allie plastered over the wall in the den, how Allie was leveraging her parents' love to extort them. It was despicable.
I can't believe you played me,
Ramsey said to Edison.
I thought we were best friends.
We are, Edison responded with a pleading expression.
Look, man, I didn't want to lie to you, but Allie thought it was for the best.
He looked at her again, silent information passing between them. Ramsey wondered how he could have been so duped.
What y'all are doing is wrong. Criminal.
We'll cut you in, Allie inserted. Her tongue slid across her lips like her father's had done. An incredulous laugh rose in Ramsey's throat.
Are you serious? As a heart attack?
Edison said evenly.
Let's all sit down and talk this through.
Ramsey couldn't believe what he was hearing.
No thanks.
A deep weariness settled over him as he looked back and forth between them. They'd spent countless hours together, hanging out, eating pizza, sharing jokes. Before tonight, Ramsey would have thought that he knew nearly everything about them, but he'd not known them at all.
The jig's over, he said dully. I'm calling the police. I wouldn't do that if I were you,
Edison said, his voice flint hard. Ramsey saw a flash of metal and realized Edison had pulled a gun from the waistband of his jeans. His insides shriveled. Was this real or a nightmare? A hoarse chuckle pushed through his throat.
What are you gonna do, shoot me? If I have to.
Edison's face was a mask of gritty determination. Ramsey stumbled backwards, intent on fleeing.
Stop right there!
Allie's voice cut through the air like a clap of thunder. Her head snapped around to Edison.
Do it,
she hissed.
We can't risk him going to the police.
Ramsey's blood ran cold. Allie's expression was ruthless, like Jefferson's had been. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. Ramsey caught the slit of indecision in Edison's eyes, could tell that his emotions were warring inside him.
Shoot him,
Allie demanded.
I can't, Edison stammered. He's my best friend.
He gave Allie a wrenching look as he lowered the gun.
Fine, she huffed. Give it here and I'll do it.
The petty irritation in Allie's tone made it sound like they were squabbling over who would take out the trash. Terror laced a tight thread through Ramsey's insides. His instinct screamed that he had to act now. Adrenaline spiked a razor-tipped arrow through Ramsey as he charged at Edison, knocking him to the ground. The two wrestled, fighting for the gun. Edison was slightly bigger and more muscular than Ramsey, but growing up on a ranch with his brothers had made Ramsey tougher. He punched Edison in the jaw. Edison grunted but kept his hold on the gun. Ramsey tried to pry it from his fingers. A pop sounded. It went through Ramsey's brain that the gun had fired. At the same time, he heard a startled cry. Time seemed to slow to a painful crawl as Allie crumpled to her knees, clutching her chest. She fell onto her back, a circle of blood spilling out from the gunshot wound and soaking her fingers. Edison gasped as he dropped his hold on the gun. He scrambled over to Allie's side, cradling her in his arms. "Oh my gosh," he cried, rocking. "You're okay," he kept repeating. "Stay with me, please." Ramsey kicked the gun across the room as he rose to his feet. The horror of the scene made everything feel surreal. Allie coughed and gurgled, her eyes bulging with a sickening panic. "Call an ambulance," Edison cried. "Hold on, babe, hold on." Ramsey called 911. "There's been a shooting," he screamed. The next several minutes would be forever etched in Ramsey's soul. Edison crying and begging Allie to stay with him. A river of blood flowing over her pink pajama shirt and onto Edison. Allie's eyes going glassy and then flat. The ambulance and police arriving, Edison's shrieks of anguish when the paramedics pulled him away from Allie and placed her lifeless body on a gurney. "You'll pay for this," Edison raged, fury twisting his features. "You just made the biggest mistake of your life." He went to rush at Ramsey, but a police officer grabbed him from behind and handcuffed him. "Let's go," the officer said as he hauled Edison away. "You'll pay," Edison screamed. "I don't care how long it takes, you'll pay." Ramsey bolted up in bed, his hands clutching the sheets. His gaze darted around the room, trying to orient himself. "It was a stupid dream," he muttered. "Or nightmare." His skin was covered in a clammy sweat, and the ghost of Allie's memory still lingered in the air. He scrubbed his face. This was the third nightmare in a matter of 2 weeks that he'd had about Edison and Allie. Was it because the anniversary of Allie's death was coming up in a month? He made a note to check in with his boss, Sutton Smith, about Edison Duffy's whereabouts to make sure he was still in North Carolina. Edison was convicted of voluntary manslaughter in connection with Allie's death. He served 8 years in prison and had been released a year ago. Ramsey mentioned to Sutton that he was concerned about possible retaliation. That's all it took for Sutton to put a tail on Edison, at which point Ramsey learned that Edison was working at a pawn shop in Raleigh, North Carolina. Thankfully, all had been quiet for the past several months. Edison seemed content to go about his life, but that didn't stop the reoccurring nightmares. Ramsey reached for his phone and checked the time, 3:30 a.m. He placed it back on the table with a groan. Only 3 more hours before he was due to catch a flight back to Nashville. He'd been in Washington, D.C. for the past week, running the security detail for a political rally. The job ended last night. Ramsey was looking forward to going home and taking a few days off. Tomorrow night, Ramsey, along with his siblings and parents, were attending a 30th anniversary celebration for Cash and Ava's record label. The 2 of them were set to perform. Also, Hartley Raines was performing. Ramsey sighed as he relaxed against the pillow. An image of the fiery redhead flashed through his mind as a smile slipped over his lips. He'd last seen Hartley at an after-party following Cash's concert in San Francisco. As always, Hartley had taunted and teased him with her soft, playful smile. She'd asked him out for coffee, and when he agreed, she told him never mind before sashaying away. The mere thought of seeing Hartley again quickened his blood. An image of her flashed through his mind. Crystal blue eyes, sparkling with mischief, long copper hair, so alive that it glowed fire, her sleek, sinewy body with curves in all the right places. "Stop it," he ordered himself. The Romeo brothers had a strict code of not dating girls that any of them had previously been involved with. Jackson liked to shamelessly flirt with all the girls, including his brother's girlfriends and wives, but there was no malintent. That was just Jackson's way. However, the feelings Ramsey was having for Hartley were more than a passing fancy. She'd gotten under his skin, and he didn't know how to get her out of his system. More than once this week, he'd found himself surfing the internet, watching YouTube videos of Hartley in concert. As far as he could tell, Hartley didn't have a boyfriend. She'd dated another singer for a few months, but the 2 had broken up over a year ago. If Ramsey had been a smarter man with more willpower, he would have made up an excuse as to why he couldn't attend the anniversary celebration. However, he was about as boneheaded as a stupid moth, unable to escape the lure of the flame. Come rain or shine, he was going tomorrow night. Would Hartley give him the brush off like she did before, or would he finally be able to make some headway this time? As he drifted off to sleep, he smiled, thinking of the sparring that would inevitably take place between them. Hartley was a spitfire, always keeping Ramsey on his toes. He'd have to hone his skills, otherwise Hartley would eat him for lunch. Chapter 1.
Come on, Ramsey. Think about how awesome it would be if you joined us on the tour full time.
Cash's expression was hopeful, eager, as he peered across the kitchen table at Ramsey.
It would be fantastic to have you,
Ava agreed. We can always use your expertise, especially after what happened a couple weeks ago. She looked at Cash, silent information passing between them. Ramsey frowned.
What happened?
A few months ago, he'd temporarily taken the position as head of security for Cash's tour, at which point he helped track down a murderer who was terrorizing Cash's tour members. It had been a harrowing situation. Ava had been shot and was nearly killed. Ramsey assumed that all was good with Cash and Ava's tour now, even though he knew deep down that problems would always arise. That was the nature of the beast. Cash was a country music superstar and would always need protection. He eyed Cash and Ava, waiting for them to spill the details. Ava moistened her lips.
A man broke into Hartley's house.
Ramsey flinched.
What? Is she okay?
For now, Ava continued. Hartley forgot to set the security alarm for her house. She awoke in the middle of the night to find a man in her room. When Hartley retrieved the gun from her nightstand, the intruder got spooked and ran away. Ramsey's mind raced into high gear.
Did Hartley recognize the intruder?
No, Ava answered. We suspect that it was a crazed fan. Ramsey's mind ticked through the list of routine questions.
Has Hartley been getting hate mail, any strange emails?
Cash shook his head.
No, we hope it was an isolated event, but we can't be sure. I would feel better about the situation if you took over the security. Not just temporarily this time, but on a permanent basis.
He leaned forward.
Money is no object, bro,
he said quietly, even though they were the only three in the kitchen.
Name your price.
Ramsey sat back in his seat and drummed his fingers on the table. It chilled his blood to think of Hartley being in danger. A man had entered her bedroom while she was sleeping. Had she not had a gun, the situation could have been bad. Part of Ramsey was tempted to accept the job on the spot, not only to protect Hartley, but also to be around her on a regular basis. However, he enjoyed his current job as a member of Sutton Smith's private security team. Sutton Smith was a billionaire philanthropist. Sutton's only son, Doug, was a Navy SEAL. He was killed in the line of duty. To honor his memory, Sutton set up his security team, which was composed of many former Navy SEALs, like Ramsey. It was nice having the association with other former SEALs. Also, Ramsey enjoyed the unpredictability of his work, how he was constantly moving from client to client, never staying in one place or with any set person for a long period of time. Plus, Ramsey enjoyed having access to Sutton's unlimited resources. On the other hand, Ramsey would enjoy being around his brother on a regular basis. His job was often lonely, and he missed being around family, and he couldn't exactly take Hartley out of the equation. While Ramsey longed to be near her, it probably wasn't a good idea because of the bro code. Then again, would it really be so horrible if he dated Hartley? After all, Cash had moved on. He had Ava now. But there was a time when he'd been devastated by Hartley's rejection. He pushed out a long breath.
I don't know, he hedged.
Could he work for Cash long term? The two of them got along well, much better than Ramsey and Jackson, who often butted heads. Still, it might be tricky. Cash held up a hand.
You don't have to give me an answer right this minute. Just think about it, would you?
Ramsey nodded. Cash quirked a sly grin as he glanced at Ava.
I'm sure the women on the tour will love having Mr. GQ around. Yeah, right, Ramsey guffawed. According to Mama, all of her sons should dress as well as Ramsey.
Cash threw Ramsey a teasing look.
Mama thinks you're so pretty, he cooed.
He is pretty with those mysterious gray eyes and that perfect hair, Ava chimed in. Cash's jaw dropped.
Hey, but not nearly as pretty as you,
Ava said sweetly as she slung her arm around Cash's shoulders and pulled him close. As interesting as Ramsey's eyes are, I prefer green myself. Vivid, sparkling emeralds. She peered deeply into his eyes.
Uh-huh, I see how you are,
Cash pouted. You know I love you. Ava giggled as she caught his cheeks in her hands and pulled his face to her so she could kiss him on the mouth. A smile played over Ramsey's lips as he switched into his taunting big brother mode. Cash had been giving him crap. Time to dish it right back.
Y'all seem to be getting along well.
We are. Cash slid his arm around Ava's shoulders. The two were glowing with so much love that it was almost too sickly sweet for Ramsey.
As cozy as two pigs in a blanket,
Ramsey quipped. It was fun to watch Ava's face go cherry red. Cash grunted out a laugh.
Pigs in a blanket, seriously?
He raised an eyebrow in mild annoyance.
Who's having pigs in a blanket?
Their daddy, Knox, boomed as he stepped into the kitchen. He flashed a large grin.
Well, that sounds tasty. I'm starving.
He went to the fridge, opened the door, and peered in.
Let's see, where are those chicken fingers Gina made last night?
Ramsey, Cash, and Ava went bug-eyed as they looked at one another. Gina had worked for the family for as long as Ramsey could remember. Her cooking was legendary.
Daddy?
Cash began.
We ate the rest of them.
Knox's jaw fell as he wheeled around.
What? Ah, man.
He swiped his leg with the palm of his hand.
I've been looking forward to eating those all day.
They were delicious, Ramsey said with a cheeky grin as he met eyes with Cash. Knox pulled a face.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. All y'all do is come home to eat my groceries. It's because your groceries taste so much better than ours,
Cash quipped.
I would say I'm sorry, but I'm not, Ramsey chimed in. Those chicken fingers were amazing. The best food I've had since the last time I had Gina's cooking. Amen,
Cash boomed. Hey, Ava protested. What about the spaghetti I cooked you last night? Did you not like it? She arched an eyebrow. Color rushed to Cash's face.
Busted,
Ramsey teased. He looked at Daddy, who was also amused. It was fun watching Cash squirm.
You're a bug on a hook, bro. Your spaghetti was almost as delectable as you,
Cash murmured as he leaned in and kissed Ava on the lips. She chuckled lightly. I'll let you off this time, mister.
I guess I'll have to make do with pinto beans and cornbread.
Knox pouted as he removed the items from the fridge. The brothers looked at one another and grinned. For an instant, Ramsey felt like a kid again, back at the ranch, sitting around the table, in the same spot where he'd sat during his childhood.
Is Mama coming to the anniversary celebration tonight? Sure is,
Knox said. He retrieved a bowl from the cupboard and spooned beans into it before placing it into the microwave.
The whole family's coming. That's awesome, Ramsey said. Speaking of the family, where is everybody?
Cash frowned.
What are we, chopped liver? I mean everybody except for y'all, Ramsey retorted.
A taunting smile spread over Cash's lips.
I knew what you meant.
Ava elbowed him. Be nice to your brother.
Thank you,
Ramsey said in response. You're welcome. She smiled sweetly. Knox joined them at the table with his beans, cornbread, a thick chunk of onion, and a glass of milk. Ramsey smiled to himself. Daddy might have complained about the chicken fingers getting eaten, but he loved his cornbread and milk. Methodically, Knox opened his napkin and smoothed it over his lap before reaching for his spoon and digging into the beans. In between bites, he began giving Ramsey the run-through of everyone's whereabouts.
Noah and Piper are at Zoe's art gallery. Noah's helping Zoe get ready for the grand opening. When is it again?
Ramsey was proud of Zoe for pursuing her sculpting.
The week after next.
Knox tipped his head thoughtfully.
The 15th, I believe. I can't remember what day that is.
Ramsey fished his phone out of his pocket and checked his calendar.
A Tuesday.
I'm so glad they're having it on a Tuesday, Ava said, so we can go. Cash looked at Knox.
When are Zoe and Briggs tying the knot? The 2nd week of December.
Luna and Hudson's wedding is the week before, Ava added with a laugh. I guess love is in the air. She and Cash shared a long, intimate look. Ramsey figured it wouldn't be long before Cash and Ava announced their engagement. Cash sat back in his seat and propped his hands behind his head.
"So, big brother," he mused with a twinkle in his jade eyes, "how are things going in your world? Anybody special?"
A strangled cough rose in Ramsey's throat. He forced a laugh.
"Nah, I don't have time for that. Too busy working,"
he said casually. "You never know. You might meet someone tonight at the anniversary celebration," Ava said with a sly smile. Heat crawled up Ramsey's neck as he pulled at the collar of his shirt.
"Yeah, I'm not so sure,"
he said evasively. Did Ava know about his feelings for Hartley? He could swear from the look in her eyes that she somehow did know. He felt ashamed for even entertaining thoughts about Hartley. He had to find a way to get that woman out of his system. There was no way he could go to work for Cash full-time. That would be about as absurd as someone carrying around a brownie 24/7 and thinking they weren't going to eat it.
"Maybe you could scale back your work so you can make time to meet someone,"
Knox offered.
"Yeah, Ramsey," Cash taunted. "You should find you a woman."
He pulled Ava closer and gave her a peck on the lips before turning back to Ramsey. There was a glimmer in his eyes.
"If you need any help, I could give you a few pointers."
Ramsey grunted.
"I'm doing fine on my own, thank you very much."
Sheesh. He hated feeling like a lousy charity case.
"Why's everyone so worried about me?" he asked irritably. "You should be more concerned about Jackson. He's older than me."
Knox chuckled dryly.
"I reckon Jacks'll find the right one in due time." "Yeah, after he dates the entire countryside,"
Ramsey retorted. Cash chortled.
"Amen to that." "Speaking of Jax, where's he?"
Ramsey asked.
"He and Briggs are on the backside of the ranch putting up a new fence," he rattled on. "Bertie's at her dress shop. Milo and Madison are at school."
Knox paused.
"Who have I missed?" "Mason,"
Ramsey supplied.
"Oh, yeah, Mason's driving in from college and should be here a little after 3 p.m.
Knox flashed a large grin.
"Oh, it'll be nice to have everyone together."
He gave Cash and Ava a doting grin.
"We're looking forward to your performance tonight. Who else is singing?"
Ava looked thoughtful. "Let's see. Judd Elder, Felicia Summerton, Delaney Mitchell."
"Delaney Mitchell, that's awesome."
Ramsey grinned.
"It'll be good to see Corbin."
Delaney was one of the greats, akin to Dolly Parton and Faith Hill. Her husband, Corbin, was a retired Navy SEAL who had once worked for Sutton Smith. Corbin now headed up Delaney's security team. The last Ramsey heard, Delaney and Corbin had 2 children. "Hartley Raines is also performing," Ava added. Ramsey tried to keep a poker face, but he got the feeling that Ava could see right through him. Sure enough, a second later, she threw him a surreptitious wink. How in the heck had Ava found out that Ramsey had a thing for Hartley? Did Cash know? He seemed clueless, but that didn't necessarily mean he was. Good gravy, this was humiliating. Ramsey would just have to make a point of ignoring Hartley tonight. That way he could put Ava's suspicions to rest. He could do it. Maybe. Chapter 2.
"Holy smokes, would you look at that?"
Mason let out a low whistle.
"The music industry must be treating Tandy Phillips right." "Well, when you're the president and CEO of a record label the caliber of High Cliff Republic Records, things tend to go in your favor,"
Ramsey said practically.
"I guess so,"
Mason mused, turning his attention back to the enormous plantation-style mansion set prominently on the hill. Ramsey felt a smidgen of sympathy for his youngest brother. Mason's dream was to follow in Cash's footsteps and become a country music legend. However, Daddy had been holding him back, wanting him to get his education and grow up a little first. Like Daddy always said, fame has destroyed many a good man. It was hard enough for Cash to be in the limelight, but he had his priorities straight, especially now that he had Ava in his life. Mason had a lot of growing up to do before being thrown to the wolves. A pang of envy trickled through Ramsey's gut as he thought of Cash and Ava. Was it so bad to want what they had? He wanted a woman to look at him the way Ava looked at Cash, like he was the best thing since buttered biscuits. Was Hartley Raines that woman? He jerked slightly at the thought. Hartley was a wild card, the kind of woman who had trouble written all over her. To her, love was a game. Ramsey knew all of this about her. He prided himself on keeping his emotions in check and letting his head take the lead. Why was he so fixated on Hartley? It made zero sense. He needed a woman who was grounded, someone who would be loyal and steady. They pulled up to the front of the mansion where a valet greeted them with a cordial smile.
"I could get used to this,"
Jackson quipped as he tossed the guy his keys.
"I hear ya,"
Mason added. Ramsey, Jackson, and Mason had ridden together. The rest of the family was meeting them here. Straightening his shoulders, Ramsey adjusted his tux coat. Unlike Jackson, who'd balked at having to wear a tux, Ramsey liked getting dressed up. It made him feel polished and put together. Tonight was a big deal for Cash and Ava. Ramsey breathed in a whiff of cool, crisp air, noting that fall was just around the corner. The leaves were already changing and would reach their peak in a few short weeks. Fall was Ramsey's favorite time of the year. He hoped to be able to take off work long enough to attend a high school football game or two. He'd been working too much, going from one job to the next with only a couple of days' rest in between. Maybe that was the real problem here. He was experiencing burnout. He didn't need a woman in his life. He simply needed a break.
"It's Kenny Chesney,"
Mason exclaimed in a low tone, coated with excitement. The look in Mason's eyes was akin to hero worship as he sported a goofy grin.
"Pipe down, little brother,"
Jackson ordered quietly.
"How you doing?"
Jackson said casually to Kenny, who was walking up the steps beside them. Kenny tipped his cowboy hat in acknowledgement as he moved past them. Ramsey and his brothers stepped into the colossal foyer, brimming with well-dressed people. Ramsey recognized Leanne Rimes and Lady Gaga. Mason tugged on his sleeve.
"There's Dolly Parton,"
he said with a trace of awe. Ramsey looked over to where Dolly was surrounded by a throng of people. Dolly was a tiny woman, even with her skyscraper stiletto heels. She was smiling graciously as she chatted with what looked to be adoring fans. Dolly was one of those people who was born for stardom, kind of like Cash. Ramsey, on the other hand, preferred to stay behind the scenes. He didn't get why Mason was itching to be a star. The mere thought of having masses of people clamoring for him gave Ramsey the heebie-jeebies. The celebration would take place in the large ballroom that made up the belly of the mansion. The seating was assigned. Ramsey was surprised when the usher directed the brothers to a row of seats near the front of the stage. Cash had pulled a few strings, it would seem. They were met with the other members of the Romeo clan who'd arrived earlier. After saying hello to everyone, Ramsey took his seat. It wasn't long before the celebration began. Tandy Phillips came out on stage and welcomed everyone to her home. It was a packed house. Ramsey had already picked out half a dozen security personnel dotted amidst the sea of people. Considering all the notables in the music industry who were here tonight, Ramsey figured security would be tight. His thoughts went to Cash's offer. Could he walk away from Sutton's security group and start a new career? Sutton would be supportive of whatever decision Ramsey made. Ramsey just had to decide which direction he wanted his life to take. He looked off to the side and spotted Delaney Mitchell and Corbin Spencer. Corbin's arm was around Delaney. The two of them had their heads together, and she was laughing at something he was saying. Corbin certainly looked happy with his decision to move full force into Delaney's world. Then again, his situation was different from Ramsey's. Delaney and Corbin were married. Ramsey was painfully single. Interesting that his single status hadn't bothered him much before. Admittedly, it had been brutal when he and Sage ended things, but then he'd moved on, convincing himself that he was better off alone. The nature of his work, its danger and unpredictability, didn't lend itself to family life. Ramsey had been content with his life until recently. It was enjoyable watching Cash and Ava take the stage. They performed so well together and exuded a chemistry that was almost tangible. When they sang Lonely Moon, they brought down the house. Ramsey enjoyed all of the performances, marveling at the talent and showmanship of the singers. Then Hartley took the stage, sending a shot of adrenaline through him. She reached for her guitar and slipped the strap over her shoulder as she stepped up to the microphone.
It's a pleasure to be here tonight to celebrate the anniversary of High Cliff Republic Records. As y'all know, I've been with High Cliff from the get-go." She peered out into the audience. "Alton, where are you?" Ramsey, along with everyone else, turned to look as a silver-haired man midway back waved his hand. "There you are. Alton Collier was president and CEO of High Cliff for many years." Her voice grew throaty with emotion. "He took a chance on me all those years ago, and I'll never forget it." She smiled brightly. "Tandy, thanks for continuing the tradition. Here's to many more years," she said exuberantly as the audience broke into applause. After a minute, she held up a hand to quiet it. "I'd like to share a little something I wrote recently. It's called My Turf. I hope y'all like it." Ramsey was transfixed. He didn't dare breathe for fear of breaking the spell. Hartley was so alive with her piercing blue eyes and long red hair that framed her delicate face in soft curls. The guitar seemed to be an extension of her lean, fluid body as she moved effortlessly to the beat of the music. Her voice was sassy, southern, and sultry strong. She maneuvered the crowd with an invisible string, wrapping the entire ballroom in a rapturous energy. Hartley was the kind of woman that men couldn't help but fall for. Not only was she drop-dead gorgeous, but she exuded 10 gallons of confidence and vitality. Ramsey guessed that there were scores of men here tonight who both adored and pined for Hartley. Earning her attention was like being graced by the sun. The shadow that crossed over Ramsey's heart took him completely by surprise. Was a stalker after Hartley? A man had broken into her bedroom. Was he still lurking around, waiting to attack when she least expected it? He felt such a fierce need to protect her that it was nearly overwhelming. Then it happened. Hartley caught eyes with him. His heart stopped. Was she actually looking at him? She gave him an enigmatic smile that seemed to convey some secret he couldn't discern. A visceral thrill raced through his veins as he returned her gesture with a half-smile. For an instant, they might have been the only two in the auditorium. "Thank you very much," Hartley said with a bow as she sashayed off stage in her tight jeans and red cowboy boots, her curls bouncing jauntily on her shoulders. Ramsey got swept up in the soft swaying motion of her hips. How her legs seemed to go on forever. Man, they were sure molded well in those jeans. "You can put your tongue back in your mouth," Mason teased as he slapped Ramsey on the back. "What are you talking about?" Ramsey demanded, hating the heat that blistered his face. A large grin with enough innuendo to fill up a bucket 3 times over spread over Mason's lips. "You've got it bad, bro," he taunted. "I saw that tough guy smirk you gave Hartley." "I don't know what you're talking about," Ramsey countered stiffly. Normally he felt like he was completely in control of his emotions, but lately everything was off-kilter. He sat back in his seat, hunching his shoulders. "Don't worry, dude, I won't tell anyone," Mason said. This caught Jackson's attention. He leaned forward in his seat and craned his head around Mason to look at Ramsey. "Tell anyone what?" he asked, interest simmering in his eyes. "Nothing," Ramsey grumbled, shooting Mason a warning look. "Ramsey's got a thing for Hartley Raines," Mason snorted. Jax's eyes widened. "Seriously?" "No," Ramsey said hotly. "I don't." He swiped a hand against Mason's hair. Mason tried to dodge out of his reach. "Hey now, don't be messing with the hair." Laughing, he turned to Jackson. "You should have seen Ramsey drooling over her, like he'd seen his first Mustang." "Does Cash know?" Jackson asked with wide, troubled eyes. "There's nothing to know," Ramsey mumbled. He wanted to shove a sock in Mason's traitorous mouth. "What's up?" Noah asked. He and Piper were sitting on the other side of Ramsey. Ramsey huffed out an exasperated breath. "Nothing. Jeez Louise, can't everyone mind their own dadgum business?" "What's eating him?" Noah asked, directing his question to Mason and Jackson. A corner of Mason's mouth tugged up. "Ramsey's in love." He made kissing motions with his mouth. "Would you put a cork in it?"
Ramsey growled. He was used to being razzed by his brothers, but he didn't appreciate being teased about Hartley, especially when he was trying so hard to fight this stupid attraction thing. Noah's eyes rounded as he nudged Ramsey's arm. "Oh, wow, that's awesome. Who's the lucky girl?" Ramsey rolled his eyes. "There is no girl. Mason's just spouting off at the mouth." "Sure I am," Mason drawled, fluttering his eyelashes. "You've got it bad," he taunted. After the concert was over, a crew came in to remove the chairs and prepare the ballroom for the reception and party, which overflowed throughout the mansion. Ramsey couldn't help it. He found himself scanning the area in the hope of catching sight of Hartley. "You look handsome," Ramsey's mama, Bertie, said as she stepped up to him and touched his arm. "Thank you." Ramsey looked her up and down. "You look beautiful." "Thanks," Mama said with a gracious smile. Mama's blonde hair was shimmering like gold beneath the lights from the chandeliers. Her gold dress was classy and showed off her curvy figure. "Are y'all staying for the party?" Ramsey asked. Knox joined in the conversation as he draped an arm around Bertie's shoulders. "Your mama and I are going to take Milo and Madison home, so Zoe and Briggs can stay a while. We need to get the kiddos into bed, so they'll be ready for school tomorrow," Bertie added. Madison scrunched her nose. "I'm not ready to go home yet. I want to stay for the party," she whined. Milo rolled his eyes. "We've got school tomorrow," he pointed out in the superior tone of the older brother. "How about we stop and grab some ice cream on the way home?" Knox suggested. A large grin filled Madison's face as she nodded, her pigtails bobbing up and down. "Thanks for taking the kids home," Zoe said to Knox and Bertie. "Of course," Bertie smiled. "It's our pleasure." Zoe gave Milo and Madison hugs. "Y'all be good for Mama and Papa." "We will," Milo said dutifully, rolling his eyes like he couldn't believe his mother would insinuate that he'd be anything but good. "Good night, folks," Knox chimed as he and Bertie left with the grandkids. Briggs flashed a large smile as he stepped close to Zoe and slid an arm around her shoulders. "I'm looking forward to dancing with this beautiful lady." He looked deep into Zoe's eyes as the two got lost in one another. "Let's see if y'all can keep up," Noah boasted as he reached for Piper's hand and pulled her toward what had now become a dance floor in the center of the ballroom. Zoe chuckled. "We'll see what we can do." She winked at Piper, who grinned. Zoe and Piper had gotten really close. It was nice that the two could share their love of photography and art. Zoe and Briggs rushed off to join Noah and Piper. Jackson grinned. "And then there were 3. "Yep, just us lonely single folks," Ramsey said morosely. Jackson chuckled. "Speak for yourself." He shoved his hands into his front pockets and rocked forward on the balls of his feet. "Well, I think I'll mingle." He glanced at an attractive brunette standing across the room and offered her a dazzling smile. The woman seemed to melt on the spot from the attention as Jackson trotted over to her. It was kind of disgusting how easily Jackson had the women eating out of his hand. "I think I'll go say hello to Kenny Chesney," Mason said as he left. "And then there was one," Ramsey muttered under his breath. He scoped the room, hoping to catch sight of Hartley, or maybe even Cash or Ava. Not seeing any of them, he meandered over to the buffet table, which was loaded with every tasty-looking appetizer imaginable. It was probably better that he didn't see Hartley. Sure, she'd locked eyes with him during the concert, but that didn't mean jack squat. Hartley enjoyed toying with him. That's all her little look thing was. He was filling his plate with appetizers when someone hit his arm, knocking his plate. "Hey, watch it," he ground out through his teeth as he balanced the plate to keep the food from falling off. He wheeled around, his breath catching in his throat when he saw Hartley. "You should watch what you're doing, Superman." Her lively blue eyes sparked with laughter, a saucy grin playing over her lips. She looked him up and down with open appreciation. "You clean up nice." "So do you." That was a gross understatement. She was gorgeous. He noticed that she'd changed from the jeans and boots she wore during her performance. His eyes followed the length of her red sequined dress that showcased her spectacular figure. Up close he could see the faint smattering of freckles across her nose, which tipped ever so slightly on the end. There was a splash of rose against her milky skin. Her eyes were glimmering like sapphires, her hair sparkling like flames. No wonder he'd had a hard time getting Hartley off his mind. A jolt of exhilaration raced through him as a goofy grin slipped over his lips. Suddenly the evening seemed much brighter.
Hey,
"Hey," she uttered softly. She pointed to his plate. "You must be hungry. Don't they feed you while you're off on those covert assignments saving the world?" He laughed as he lifted a celery stick from off his plate and began noisily chomping on it.
every now and again they throw me a crumb or two, if I'm a good little boy."
A wicked smile creased her lips. "I have no doubt that you're good," she purred as she trailed a finger down his arm. He liked the swift connection running between them.
"How you been, Hartley?"
She tipped her head. "Good."
"I could have told you that," he murmured.
A pleased grin touched her ruby lips as she laughed. "Superman handing out compliments," she tisked her tongue. "Who would have thought?" "Excuse me," a lady said, not trying to hide her annoyance. Ramsey turned to look behind him.
"Oops, I'm sorry. I'm holding up the food line."
"Yes," the lady said with a raised eyebrow. Hartley laughed. "I can't take him anywhere," she motioned. "Go ahead. Finish making your plate." Ramsey was no longer interested in food, but he didn't want to seem overeager to talk to Hartley. He noticed she wasn't holding anything.
"Aren't you hungry?"
Hartley cut her eyes to his plate. "You seem to have enough to share."
"That I do,"
Ramsey chuckled. He continued through the line, placing items on his plate. All the while he was keenly aware of Hartley beside him. When he skipped over the olive and cheese platter without taking anything, Hartley frowned. "No olives?"
"I see how it is,"
Ramsey teased.
"You want olives."
He piled on some green and black olives. "Get the Kalamata olives," Hartley directed.
"As you wish, madam,"
he said in a mocking tone. It gave Ramsey a strange sense of pleasure to know that he and Hartley were sharing a plate. They moved off to the side. Ramsey pointed to the chairs along the wall.
"Shall we sit?"
"Sure, that's probably better than trying to eat standing. We'll end up wearing the food." They went over and sat down. In the process, their legs brushed, sending a wave of heat through Ramsey. He held out his plate to Hartley.
"Take anything you want."
Her eyebrow arched. "Anything?" He caught the innuendo in her voice. Normally, he didn't like forward women, but for some reason, Hartley's behavior excited him.
"Well, within reason,"
he joked. She reached for a chicken wing and began gingerly eating it.
"You're brave. That could end up all over your dress."
She laughed. "This is what you call living dangerously." Ramsey also reached for a chicken wing and began eating it. All the while his brain scrambled to come up with something halfway intelligent to say.
"That was an amazing performance."
"Thanks." Her eyes danced with mischief. "I saw you checking me out." The chicken went down the wrong pipe as Ramsey coughed to clear his throat.
"What?"
A smile tipped her lips. "You know you were."
"I thought you were the one checking me out."
Surprise flicked over her features before she chuckled. "You're good," she said appraisingly. Ramsey felt like he'd scored a minor victory. He'd gotten the attention off of himself without openly admitting that he had been checking Hartley out. She finished off the chicken wing and placed the bones onto the plate. "Care if I use your napkin?"
"Sure."
He handed it to her as she began meticulously wiping her fingers. He noticed that her glossy fingernails matched her dress, as did her toenails. Her appearance was impeccable, and she smelled of an intoxicating combination of vanilla and some exotic flower he couldn't pinpoint. "So," she began, "I've been thinking about that cup of coffee." A smile tugged at Ramsey's lips.
"Really? That's interesting."
"You know you've thought about it," she taunted.
"Nope, I haven't given the coffee a second thought."
It was cute how fast her face fell. "You haven't?" She crumpled the napkin into a ball.
"Nope."
He finished off the last of his chicken wing and held out his hand for the napkin. "Sorry." she lamented as she smoothed it back out and handed it to him. Quickly he wiped off his fingers before folding the napkin into a neat square that he tucked underneath the plate. He placed the plate and napkin on the empty chair beside him as he turned back to Hartley.
I have been thinking about something else, however.
What's that? He could tell from her expression that she was semi-amused. He leaned closer, his blood pumping faster.
Our kiss.
She blinked in surprise, color splashing her cheeks. What about it? Challenge zinged through her eyes. It was the best you've ever had, right? The corners of his lips twitched as he shrugged.
It was tolerably decent.
Truth be known, the kiss was as amazing as it was spontaneous. It happened at a party following Cash and Ava's concert in San Francisco. Ramsey had feared that he'd overstepped the bounds by grabbing Hartley and kissing her. But Hartley didn't seem to mind in the slightest. In fact, she seemed to enjoy it as much as Ramsey had. But then she turned him down for coffee as she traipsed away. She chuckled dryly. Is that right?
That's right,
he said easily.
It was a little fast and cut short.
He couldn't stop the smile from spreading over his lips as his hand went out to stroke her hair. He wrapped a curl around his finger.
I thought we might go out for that coffee and conversation. See where it takes us.
He saw the longing in her eyes, but it was mixed with something else. Indecision, perhaps. It stung, making him fear that she might reject him. I don't know, she hedged.
It's just coffee.
Her expression was frank as she looked him in the eye. Oh, it's a lot more than that. She paused. What about Cash? The last time, right before our kiss, you said you could never be with a girl your brother once loved. Ramsey went stone cold. He swallowed as he collected his thoughts.
I did.
What was he doing? He was breaking the cardinal rule.
You're right.
He heaved out a heavy sigh.
I can't go out with you,
he said miserably. The muscles around her eyes and mouth tightened. That's too bad, Superman. Her voice had a hard, brittle edge.
I'm sorry,
he mumbled as he looked down at his hands. No. The vehemence in her voice caused his head to snap up.
Huh?
Her eyes blazed fire. Cash and I were over a long time ago. In fact, if you want the cold, hard truth, I never actually loved Cash. He was more of a brother to me than anything. His jaw tightened.
I know, but Cash loved you.
She caught hold of his arm, willing him to look at her. Cash is in love with Ava.
Yes, he is.
A determined smile spread over her lips. All righty then. It's settled. We're going out to dinner tomorrow night. An incredulous laugh rose in his throat.
Are you serious?
She didn't so much as blink. As a heart attack.
You don't get to dictate when we go out.
Her eyebrows shot up in amusement. Are you suggesting that women can't ask men out? He chuckled.
Are you trying to pin me in a corner?
Not yet, darling, she purred as she leaned into his personal space. When I pin you in a corner, you'll know it, she uttered. The air was electric. Everything in Ramsey wanted to pull her into his arms and capture his lips with hers.
As the man, I should be the one to ask you out.
Amusement flickered over her features.
Spoken like a true Southerner.
All right, Superman. You want to be the man? Well, then act like it. Take control of the situation. Cash has his happily ever after. Don't you think we deserve to find ours, too? He couldn't take the temptation any more. Ramsey cupped his hands around her cheeks as he pulled her close, his lips taking hers. A firestorm exploded as their mouths moved together in perfect synchronicity. Hartley melded into him, her fingers slipping around his neck. She pulled him closer with a ferocity that belied her size. Kissing her was fire and ice, all-consuming. This is what he'd been craving with an intensity that had tormented him while they'd been apart.
What the heck? Take your hands off her.
Ramsey pulled back, shocked to see a man standing over them.
What are you doing?
The guy yelled, his face turning blood red. Recognition pinged through Ramsey's brain as two words tumbled to his lips.
Blake Owens?
Blake Owens was the bad boy of country music, notorious for having a different woman on his arm at every event. Blake let out a string of curse words.
"Get up," he shouted, balling his fists. "How dare you kiss my woman?"
Ramsey's insides shriveled.
"Your woman?"
He looked at Hartley, whose face had gone ashen.
"Are you with him?" "Dang straight she is."
"I'm not your woman," Hartley retorted to Blake. "I only agreed to come to the celebration with you as your date." Ramsey felt the air leave his lungs. He turned to Hartley.
"You came here with another man, and then you came on to me?"
Disgust settled like glue in his stomach. He felt like a moron. Hartley had been playing him as usual, and he fell right into her trap. "It's not what you think," she stammered, reaching for Ramsey's arm. "My publicist thought it would be good for my image to show up here tonight with Blake. There's nothing between us." Blake laughed.
"Really? That's not what you said last night when the two of us were together."
Ramsey saw the humiliation etched over Hartley's beautiful face. It made him sick to his stomach. How could he have ever thought he could trust Hartley Raines? "I went to dinner with Blake last night, a publicity thing," Hartley said, her eyes pleading.
"Easy to say now when you're with your little boyfriend," Blake sneered. "Get up," he yelled at Ramsey. A hard amusement swirled inside Ramsey as he raised an eyebrow. "You sure you want to do this?" "Let's go," Blake growled. Blake Owens was known for fighting. He and his band had a reputation for destroying hotel rooms. Last month, he'd spent a night in jail for punching a reporter. How could Hartley's publicist have thought it was a good idea for her to be associated with a slime ball like him? Ramsey rose to his feet, as did Hartley. "Don't be stupid," Hartley fumed to Blake. "Trust me, you don't want to tangle with Ramsey." She wedged in between the two men. Her voice was low and urgent as she got up in Blake's face. "Don't cause a scene," she hissed. "It won't do either of us any good." Rage masked Blake's features as he shoved Hartley aside. "Get out of my way, Hartley, or you'll get it first."
A white-hot anger pulsed through Ramsey's veins.
"What did you say?"
One thing Ramsey couldn't tolerate was violence towards women and children. He'd intended to hold back, not wanting to reflect poorly on Cash and Ava by causing a scene. But Blake Owens had it coming to him.
"Maybe we should step outside."
Blake pushed out a hard chortle.
"Here will do just fine."
He went to swing at Ramsey, but Hartley stepped in front of him. Blake socked her square in the eye, knocking her to the floor. Ramsey heard gasps as heads turned to them in rapt attention. Immediately, Ramsey bent down to help her up.
"Are you okay?"
As fighting mad as he was at Blake, he needed to attend to Hartley first.
"I'm okay,"
she breathed, holding her eye as he helped her to her feet. In his peripheral vision, Ramsey saw a flash and realized a man was snapping pictures with his phone. Hartley shielded her face with her arm. "Get me out of here," she said.
"Your turn,"
Blake said as he rushed at Ramsey. Ramsey barely had enough time to step away from Hartley before Blake tackled him to the ground. The two rolled on the floor, volleying for control. Blake got on top first and knocked Ramsey in the face. Anger exploded fast and hot through Ramsey as his training took over. In the blink of an eye, he got on top of Blake and socked him hard in the jaw. With a single grunt, Blake was out cold.
"You killed him,"
a woman said accusingly as Ramsey got off of Blake.
"No, ma'am," Ramsey responded pleasantly. "Just knocked some much-needed sense into him."
His cheek stung from being hit. He flicked his hand. Surprisingly, it didn't feel sore from the punch. He saw more camera flashes.
"So much for not causing a scene," he muttered.
He looked at Hartley.
"You ready to go?"
She gave him a weak smile.
"I thought you'd never ask."
Chapter 3. Hartley was grateful for Ramsey's strong, protective arm around her waist as he led her out the front entrance and past the clusters of reporters who snapped pictures of everything that moved. Thankfully, the reporters outside didn't seem to be aware of what had just happened inside. Maybe her eye hadn't turned black yet. A valet approached. "Can I get your ticket?"
I didn't drive here."
Hartley turned to Ramsey.
Can we take your car?" "I didn't drive either. I came with my brothers. Let's grab a cab."
He motioned to one parked alongside the curb. When they were in the cab, Hartley angled to face Ramsey. "I'm so sorry about that." Her eye was pulsing in pain, head pounding. Ava had warned her against going to the anniversary celebration with Blake Owens, but her publicist, Judith, insisted. Oh, who was she kidding? She couldn't blame all of this on Judith. Hartley had known what she was doing. She'd even gotten into an argument with Ava over it. Ava accused Hartley of undermining herself. "You have a knack for messing up anything good that comes your way," Ava had said. "It's time for you to stop. Let something good happen to you for once." Therein was the problem. Hartley knew from experience that whenever things started to get good, something bad would inevitably happen. She'd experienced enough heartache in her life to know how the universe worked. Hartley figured it was better to just bring Blake to the celebration and tick Ramsey off. That way she could put a stop to their budding relationship before Ramsey realized that she'd never measure up to his expectations. Then, when she saw the way Ramsey was looking at her during her performance, all of her carefully laid plans flew out the window. For one small moment, she'd let herself believe that it might be possible to have a relationship with a wonderful stand-up guy. Someone tough enough to see past her rough edges. Someone who could look past her weaknesses and see the person inside. A harsh laugh rose in her throat, her fingers splaying around her neck. "You must think I'm terrible, coming on to you when I was on a date with Blake." She'd seen the look of disgust on Ramsey's face when he realized that she'd come to the celebration with Blake. There was only one way to deal with this, straight down the center. He furrowed his brow.
"I'd be lying if I said the thought hadn't crossed my mind."
There was a hard edge in his voice. He pushed out a heavy breath.
"Look, Hartley, I don't know what game you're playing, but you can count me out."
Silence loomed over them like a thundercloud, waiting to spill. She clasped her hands tightly in her lap. "I don't know why you're getting so peeved about me and Blake. It's not like you and I are a couple. I brought a date to the anniversary celebration. Big whoop."
"I'll tell you why it's a big deal. You were with Blake on a date and then went after me. Who's to say you wouldn't do the same if we were together? Come on to some other guy."
His words were salt in the wound, mostly because there was an element of truth in them. It was poor form for her to come on to Ramsey when she was on a date with Blake. The opportunity had been there and she'd taken it. Her fighting instinct took over as she went on the offensive. "It's for the best anyway. We never would have worked. I knew that the first moment you accused me of injuring Ginger Blakely and killing Grace Quinlan." The words left a bitter taste in her mouth as all of the hurt rushed back in a giant invisible fist that punched her in the gut. She got that Ramsey was working for cash, trying to track down a murderer. Still, it had frightened Hartley to the core when she learned that she was the prime suspect. Then she'd become incensed that Ramsey would think so little of her. While there was no way Ramsey could possibly know this, Hartley had noticed him a long time ago, way back when she was involved with Cash. Part of what led Hartley to realize that she cared about Cash as a brother was because of how her heart would go into overdrive when she was around Ramsey. She'd felt guilty that she was having feelings for Cash's brother, but that had been the least of her problems back then. After breaking things off with Cash, Hartley checked herself into a rehab center and dried out. Then she went to work rebuilding her career and jumped from one bad relationship to the next. He barked out a laugh.
"Are you seriously going there? You know I was only doing my job. Paulette was trying to frame you for murder. I just tracked down the clues." "You should have given me the benefit of the doubt,"
she shot back, clamping her arms over her chest. He sighed in exasperation.
"Do you think I'm a complete imbecile?"
"That point is debatable," she said nastily. He rushed on.
"I know what you're doing here."
She rocked back. "What?"
"You're forcing an argument so that you can divert attention from tonight's debacle."
She was shocked that he'd read her so accurately. "Oh, that's ridiculous," she spouted, but her voice lacked conviction, even in her own ears. She turned and stared out the window, letting her thoughts get lost in the blur of passing lights. Tears formed in her eyes, but she blinked them back, refusing to let a single one drop. She wouldn't fall apart in Ramsey's presence. She had to be strong and pull herself together the way she always did, fight her way through the despair. Fighting was the only thing Hartley knew. Her grit was what kept her going, what got her up in the morning.
"And for the record, you're right. It wouldn't work between us,"
Ramsey said wearily. The words cut like a knife. "Because we're too different," she squeaked. There was a long pause.
"No, because we're too much alike."
This time she couldn't stop tears from pulling in her eyes and dribbling down her cheeks. She was a wreck, and Ramsey knew it. The longing for a drink was nearly overwhelming. She sat back and closed her eyes, uttering a silent prayer for help. She'd been sober for years, and she intended to do everything in her power to stay that way. She went to her AA meetings whenever she was home in Nashville. She had a sponsor. Hartley's desperate wish was for the cravings to go away. Unfortunately, her demons were imprinted so deeply into her soul that she'd never be able to oust them. Ramsey sighed heavily.
"Here, let me look at your eye."
He moved to touch it, but she jerked away. "Don't touch me," she seethed, mostly because she didn't want him to know she was crying.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said in a mocking tone. They rode the rest of the way to Hartley's house in silence. The cab driver pulled up to Hartley's home. The headlights shone on a person standing in front of the gate. Hartley's heart lurched when she recognized the man. A dry laugh scratched through her throat. "Well, this is just great."
"Do you know that man?"
Ramsey asked, his tone taut with tension. She rolled her eyes. "Unfortunately, yes. It's Clyde Raines, my dad." Even in the near darkness, Hartley saw the deep frown on Ramsey's mouth. She understood Ramsey's concern all too well. Clyde was an alcoholic. His clothes were ratty, his jaw covered in stubble. He staggered towards the cab, standing directly in front of the headlights as he waved a hand. The driver glanced back at Hartley.
Do you want me to continue through the gate or let you off here?"
Hartley could tell that the man hoped for the latter.
"I can take it from here. How much do I owe you?"
Crap, what was she thinking? She hadn't brought a purse to the celebration and had no way to pay. She'd have to get the driver to go through the gate so she could run inside and get a credit card.
"I've got it,"
Ramsey said. He handed his card to the driver.
"Thanks,"
Hartley mumbled.
"Hey!"
Clyde yelled as he waved his hands.
"Hartley, are you in there?"
Hartley swore under her breath.
"The perfect end to the perfect night,"
she said sarcastically. She opened the car door.
"Well, it has been interesting."
She offered a brief smile.
"I guess I'll be seeing you, Superman."
She got out. Before she could close the door, Ramsey slid out and closed it behind him. "What are you doing?" Hartley demanded.
"I'm not leaving you like this,"
Ramsey said, his jaw set in determination. He looked past her.
"Not with him.
"I think I can handle my own dad," she said tartly. However, she was grateful that Ramsey was staying. Her dad was a mean drunk, and she didn't want to have to deal with him by herself. Of course, it was humiliating for Ramsey to see her dad in such a state, but at this point, Ramsey thought so little of her that it no longer mattered. The driver put the cab in reverse and backed out of the driveway. When the headlights illuminated Hartley's face, Ramsey winced.
"What? You've got a shiner."
Hartley's stomach knotted as she gingerly touched her eye. It felt like it was swollen up like a watermelon.
"Great. Just what I need for the next concert,"
she said darkly.
"We should get you inside and put some ice on that,"
Ramsey said. It clicked through Hartley's mind that Ramsey had let the cab leave. He had no way of getting home. She supposed she could call him a cab or Uber, or she could lend him her car. Clyde staggered up. The sour smell of liquor and stench of body odor about boiled Hartley over. She winced, averting her nose.
"What are you doing here, Dad?"
There was enough pale light emanating from the street lamp for her to see that his hair was greasy and his cheeks were gaunt. His blue, watery eyes were shrouded with dark, hollow circles. She wondered when he'd last showered or eaten.
"I've been waiting here all night,"
Clyde grumbled. His eyes narrowed to slits as he looked at Ramsey.
"Who are you?"
Ramsey stepped close to Hartley and caught hold of her arm.
"A friend,"
he said firmly. Clyde smirked loudly before turning his attention back to Hartley.
"I'm a little short on rent this month. Can you spot me some cash?"
Shame blazed a hot path through Hartley when she saw the pity on Ramsey's face. "Dad, I already gave you $700 a week ago, remember? You said it would tide you over for the month." Clyde's lower lip jangled loosely as he began wringing his hands.
"Yeah, I was a little off in my estimation."
His hands were shaking. She could feel his desperation, knew that he needed a drink. The sight of him caused revulsion to rise in her stomach, probably because it hit too close to home. Enough was enough. She couldn't just keep giving her dad handouts, knowing that it would go straight to booze. Hartley felt weary to the bone. Her feet were aching from her heels, and her eye was throbbing. "I'm sorry, I don't have any money. You need help. Let's get you inside and get some food in you." She was so tired of fighting this battle with her dad. Because she was a star, he felt like she should just give him anything that he wanted. The irony was that her dad had never been there for Hartley, her mom, brother, or sister. In fact, he'd made their lives miserable.
"No," he bellowed. "I need money."
"I have none to give," she said flatly. Clyde began cursing, rage stewing over his weathered face.
"You ungrateful hussy, I'm your father. You have plenty of money."
His hands flew into the air.
"Look at you with your fancy clothes and fancy boyfriend, your big house. You owe me,"
he hurled through clenched teeth.
"That's enough,"
Ramsey warned. Clyde turned his rancor on Ramsey, calling him every name in the book. He raised his fists.
"Let's go," he yelled. "Me and you."
He hopped from foot to foot like he was a boxer. A brittle laugh rose in Hartley's throat. "Trust me, Dad, you don't want to fight Ramsey. He'll chomp you down to size and spit you out in little pieces."
"I'll show you spittin'."
He hocked a loogie into Ramsey's face. Hartley gasped, watching in horror as the spit trickled down Ramsey's cheek. "Oh, my gosh, I am so sorry." Ramsey wiped his face, fury simmering in his eyes. Hartley spun around and got up in Clyde's face. "What did you do, you stupid idiot? You need to leave." Clyde shoved her hard in the chest. Hartley fell back as Ramsey caught her. Hartley saw the look of fury that overtook Ramsey's features. "I'm okay," she assured him. She could tell that Ramsey was dangerously close to pummeling Clyde. A wild, feral look came into Clyde's eyes as he began ranting, his hands flailing.
"You help your mother, paid for her entire house. I know you gave Savannah and Miles money. You paid for Bo's college. All I'm asking for is a few measly dollars."
"So you can buy another drink," her voice rose. "I'm done supporting your habit." Clyde drew back his fist to strike Hartley, but in a quick movement, Ramsey stepped forward and caught his arm. Clyde yelped as Ramsey twisted him around, pushing Clyde to his knees. Clyde started whimpering as he looked up at Hartley. "Please," his voice trembled. "I need food." "I'll check you into a rehab center, Dad. We can do it right now." Clyde's face crumbled as he began weeping.
"No, I can't do it."
Sobs wrenched his throat.
"I'm sorry, honey."
He looked at her with pleading eyes.
I never meant to hurt you kids or your mother."
"I know." Hartley had heard it all before. Clyde's words were as hollow as she felt inside. She'd been like Clyde, so desperate for a drink that she'd do nearly anything to get it. Her dad had made her life miserable when she was growing up. She hated him for the drinking. Then, in a hard twist of irony, she also turned to booze when she felt like her life and career were spiraling out of control. She looked at Ramsey, could feel his compassion. It brought tears to her eyes. Ramsey loosened his grip on Clyde's arm.
"What do you want to do?"
he asked, looking to Hartley for instructions on how to handle the situation. Clyde scuttled away from Ramsey and scrambled to his feet. He watched Hartley with hopeful eyes, waiting to see how she would answer. Hartley considered the options.
I'll go and get him some money, and then we'll call him a cab.
She was too tired to fight this anymore. If Clyde wanted to drink himself into oblivion, then so be it. A pleased smile broke over Clyde's lips.
That's my girl.
Ramsey's eyebrows shot up.
Do you think that's wise?
Hartley pushed out a hard chuckle.
What other choice do I have? I can't just leave him here like this.
Ramsey nodded, his jaw hard and contemplative. He reached in his back pocket and pulled out his wallet.
Here's $200.
He thrust the money at Clyde, who greedily took it.
I can't let you do that,
Hartley countered, but Ramsey brushed her objection away with a wave of his hand.
You stay here,
he said to Clyde in a voice so authoritative that Clyde nodded meekly in the affirmative.
When Hartley and I get into the house, we'll call you a cab.
Clyde was clutching the money like it was his lifeline. Hartley's entire body was starting to ache, but her heart felt numb. She went to the keypad and punched in the code to open the gate. Ramsey stepped close to her and placed his arm around her shoulders. They went through the open gate. The last thing Hartley saw before it closed was Clyde ambling over to the curb, where he plopped down to wait for a cab. Chapter 4.
Look, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but it's not necessary,
Hartley said gruffly as she lifted the glass of water to her lips and took a long drink. Ramsey might have believed her had he not seen the slight trembling of her hand. Hartley was tough as nails on the outside, but inside she was vulnerable and hurting. One thing Ramsey had never been able to resist was a damsel in distress, and Hartley was certainly that. He got the distinct impression that she needed him. It had cut at him to see the despair on Hartley's face when she interacted with her dad. Ramsey couldn't imagine what it must be like to have an alcoholic father. No doubt Hartley had suffered much physical and emotional abuse in her lifetime. When she drained the water, she placed the empty glass in the sink. She folded her arms over her chest and rested her back against the counter. Ramsey pulled out a stool and sat down at the island. A wan smile flitted over Hartley's lips.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting evening,
she drawled as she forced a laugh.
I'm afraid you got more than you bargained for.
I don't know about that, he said easily.
I bargained for a lot.
He was attempting to lighten the mood, but his statement fell stale as Hartley let out a breath, her shoulders drooping.
Should we call you a cab?
She glanced at the clock on the microwave.
It's getting late. I need to get some rest.
She rubbed her arms. Ramsey could tell she was drawing into herself and attempting to push him away. Ramsey wasn't going to let that happen. He motioned to the stool beside him.
Why don't you come and sit down? We need to get some ice on that eye.
It was turning purple around the edges and the swelling was increasing. He glanced around the modern kitchen, which looked sterile, as if Hartley never cooked. She pushed her hair from her face with a rake of her fingers. Ramsey could tell that she was trying to decide if she wanted to let him stay a little longer.
Okay, she relented. But first, I need to get out of these.
She bent down and slipped off her stilettos. Leaving them on the floor where they landed, she padded over to the stool. Ramsey got up and went to the freezer. He opened the door and began rummaging through the items. He selected a bag of peas.
Here,
he said as he went back to her and pressed it gently against her eye.
That hurts.
She winced.
Yeah, but it'll help.
Before his mind even realized what he was doing, his hand went up to stroke her hair. The color was so vibrant, a mix of copper and fire engine red.
Tell me about your family,
he implored, eager to learn everything about her. She pushed out a brittle laugh.
You saw the worst of it tonight. Tell me about your mom and siblings.
He'd been super impressed to hear that Hartley had paid for her mother's house. He was fast realizing that Hartley had many layers. She'd brought herself up from nothing, having every reason to fail, and yet she'd made a success out of herself. But the path hadn't been easy. Ramsey knew all about Hartley's alcoholism, how she'd been in and out of rehab numerous times before finally getting clean. Seeing her dad tonight had made him understand more why she'd become an alcoholic.
"What do you want to know? You bought your mother a house?"
She sighed. "My mother has multiple sclerosis. In her early years, she did a pretty good job of managing the disease. She worked as a nurse at the hospital. Now, however, the symptoms are worse. She has to have continual care."
"The medical bills were stacking up."
She shrugged. "I figured it was the least I could do."
"I'm so sorry,"
he uttered. Ramsey didn't know why some people seemed to have more trials than others.
"Where does your mother live?"
"Stevenson, Alabama, a small town a couple of hours from here."
"Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with Stevenson. It's near the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville."
"Yep."
"I went there with a school group when I was a kid."
His mind sifted through other bits of Clyde and Hartley's conversation.
"So, who are Savannah and Miles? Your dad said you gave them money."
A ghost of a smile passed over her lips. "You don't miss a thing, do you?" He tapped his temple as he grinned.
"I get paid to be thorough."
"Savannah's my sister. Miles is her husband." He thought she might elaborate. When she didn't, he pedaled his hand.
"And?"
She chuckled. "What is this, an interrogation?"
"No, that's not what this is. I just want to know more about you."
"Savannah teaches 3rd grade. Her husband, Miles, worked in a machine shop. He got laid off a few months ago. I pitched in to help."
"Who's Bo?"
"My older brother."
"What does he do?"
"He's an engineer. He and his wife have 2 girls. They live in Chattanooga, Tennessee."
"You paid for Bo's college? That's commendable."
"Now you're making me out to be a saint," she said dryly.
"Actually, I'm only repeating what your dad said."
"I suppose you are," she sighed. "Yes, I paid for Bo's college. I figured it was the least I could do, considering all the trauma I put everyone through during my crazy, mixed-up years." She gave him a perceptive look. "I'm sure you already know all about the alcohol and rehab." He nodded.
"Most of what I know is from Cash."
The edges of her mouth tightened. "I'm not proud of my past. I know I hurt Cash." Silence settled between them. "I'm glad Cash has Ava now," Hartley continued. A smile touched her lips. "It eases my conscience to see him so happy." She made a face. "Can I take this bag off my eye now?"
"No, it needs to stay on a little longer."
"Seriously?" she groaned. He grinned.
"Be patient."
"Patience isn't one of my finer qualities," she retorted.
"I noticed that,"
he teased. She guffawed before swatting him on the arm. "Maybe you should put this bag on your cheek. I'm sure it's sore."
"I'll be all right,"
Ramsey said offhandedly. He'd had much worse. "Okay, Superman, you've given me the 3rd degree. Now it's my turn."
"Nope, we're not done with you yet."
She laughed. "Is that right?"
"Yep,"
he quipped. "Fine," she huffed, but he could tell that she was more amused than put out. "What else do you want to know?" His stomach tightened. This could either go really well or really badly.
"You went to the anniversary celebration with Blake Owens because of a publicity thing."
"Yeah," she said warily.
"Are you involved with anyone?"
A giggle sounded in her throat. "Do the 2 of us count?" Heat splashed his face.
"I'm not sure how to answer that."
She sighed. "No, I'm not involved with anyone." It was crazy how quickly the relief spilled over him. "What about you? Are you involved with anyone?" He traced the lines of her slender arm and milky shoulders, wondering how such a beautiful woman could exude so much inner strength. He felt like they were leaving the safe zone and crossing into uncharted territory. "Not yet," he answered softly. He felt the blood quickening through his veins, had to fight the urge to pull her into his arms and kiss her long and hard, holding nothing back. Their kiss earlier had been spectacular, but it had gotten cut way too short by that bozo Blake Owens. She lowered the bag of peas, her piercing eyes searching his. "You said you could never get involved with anyone who'd had a past relationship with one of your brothers. What about Cash?" He clenched his jaw. "I'm not sure." It was the most honest answer he could give her. Disappointment flicked over her expression as she looked down. He placed a hand over hers, electricity darting warmth through his skin. "I guess we'll just have to take it one step at a time." She raised her head. "I'd like that." An impish grin tugged at her lips. "Should we start with that cup of coffee?" "Nah, coffee's for wimps." She laughed in surprise. "Is that right?" The energy building between them was nearly palpable. "Dinner, tomorrow night." Her eyes zinged with pleasure. "Way to step up to the plate," she teased. A grin played on his lips. "I figure it's better to assert my manhood now rather than later." She laughed. "Okay, I'll go." An instant later, concern touched her features. "But be warned, I don't have the greatest history with relationships." He chuckled dryly. "Me neither." She arched an eyebrow. "Care to elaborate on that, Superman?" He sucked in a quick breath as he collected his thoughts. "Let's just say that my career isn't conducive for family life." "No," she drawled in mock astonishment. "Your career? I never would have guessed that." "For some strange reason, most women want to know that their significant other will come home at night in one piece." He watched her expression carefully to see how she would handle that comment. She looked thoughtful. "Well, touring the world puts me in the same boat, so I guess we're even." "At least you don't have people trying to kill you." "Not today," she countered in amusement. "But I did have someone try and frame me for murder." He grimaced. "Yeah, and Paulette almost got away with it, thanks to me. I'm so sorry I accused you of those things." "It's okay," she said, and he could tell that she meant it. She tipped her head, studying him. "You know what I think?" "What?" he asked automatically. "It's time to put the past behind us and move forward with a clean slate. What you say, Superman? Are you game?" A corner of his lip turned up. "I'm game." Time slowed. Ramsey felt like he was seeing into her soul. She'd been hurt so many times before. He wanted to show her that it could be different. Maybe two wounded people could come together and make a whole. At the very least, they understood one another. Her expression was a mixture of trepidation and hope. "I guess we can't say that we haven't been warned." "I guess so." Ramsey had a startling realization. Somewhere between the cab ride and now, he'd become invested in Hartley. Maybe it was seeing her interaction with her dad or learning that she was a good person who'd gone to great lengths to help her family. Maybe it was the incredible attraction he felt towards her, or the way hope peeked beneath that mask of tough indifference that she was so good at showing to the world. At any rate, Ramsey knew that he couldn't turn away from Hartley if he tried. He was in this for the long haul. He only hoped Cash would understand. Chapter 5. The buzzing of his phone dragged Ramsey out of his sleep. With a groan, he rolled over and reached for it, rubbing a hand over his face. He'd not gotten home from Hartley's house until after 2 a.m. The two of them had talked until their tongues wagged dry. Then they shared one doozy of a goodnight kiss that got Ramsey's blood pumping faster just thinking about it. He looked at his phone. It was 8 o'clock, but it felt more like 5 a.m. He touched the screen to read the text. An image of him and Hartley flashed before his eyes. It was of them kissing at the anniversary celebration. Crap! He should have realized that would go public. The text had come from Cash. Underneath the image he wrote, "We need to talk." All sleepiness fled as Ramsey sat up in bed, his heart thudding out a heavy beat against his ribcage. He'd known he'd have to face the music sooner or later. Evidently it was going to be sooner rather than later. 40 minutes later, he rapped his knuckles against Cash's front door. At the same time he turned the door handle. It was unlocked. He stepped into the foyer. "Hey," he called. "It's me." He let himself in through the front gate by typing in the security code on the keypad. "In the kitchen," Cash answered loudly. Taking in a deep breath, Ramsey strode resolutely in that direction. He found Cash eating a bowl of cereal.
"Hey,"
Cash said as he pushed a box of Cheerios in Ramsey's direction.
"Grab a bowl." "No thanks, I'm not hungry."
How could he possibly eat when his stomach was tied in knots? Good gravy. As keyed up as Ramsey was, he might have been on a job, facing down a life-and-death situation. Cash shrugged.
"Suit yourself."
Ramsey tried to get a read on Cash's demeanor, but Cash was holding too good of a poker face. Guilt wrapped a tourniquet around Ramsey's chest as he pulled out a chair and folded down into it. He was 4 years older than Cash. It was his job to protect the interest of his younger brother. But he'd lost his head last night, and it had created a firestorm. Ramsey was supposed to be the controlled, collected one in the family. In his profession, staying alive was dependent on keeping a cool head and analyzing the situation with precision. What was it about Hartley that was making him so erratic? It was like she brought out some part of him that wanted to be let loose from all of the constraints. Last night when he was with Hartley, the two of them had connected on some deep personal level. Ramsey left her house feeling excited about what the future held. He'd gone to sleep thinking of her and their upcoming date. Heck, he was even seriously considering taking Cash up on his offer to head up his security team. Ramsey wanted to see where this thing with Hartley would go. It had been a long, long time since Ramsey had connected with anyone. He didn't mind that Hartley was scarred because he was too. Like her, he held the guilt of his past close. It was always there like a worn coat that he couldn't bring himself to part with. An image of Allison Post flashed through his mind. He saw the slow fade of her eyes as the life left her body, leaving the chilling doll-eyed vacancy. Since Allison's death, Ramsey had seen many other deaths during his tenure as a SEAL and now with his job at Sutton's private security group. However, Allison's death was the first. It was seared into the fibers of his being. Her death and Edison's subsequent imprisonment was what had prompted him to drop out of college and join the Navy. Hot prickles pinged Ramsey's body. Why was he thinking and dreaming of Allison? It had to be because the anniversary of her death was coming up next month. Even so, her death hadn't hit him this hard last year or the year before. The mind was a strange thing. Concern flickered in Cash's eyes.
"Are you okay?"
Ramsey pursed his lips together as he gave a curt nod.
"I'm okay,"
he said neutrally. Cash put down his spoon and sat back in his seat.
"You had quite the evening at the anniversary celebration."
Ramsey cleared his throat.
"About that, my behavior was inexcusable. I'm sorry."
He could see now that him and Hartley would never work. How could he expect Cash to be okay with his own brother dating the girl who'd broken his heart?
"You knocked Blake Owens out with one punch."
Regret pressed a hard stamp against Ramsey's chest.
"It was a mistake. I'm sorry for the crapload of trouble it'll cause you."
A smile tugged at Cash's lips.
"Are you kidding me? It was beautiful."
Ramsey flinched.
"Huh?"
Cash laughed.
"Blake Owens is dumber than dirt, and in the words of Daddy, meaner than a two-headed snake. He got exactly what he deserved."
Ramsey's jaw dropped a country mile.
"You mean you're not ticked at me for causing a scene at your party?" "It wasn't my party, it was the label's party. And yeah, I'm taking a little heat for it. Tandy Phillips has her panties in a wad, but she'll get over it. What's she gonna do, fire me and Ava? We're the top-performing artists at the label, and Hartley's a close second."
Ramsey detested himself right now.
"I shouldn't have lost my head,"
he muttered. Amusement lit Cash's eyes as he rubbed his chin.
"Yeah, that was interesting. Not your normal M.O."
He cocked his head.
"You know, come to think of it, I've only seen that happen one other time, in Ava's dressing room when you and Hartley were going at it."
A teasing light flicked in his eyes as his voice went musing.
"Let's see. If my memory serves me correctly, you had accused Hartley of killing Grace and breaking into Ava's hotel room." "Why does everyone keep bringing that up?"
he growled.
"I was just doing my job."
Cash shook his head, grinning.
"It's a good thing I intervened and broke you two apart. Otherwise, Hartley would have clawed your eyeballs out. He clucked his tongue. You know what they say about the wrath of a scorned woman. Let me tell you, bro, there are women, and then there's Hartley Raines. Trust me, you don't want to get on the bad side of that she-devil. I don't intend to get on any side of Hartley,
Ramsey said stiffly. He thought of her soft, insistent lips that had stoked a raging inferno through him. Ramsey had never felt such a strong, intoxicating attraction to a woman before.
From now on, I'll keep my distance from her.
The words settled around his heart like stone. Last night, he'd told himself that he couldn't turn away from Hartley if he tried. Now, the very next day, that's exactly what he was doing. She'd probably hate him for it. "Why in the heck would you do that?" Ava asked as she waltzed into the room. She stepped up to Cash and gave him a kiss on the mouth. "Morning, babe."
Morning,
Cash repeated as he gave her a once-over.
You look beautiful.
"Thank you," she chimed before turning her attention to Ramsey. "Hey there."
Hey,
Ramsey responded. Ava went to the cupboard to grab a bowl. Whenever Ava and Cash were in town, Ava stayed in the guest wing of Cash's house. At first, Ava had talked of getting her own apartment, but Cash wanted to keep her under his roof for safety reasons. Ever since Ava had gotten shot, Cash was paranoid about something happening to her. Ramsey knew all of this because Cash was often talking to him about the security of his tour members. Ramsey noted that Ava was no longer wearing the sling, and the mobility in her arm seemed good. Ava sat down next to Cash as she reached for the box of cereal and milk jug. "What did I miss?" She turned to Ramsey, her purple eyes dancing like pixies under the moonlight. "You were saying something about staying away from Hartley?"
Yeah, it's for the best,"
he said grimly. Ava cut her eyes at Cash. "Don't you have anything to say about this?" Cash chuckled.
Geez Louise, you're a demanding one.
She gave him an affectionate smile. "Yes, I am." Cash rolled his eyes.
Don't worry, I was gonna tell him. I was just enjoying watching him squirm.
Ramsey's brow creased.
What are you talking about?
Cash sighed.
I know you've got a thing for Hartley. I've known it for a long time. How?
Ramsey sputtered. His face went instantly hot, like he'd stepped next to a mega heater. "I told him," Ava sang as she dug into her cereal. She wore a self-satisfied expression.
How did you know? Ramsey made a face. I didn't even know until recently.
Ava gave him a smug look. "Because I'm a woman, that's why. I could tell there was something there when you guys were going at it that night in my dressing room. Cash and I have talked about it several times since then." Ramsey looked at Cash.
Are you okay with this?
Cash shrugged.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little peeved at first. Not because I still have any feelings for Hartley, he added quickly, his eyes darting to Ava. A look of understanding passed between them. Ramsey could see the love flowing out and wrapping them in a cozy cocoon. Cash turned his attention back to Ramsey. Hartley's a large part of my past, he continued, and it was strange at first to think of her with my brother. But who am I to stand in the way of true love? He fixed Ramsey with a look that was part mocking and part serious. Ramsey's eyes rounded as he held up a hand. Let's be clear here. No one said anything about love. Whatever this is with Hartley, well, it's in the early stages.
Ava's eyes flashed with laughter. "That's how it starts, right, babe?" She gave Cash a loving grin.
Yep, he chuckled. You're already a goner, bro. You just don't realize it yet.
"So," Ava asked, interest simmering in her eyes, "when are you and Hartley going out?" Ramsey couldn't believe he was getting the go-ahead to proceed. He wanted to jump up and punch a fist in the air.
Tonight.
"Where are you taking her?" Ava asked.
I'm not sure. Up until this minute, I thought I was going to have to put the kibosh on the situation.
He searched Cash's face.
Are you sure you're okay with this?
"I am," Cash answered. Ramsey looked at Ava.
Where do you think I should take Hartley?
She tipped her head. "Ooh," she bubbled. "What was the name of that new Argentine restaurant that just opened up?" She turned to Cash, catching hold of his arm. "Do you remember? Hartley and I were just talking about it. She said she'd love to try it out." Cash shrugged.
I have no idea what it's called.
Ramsey bit back a smile. Of course his brother would have no idea. He never paid attention to which restaurants were opening. Ava leaned back and fished her phone from her pocket. "I'll look it up."
"Have you given any more thought to my offer?" Cash asked. "I'd love to have you on board."
Ramsey began drumming his fingers on the table.
"Actually, I am considering it."
"That's fantastic," Ava beamed. "You'll get to see Hartley on a regular basis."
"Yeah,"
Ramsey said carefully. He gave Cash a meaningful look.
"I assure you that my relationship with Hartley won't interfere with my work."
Cash waved a hand.
"I'm not worried about that. You're the consummate professional."
He leaned forward.
"So, do we have a deal?"
Ramsey was 95% sure that he wanted to take the leap, but out of respect for Sutton, he wanted to talk to him first. Also, he wanted to get in touch with Corbin Spencer so he could see if Corbin was happy with his decision to head up his wife Delaney's security team.
"Can I give you my final answer in a couple of days?" "Sure,"
Cash answered. A taunting grin slid over Ramsey's lips.
"We haven't talked salary yet. You might not want me when I name my price."
Cash laughed.
"You may be right."
"The restaurant's called Braziano's," Ava announced. "I can make you a reservation with my phone. What time should I make it for?" Ramsey thought for a minute.
"Let's go with 7:30.
"Okay, it's done," Ava said a few minutes later. "I emailed you the reservation confirmation." Her smile went juicy. "You guys have fun tonight." She looked down at her screen as if scrolling through the latest updates. Ramsey was tempted to point out that her cereal was getting soggy, but Ava didn't seem to care. "Oh, no," she said a second later.
"What's wrong, babe?"
Cash asked with a note of concern. Her eyes turned to saucers as she held out her phone to Ramsey. "You, Hartley, and Blake Owens are all over the news." Ramsey's stomach tightened when he saw the image of him and Hartley kissing. He scrolled to the next one. It was of Blake Owens punching him.
"Lucky shot,"
he muttered. He felt a bit vindicated at the image where Blake was knocked out cold. The last one was of Ramsey and Hartley. His arm was around her, and she was shielding her face from the camera. He rubbed a hand over his forehead as he looked at Cash.
"You sure you want to bring me on board? You may not want the association with all of this negative publicity."
A low chuckle sounded in Cash's throat.
"A little late for that, bro. We've been associated since birth."
Heat seeped into Ramsey's face.
"You know what I mean. Being your brother is one thing. Hiring me is another. It's all good, bro. It'll blow over."
Cash grinned.
"Like I said, it was worth the hassle to see Blake Owens get his comeuppance."
"You're terrible," Ava said with an eye roll, but Ramsey could tell she was amused by Cash's comment. "You know, you might not want to go to a restaurant tonight after all," she grimaced. "The paparazzi can be brutal." She touched Cash's arm. "Remember how they hounded you after Grace Queenland died?"
"Oh, yeah. I also remember how they hounded me when you got shot."
Ava wrinkled her nose. "Thankfully, I had no idea what was going on while I was in the hospital."
"I guess I'll have to find out what Hartley wants to do,"
Ramsey said. He thought of something else.
"You know, I may have to take you up on your offer about the job. Sutton won't be too happy about me drawing so much attention to myself. It's kind of hard to fly under the radar when your face is plastered over the news."
His phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket. It was a text from Zoe. "What the heck, you and Hartley Raines? Does Cash know?" He flipped his screen around so that Cash could read it. A corner of Cash's lip lifted in a fun-loving smirk.
"Seems like you've got some explaining to do to the fam, bro." "Yep, I do. I'm sure Zoe won't be the only member of the fam I'll be hearing from today."
Cash made a face.
"Yeah, Hartley's not exactly Daddy's favorite person." "Aw, man, that's right,"
Ramsey lamented. Daddy thought Hartley was bad news as far as relationships went. He wouldn't be happy when he learned that another one of his sons was dating her.
"Maybe you could talk to Daddy. Put in a good word for me and Hartley."
Cash laughed.
"I love you, bro. As I said, you've got my blessing, but as far as Daddy goes, you're on your own." "Wish me luck,"
Ramsey said.
"Trust me, you'll need all the luck you can get,"
Cash quipped.
"I'm afraid you're right,"
Ramsey said dryly.
The good news is that Hartley and I aren't a couple. We're simply having dinner together." "Uh-huh," Cash said slyly. "You keep telling yourself that." He winked at Ava as the two of them laughed. Chapter 6. "Is that all you're going to eat?" Ramsey sat back in his seat and patted his stomach. "I couldn't eat another bite if I tried." "Well, I hate to see it go to waste," Hartley said as she speared the steak with her fork and placed it onto her plate. She reached for her knife and cut off a large section, plopping it into her mouth. That's good," she drawled. Hartley was model thin with a terrific figure. Ramsey was surprised by what a big appetite she had. "Do you have a hollow leg?" She laughed. "No, just a high metabolism. I have the opposite problem from most women. If I don't eat enough, I start looking like a skinny yard chicken." Laughter rose in his throat. "Yeah, I don't think there's any danger of that happening." Hartley's red locks were gleaming under the lights, like burnished copper. Her blue eyes had a lively zing, almost as though she'd somehow absorbed bits of the sun. She was the most vibrant, beautiful woman in the room. Ramsey couldn't take his eyes off her. He was looking forward to getting her alone so he could kiss her again. He looked at her wounded eye. It was still a bit puffy, but she'd covered up the bruising with makeup. Her face fell. "Are you saying I'm fat?" "No," he stammered quickly, then realized she was teasing him. A smile touched his lips. "Maybe you are a little fat. Fat with a capital PH." "Good one," she said appraisingly, as she took another bite of steak and washed it down with a swig of soda. It was satisfying watching how much Hartley was enjoying the steak. No wonder Cash had fallen so hard for her. It wasn't just her beauty that was captivating, but her zest and passion. Ramsey was coming to learn that Hartley had a wonderful knack for living fully in the moment and appreciating life's simple pleasures. Also, Hartley didn't meet a stranger. She'd struck up a conversation with their server and even agreed to take a selfie with the woman and several of the other servers. Hartley had made a joke about her swollen eye, telling them that it wasn't every day people got to take pictures with Hartley the Slugger. She had a wonderful way of putting people at ease, making them feel like she was their longtime friend. Due to the media frenzy, Ramsey had given Hartley the option of ordering takeout and staying in, but Hartley wouldn't have it, saying that she refused to be cowed by the paparazzi or any other reporter. She certainly had torque, enough for 10 people. When she'd eaten the last bite of the steak, Hartley sat back. "Now I'm full." A grin stole over his lips. "What?" Hartley asked. "I was just thinking of something my daddy says when he eats too much." "Let's hear it." "He'd say you're full as a tick." She grimaced. "That's gross." She looked thoughtful. "Your daddy's a good man." "Yes, he is." The irony of Hartley's statement wasn't lost on Ramsey. She was complimenting Daddy, but the pendulum didn't swing both ways. "Your daddy hates me." He blinked. "How do you do that?" "What?" "Read my thoughts so accurately." Her jaw grew slack as she began fingering her napkin. "See, I was right. He hates me." The hurt in her tone cut at Ramsey. She forced a smile. "It's okay. You don't have to deny it." She shrugged. "I don't blame Knox for feeling that way. I put Cash through the ringer." She paused. "I was a wreck back then. Cash tried every way he could to help, but I needed to fight the battle on my own." A question began gnawing away at Ramsey. Did he dare ask it? He'd never been one to beat around the bush. "You said that you realized you loved Cash as a brother." She nodded. "What made you come to that conclusion? Was there someone else?" Her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, you're direct." She spoke the words like it was a compliment. Her gaze met his. "To answer your question, yes and no. Yes, there was someone else who caught my attention, but the guy was oblivious to my infatuation." "Stupid, obtuse moron," Ramsey quipped, feeling a surge of jealousy for the unknown guy. She giggled. "Well said." "The guy would have to be blind not to notice you," he uttered. Color brushed her cheeks as a smile played on her lips. "Thanks," she said softly. Ramsey was thoroughly enjoying the surges of electricity pinging between them. I guess I should be thanking that guy that you had a thing for. Had he been smart enough to realize, we might not be sitting here tonight."
A strange expression crossed her features.
"What?"
"Oh, nothing," she said lightly with an enigmatic grin. He wished he could read her thoughts. She was like the Mona Lisa, pulling him in with her mystery. He picked up his glass and took a drink of his water with lemon.
"Speaking of Cash, I spoke to him today about us."
Hartley's eyes bugged the second before worry slipped in. "How did that go?"
"Surprisingly well."
He paused, liking that he was dangling the carrot a little, making Hartley wait for the rest. It was payback for her teasing him about being fat. "And?" she prompted with a hint of exasperation. He grinned.
"Oh, you want to know the rest?"
"It would be nice sometime in the next millennium," she said tartly.
"Cash is fine with the two of us dating."
Her voice lilted. "Really?"
"Yep."
A large grin spread over her face. "That's fantastic." Her eyes lit with a faint teasing. "You know what that means, don't you?"
"No, not exactly."
"You no longer have an excuse as to why you can't date me." Laughter rose in his throat.
"Trust me," he uttered. "I'm not looking for an excuse."
She blinked as her tough girl mask slipped. He caught a glimmer of what could only be described as genuine gladness. "That's good to know," she said quietly as their eyes caught. He felt her vulnerability. It called to him. This was more than a simple flirtation. The two of them had the capacity to build something deep and lasting. Their server approached the table. "Would y'all like to see the dessert menus?" It took Hartley less than a second to respond. "Sure." An amused grin stole over Ramsey's lips. "What?" Hartley asked as the server left to retrieve them.
"I thought you were full."
"There's always room for dessert," she said with a coy grin. His head swung back and forth.
"It's a good thing you have a fast metabolism."
"I heard that," she chuckled. "Otherwise I'd be as big as the side of a house." They decided to share a brownie sundae.
"Tell me more about Stevenson, where you grew up,"
Ramsey said as he dipped his spoon into the brownie and scooped out a section. It was warm and gooey deliciousness, heaven in every bite.
"What do you want to know? Did you always want to be a singer?"
"When I was really little, I thought I wanted to be a ballerina. Then when I was 7, I came across my mom's guitar in the closet. She showed me a few chords, and from that point on, I was hooked."
"Does anyone else in your family sing?"
"My mom does a little. She bought the guitar and took a few lessons, but never really did anything with it. She was too busy trying to put food on the table." A shadow crossed her features, making Ramsey wonder if she was thinking about her alcoholic dad. The investigator in Ramsey made him want to probe deeper, find out what had driven Hartley to drinking. He knew it had to do with the pressures of her career, but he wanted to get her take on it. Even so, he refrained from asking any questions that would put her on edge and tarnish the evening. She cocked her head. "What was the question?" "Oh, you were asking about Stevenson. It's a small town. There's an old train depot in the downtown area. Every summer the town holds a week-long Depot Day celebration. In fact, I've agreed to perform at the street dance next summer. It's the grand finale of the celebration."
"Do you keep in touch with any of your friends?"
"Oh, we're connected through social media. Every now and again one will send me a message. I still keep in touch with a few of my high school teachers." She sighed as she looked at the half-eaten brownie, topped with a mountain of ice cream and chocolate fudge. "Okay, I'm going to take one more bite, and then that's it for me." A wicked grin flitted over her lips as she scooped up the cherry from the top.
"Hey," Ramsey protested. "I was going to eat that."
"Too late," she chimed as she plopped it into her mouth. "Delish," she bragged.
"I see how you are. Now you owe me a cherry."
"I'll see if I can find a way to make it up to you." She winked, her voice filled with innuendo. Desire welted through him as his eyes went to her lips. They were soft and full, as juicy as plump strawberries. Hartley broke the connection by glancing to her side. Ramsey followed her trail of vision to a young couple sitting across the room. They were talking excitedly among themselves as if they'd just realized who Hartley was. Hartley graced them with a smile and a wave. They lit up and waved back exuberantly. Ramsey didn't know how Hartley did it. Act so poised and amenable all the time.
Does it bother you to constantly be in the limelight? I know Cash has had a hard time with it.
It bothered me in the beginning, but I'm used to it now. I figure it goes with the territory. I mean, I can't exactly hope and pray for success and then snub my nose at my fans. He appreciated Hartley's mention of prayer. Long ago, Ramsey had learned to live close to God. Prayer was a regular part of his life, and he attended church with his family whenever he was home and not gone on an assignment.
So are you a church-going person?
Amusement sparkled in her eyes, making them look like pools of pristine water kissed by golden sunlight. "Aha!" she snapped. "I wondered how long it would take for you to slip into detective mode." He rocked back, semi-insulted by her accusation.
"That's not what I was doing."
He tried so hard to keep himself in check. "Yes, it is," she countered with a mischievous grin. "Don't worry, Superman. I've seen you in action. I know what I'm getting into here." Initially, Hartley called him Superman as a jab, but now it was more of a term of endearment. It made him feel sort of invincible, which he rather liked. He pinned her with a look.
"What's that supposed to mean, that you know what you're getting into?"
She laughed gently. "It means that you don't have to beat around the bush. Ask me anything you want. And yes, I go to church." She tucked a loose curl behind her ear as she shifted in her seat and sat back. "For the record, religion has been an integral part of my life ever since I was in rehab." There was a slight tremble in her voice. "It's what got me through the rough spots."
"Me too,"
Ramsey agreed, touched by her words. He reached across the table and caught hold of her hand. A jolt pinged through him when their skin touched. It was astounding the effect Hartley had over him. "Excuse me," a woman said. "I'm sorry to interrupt. Could my husband and I take a selfie with you?" It was the man and woman who'd been gawking at Hartley from across the restaurant. Ramsey had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. He didn't like having to share Hartley with the rest of the restaurant. "Sure," Hartley said graciously. She arose from her seat and looked at Ramsey. "Would you mind taking our picture?" Ramsey stood. He could tell from the look on Hartley's face that she knew he was annoyed with the interruption. He snapped the picture, and then Hartley talked to her adoring fans for a few minutes before the couple moved on. "You'll get used to it," Hartley promised as she and Ramsey sat back down. Ramsey rubbed his neck.
"I suppose I'll have to, if this has any hope of working,"
he said, mostly to himself. "Are you giving up so soon?" Hartley chided in a blasé tone, but he saw the faint lines of tension around her eyes. It was gratifying to know that she wanted the two of them to work. Attraction buzzed between them, and Ramsey had the uncanny feeling that their souls were connecting. If his brothers could read his thoughts, they'd tease him mercilessly, accusing him of being a lovesick puppy. This morning, when Cash and Ava were so gooey sweet to each other, Ramsey had wanted to gag, thinking they were so over the top. Now, however, looking across the table and having the most beautiful, vivacious woman that he'd ever met share long, intimate looks with him, he suddenly didn't think romance was cheesy.
"I'm sorry," he amended. "As you can see, I'm not used to being in the public eye."
If only he were diplomatic like Cash, charming like Jackson and Noah, or witty like Mason. Ramsey was known for being on the dry, serious side. He was the guy to keep people safe, but not necessarily the one to carry on great dinner conversations. And he certainly wasn't the kind to chat with star-struck strangers. She motioned with her head. "Let's go back to my place for some alone time." Anticipation shot a thrill through him.
"Okay."
He looked around. "Where's our server?" He spotted her a couple tables over. He raised his hand.
"Ma'am, can we get our check?"
She nodded and smiled. "You bet. I'll bring it to you shortly." After Ramsey paid, he and Hartley arose from their seats. He stepped next to her and placed his hand on the small of her back as he navigated her through the restaurant. Her posture was erect, hair bouncing lightly on her shoulders. She smelled amazing. The faint vanilla scent stirred his senses, driving him to distraction. Hartley walked so fluidly on her heels that she might have been wearing tennis shoes. Her form-fitting dress molded well to her figure, the short length showcasing her toned legs. All eyes in the restaurant were fixed on Hartley. She bore the scrutiny like a pro, meeting eyes with people and flashing them a dazzling smile. She was a superstar to the core. When they stepped outside the restaurant, a flock of reporters descended upon them, snapping pictures. Anger stabbed a hot arrow through Ramsey as he scowled. He expected Hartley to try and escape from them and was prepared to help her make a run for it, but she stopped in her tracks instead. A large smile filled her face. "Hey, y'all," she said brightly. A man shoved a microphone in her face.
"Is that your new man, Hartley?" he taunted. "What does Blake Owens have to say about that?"
He turned to Ramsey, his lips curled into a smirk.
"Are you going to punch him out again like you did last night?"
The hair on the back of Ramsey's neck rose. His hands balled into fists. His first inclination was to simply punch the insolent reporter. Hartley must have read his thoughts, because she slid an arm around his waist and gave him a reassuring smile that said, "I've got this. If y'all step back and give us some space, I'll answer a few of your questions," she said smoothly, in a conversational tone like they were all good friends. Her statement had the magical effect of soothing the reporters, as they immediately did as she requested. Hartley fixed her attention on the man who'd been so snarky. "Blake started the fight last night when he punched me and attacked Ramsey. Ramsey was only defending himself." "So are we to understand that the two of you are officially together?" a woman asked as she looked back and forth between Hartley and Ramsey. Rather than answering the woman, Hartley stepped close to Ramsey and gave him a full kiss on the mouth. As always, her lips burned fire through him. She pulled back, a taunting smile on her lips. "Does that answer your question?" "Does your eye hurt?" a man asked. "It does," Hartley said frankly.
"Did you press charges against Blake Owens for assault?"
a male reporter asked. A practiced smile spread over Hartley's lips like jam over bread. "No, I didn't," she pursed her lips. "But maybe I should have."
"Tell us about your father,"
a man said from the back. Ramsey felt Hartley tense.
"Is he still drinking? He was jailed for disorderly conduct a couple weeks ago. The record shows that you bailed him out."
"That's all the questions for tonight," Hartley said lightly. Ramsey slid his arm around her shoulders. He could tell that Hartley's mask of congeniality was starting to crack around the edges.
"How does Cash Romeo feel about you dating his ex-girlfriend?" a man asked.
"My brother and I are on excellent terms,"
Ramsey stated firmly, looking straight at the man in a direct challenge.
"You heard Miss Raines," he said brusquely. "That's all for tonight."
This scene was one that Ramsey knew well. He slipped into protective mode as he stepped forward, bringing Hartley with him. The reporters had no other choice but to step back as he pushed through them. They hurried to the parking lot to get to Ramsey's car.
"Thank you,"
Hartley breathed. She offered a strained smile. "I thought I was doing okay until they got to the part about my dad." He ground his teeth.
"Blood-sucking sharks is what they are. I should have decked all the guys in the bunch,"
he muttered. She laughed. "You know, I believe you would have."
"Dang straight," he muttered.
"I'm glad that you're in my corner," she said, her voice ringing with sincerity. He pulled her closer.
"So am I."
Right then and there, he made his final decision. He was leaving his other job and going on tour with Cash, Ava, and Hartley. Chapter 7. "I just got off the phone with Blake's manager. They're claiming that Blake's jaw was dislocated. They're threatening to sue Ramsey Romeo." "What? Are you kidding me? The nerve!" Hartley fumed as she paced back and forth across the stage, her cell phone pressed tightly to her ear. She glanced at her band members, who quickly averted their gazes. Hartley could tell they were listening to her conversation. Good. Hartley hoped the entire world heard her. She raised her voice, her words shooting out like darts. "Judith, that's about the dumbest thing I've ever heard." "Calm down," her publicist urged. "I'm not the enemy here. It's my job to relay all of the information, which is what I'm doing." Hartley balled her fist as she growled. "You're the one who encouraged me to take Blake Owens to the label's anniversary celebration as my date." Judith pushed out a loud sigh. I was trying to help you, she chuckled dryly. I didn't realize you were going to grab some other guy and start locking lips with him. Blood rushed to Hartley's face, making her feel like her cheeks were on fire. What I do with my personal life is my business, she hissed. You're a public figure, like it or not, Judith snipped. What you do is everybody's business. You've created a mess here, and we need to clean it up. My job is to do that as efficiently as possible. Hartley couldn't believe what she was hearing. A hysterical laugh riddled her throat. I've created the mess? Blake punched me in the eye, and then he attacked Ramsey. This is all his fault, she spat. You need to calm down. For what it's worth, I don't think a lawsuit would hold up in court, but it'll still make your life and Ramsey Romeo's difficult, which I'm sure is Blake's intention. The next time I see Blake Owens, I'm gonna jerk that man bald, Hartley screamed. Judith cut into Hartley's tirade. There might be an easy way out of this. I'm all ears, she huffed. For all her bravado, an icy fear was slithering down Hartley's spine. She didn't want to cause Ramsey any trouble. He wasn't used to being in the spotlight. Maybe he'd get sick of Hartley's lifestyle and bail on their relationship. Even before Judith's call, Hartley had felt a sense of impending doom. She'd tried to talk the unease away by telling herself that it was probably just because she was scared. The past few days she'd spent with Ramsey had been pure bliss. She didn't want anything to mess that up. The day after they went to Braziano's, they'd gone for a long drive together. The air had been crisp, the leaves popping with fall colors. Conversation had flowed easily between them, almost as though they'd been together forever. Ramsey talked of what it was like to be a SEAL, and then an elite member of a private security group. Ramsey was as passionate about his career as she was about hers. He tried to play down his work, but Hartley could tell that he'd saved a lot of people. The most recent had been through a hostage negotiation, where Ramsey saved a teenage girl who'd been kidnapped for ransom because her father was head of a global bank. If Ramsey could handle kidnappers, surely he could handle the likes of Blake Owens. What do you think? Should I tell them you'll do it? Judith asked. Do what? Hartley asked dubiously, orienting her mind back to the conversation. Judith sighed. They're offering you a deal. A deal? Hartley grunted as she shook her head, marching several steps forward before spinning around and marching several steps back. This is insane. If you'll make a public appearance with Blake, this will all go away. Think about it, Hartley. It's one appearance in a public place. The two of you smile for the cameras and act civil. Then presto, the problem is solved. Don't you see what's happening here? Blake is going on the offensive because I went on the record with those reporters outside Braziano's restaurant the other night. Blake's public image is getting smashed to smithereens because he hit a woman. It gave her a sense of satisfaction to know that Blake Owens was getting what he deserved. I'm sure you're right. Hartley rushed on. I can tell you right now, I have no intention of going anywhere with that snake in the grass. She clenched her teeth. You tell Blake's manager that if he dares to bring a suit against Ramsey, then I'll file a suit against Blake. Believe me when I say that Blake Owens doesn't want to tangle with me. People don't take kindly to men beating up on women. No, they don't, Judith uttered with gusto. She paused. Let's talk about Ramsey, Romeo. What about him? Hartley fired back. Are y'all a couple? We haven't made it official, but we're dating. Her spirits lifted a smidgen as she thought of Ramsey and his arresting gray eyes, lean, strong jaw, stylish haircut that was longer on top, giving him a sexy, tousled look. He looked more GQ than former Navy SEAL, and yet Ramsey was tough as nails through and through, although he definitely had a tender side. Warmth flowed through her as she thought of the amazing kisses they'd shared. She had concerts tomorrow night and Saturday. Come Sunday, she was hopping a plane back to Nashville to see Ramsey. Normally, Hartley lived for concerts, but this time she couldn't wait to get through the next couple of days so she could get back to Ramsey.
Is Cash okay with you dating his brother?"
She laughed. "Actually, he is."
"That's a relief. I'd hate to have to put out that fire."
"There's no fire to put out," Hartley asserted.
"Good to know."
Hartley heard papers rustling and figured Judith was at her desk.
"All right, that's all I have for now. I'll relay your response to Blake Owen's manager,"
Judith said crisply.
"I'll let you know what he says."
Her voice trailed off.
"That is, if you're sure you don't want to take the deal."
"I'm sure," she retorted. "Oh, one more thing. While you're at it, would you tell Blake's manager to make Blake stop calling? He's left me half a dozen messages asking me to call him."
"Maybe you should call him. It would be great if y'all could work this out amicably. It would certainly make my job a lot easier,"
she mumbled. Hartley scrunched her brows. "I'm not going to call that idiot. He can jump off a cliff for all I care." Judith chuckled.
"I hear you. Talk to you later. Bye,"
she said as she ended the call. Hartley looked around at her crew. "Okay, people, show's over. Time to get back to work." "Actually, it's lunchtime," her band leader Sam countered. "People gotta eat, boss," he said with a grin. She waved a hand. "All right, go on." She looked at her phone. It was a little after 12. "Let's meet back at 1:30. "Wow, you're giving us extra time today," Sam said. "That's mighty kind of you." She wrinkled her nose. "I figured it was the least I could do since y'all had to listen to my rant." Barb, one of the backup singers, piped in. "Honey, I don't blame you one bit for being ticked." Her finger wagged saucily as she spoke. "If a man hit me, I'd knock that fool into next week." "Amen, sister," Gina, the other backup singer, boomed. A smile played over Hartley's lips. "Thanks, y'all." She appreciated the loyalty and support she received from her band members. They'd all been together a long time, sharing the ups and downs of the industry. Hartley's stomach rumbled as she touched it. The container of yogurt that she'd scarfed down at the hotel this morning was long since gone. As her band members filed off the stage, Hartley glanced around, looking for her assistant, Chantel. Cash was good about getting a catering company to provide meals for the staff on both days and nights of concerts. However, everyone was on their own the rest of the time. Chantel normally ordered takeout for her and Hartley. She was about to call Chantel when Ava came strolling up wearing a large smile. "Hey, you," Ava said cheerily. "Just the person I was looking for." "Hey," Hartley responded. When Hartley first met Ava, she never would have thought they'd become close friends. It was nice having a friend on tour. "What are you doing for lunch?" Ava asked. "I was just looking for Chantel. Have you seen her?" "I was going to get her to order something." Ava raised her eyebrows. "I have a better idea. Why don't you have lunch with me and Cash?" The last thing Hartley wanted was to tag along with the two lovebirds. "Thanks," she said lightly. "But you know what they say. Two's company and three's a crowd." "Aw, come on," Ava urged. "I want to hear all about you and Ramsey." Her violet eyes sparkled with interest. Hartley laughed. "I'm sure Cash would beg to differ." It was noble of Cash to tell Ramsey that he was okay with the two of them being together, but still the situation was awkward. Hartley figured it was more so for Cash than her. As she told Ramsey, she loved Cash like a brother. "You're probably right." Ava chuckled. She caught hold of Hartley's arm. "Come on, I can't stand the thought of you eating lunch by yourself." "I wouldn't be," Hartley countered. "Chantel eats with me." Ava rolled her eyes. "Quit arguing and come on. I want to show you something before we head out." "Okay," Hartley said warily. "Should I be worried?" she teased. Again apprehension churned in her gut. She pushed it away, willing herself to think positively. Ava tipped her head thoughtfully. "I don't think so." Laughter bubbled in Hartley's throat. "Well, that doesn't sound very encouraging." She allowed Ava to lead her off the stage. "How's the eye?" Ava asked. Hartley touched it lightly. "Getting better every day. Do you think the fans will notice?" "Nah, I'm sure the makeup techs can cover it up." "I hope so. Where are we headed?" Hartley asked. "To my dressing room." "Okay." "Here we are," Ava sang several minutes later, her voice brimming with excitement. "Are you ready?" "I guess so." Hartley had no idea what this was about. Ava flung open the door and gestured grandly. Ta-da! Hartley stepped into the room. She spotted Cash lounging on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table. Then she saw who was sitting across from him. She blinked, then blinked again. "Ramsey?" she exclaimed, her heart bursting with excitement. A large smile lit Ramsey's handsome face as he rose to his feet.
Hey.
A lock of hair slipped over one eye as he pushed it back with a fluid, unconscious gesture. In retrospect, Hartley probably should have shown a little more decorum, but her enthusiasm overtook her. Letting out a squeal, she crossed the distance with a few quick steps and flung her arms around him. She pressed her lips to his and felt his momentary surprise before his mouth moved against hers, igniting a spark that sizzled heat through Hartley's veins. She tasted mint on his breath. He smelled good, a fresh, clean, manly scent with a hint of musk. She would have liked to have lengthened the kiss, giving herself fully to the heady desire Ramsey evoked. However, realizing they had an audience, she reluctantly pulled back and released him. "What are you doing here?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as a boyish grin pulled at his lips.
"I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first?"
Hartley's stomach clutched.
"Let's hear the bad news first."
She braced herself for whatever he was about to say. Ramsey placed his hands in his pockets and rocked forward on the balls of his feet.
"The bad news is that you're going to be seeing a lot more of me."
Hope sprang in her breast as a relieved smile spread over her lips. Maybe her senses were off. Good things could happen to her, couldn't they? Cash and Ava had found one another. Maybe there was hope for her and Ramsey. Hartley couldn't believe that Ramsey had come here to see her. If only he knew how much of a crush she'd had on him over the years, he'd probably tease her relentlessly. "That's the bad news?"
"Yep,"
Ramsey grinned. Her eyebrow lifted. "I suppose I can live with that," she said casually. "What's the good news?" Ramsey glanced at Cash and then back at Hartley.
"You're looking at the new head of security for the tour."
Hartley's jaw hit the ground. "Are you serious?" All of her fears fell away in an instant. Her heart felt so light that she thought it might sprout wings and fly. Laughter gurgled in her throat.
"Yep,"
Ramsey answered. He gave her a searching look, his eyes holding a serious expression.
"Are you okay with that?"
He shifted his feet.
"I mean, now that we're
dating," she finished for him. As forthright as Ramsey was, he was a bit shy about their relationship. It was so endearing to watch him flounder a bit. That meant that he was genuine. Many of the guys Hartley had dated were so polished that they were fake. He nodded.
"Yeah,"
he said as he rubbed a hand across his neck. "I think it's fantastic," Hartley said. "So do we," Ava added with a bright smile. She'd gone and sat down next to Cash, cuddling up against him. Hartley's head was spinning. She turned to Ramsey. "When do you start?"
"Today."
Happiness bubbled in her chest as she laughed. "I'm thrilled." She felt like she was being given a new lease on life. Maybe that's why Hartley was so paranoid about something bad happening, because everything was working out. Her career was on the upswing. Ramsey was in her life. The two of them would be touring together. Of course, they still had to figure out how to navigate the problem with Blake Owens, but together they could do it. Hartley was excited to see where the road would take them. "Welcome to the tour, Superman," she uttered softly as the two shared a long, intimate smile. Chapter 8. "Don't judge," Hartley said as she reached for another slice of pepperoni pizza and took a large bite. She said a minute later. "Nothing like Chicago-style pizza." Ramsey grinned.
"No judgment here. My hat's off to anyone who can polish off 5 slices of pizza and still look like you."
He made a point of running his eyes over her from head to toe. She was dressed in a sky-blue knit shirt and jeans. Both items of clothing formed extremely well to her willowy figure. Her face turned as red as her hair as she giggled with delight. "Thank you," she sang. She placed her pizza slice on the plate and wiped her fingers on her napkin before reaching for her soda and taking a long drink. The two of them were in Hartley's hotel suite. Rather than going out for dinner, they decided to order in and watch a movie. Ramsey had spent the bulk of the day meeting with Cash and Howie, Cash's manager, getting up to speed on all of his responsibilities. Tomorrow morning, Ramsey would meet with his team, many of which he already knew from his previous stint on Cash's tour. Cash had given Ramsey full control over his team, which was reassuring. Hartley sat back in her seat and gave him a speculative look. "How are you doing?" "Great," he said automatically. "Are you okay giving up your other job? Hearing you talk on our drive, I could tell how invested in it you were." "That's true. I'll miss the excitement of it." She thrust her lips out in a mock pout. "You don't think it'll be exciting touring with me?" she purred in a sultry tone. A grin pulled the corners of his mouth. "Careful, or I'll have to kiss that smirk right off your lips." Hartley was the most intoxicating woman he'd ever been around, as lethal as 10 Pied Pipers rolled into one. He'd follow this woman to the edge of the earth and back, just to have her keep looking at him like he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. She leaned forward, a wicked glint in her sapphire eyes. "All right, pretty boy, better not let that mouth of yours make promises you don't intend to keep." "I'd never do that," he drawled, savoring the sparks flying between them. He cocked his head. "You know, my mama warned me about girls like you," he quipped. Her jaw dropped, and he could tell she was genuinely offended. "What's that supposed to mean?" Oops, he'd stepped in it now. He'd gotten too comfortable, and it was coming back to bite him. Yeah, he'd never been great at polite conversation. It was amazing how fast tension had settled into the air. He looked her in the eye, figuring it was best to tackle this one head on. "You're all spit and vinegar on the outside, using your sex appeal as a weapon." "Is that right?" Her blue eyes flashed with lightning bolts aimed straight at him. An appeasing smile moved over his lips. "Before you claw my eyeballs out, hear me out." She harumphed as she sat back in her seat and folded her arms over her chest. She raised an eyebrow. "I'm all ears." "You put up a tough front, but on the inside you're a genuinely good person." She blinked, her eyes going moist. "I don't know about that." She pushed out a self-deprecating chuckle as she looked away. "I do." "What makes you so sure?" she challenged. "I could say it's because you help your family." "Well, that goes without saying," she blustered. "Everyone helps their family." "No, not everyone. I also know about your donations to the women's shelter on 4th Avenue South, downtown Nashville, and how every summer you volunteer at an outreach program for youth, teaching voice and guitar lessons." Her eyes flew open wide. "Have you been checking up on me?" "I've done my homework. Investigation is my thing, remember?" "Some people might call that stalking," she snipped. "Nah." A smile quivered on his lips. "Truth be known, Ava told me about your volunteer work." She rolled her eyes. "Seriously," she huffed, "the only reason I even told Ava about those things is because I was hoping she might join me. I didn't expect her to rat me out." She pushed a hand through her hair before pursing her lips together in exasperation. "You just wait till I have a talk with that girl." Ramsey continued. "Even if Ava hadn't told me those things, I would have seen the real you. I know you, Hartley Raines. The two of us are just alike in so many ways. That's why we find each other so irresistible." Amusement sparked in her eyes. "I never said I found you irresistible," she retorted. "You didn't have to," he uttered, ripples of desire stirring inside him. A sly smile traveled over her lips. "For the record, it's nice to know you find me irresistible." She batted her eyelashes, putting on her best doe-eyed expression. A low chuckle moved through his throat. "Well, I did, until that." "Hey," she protested. A second later, she tipped her head. "Uh-oh," he joked. "I recognize that look. What deviant plan do you have circling around in that curly head of yours?" "All right, wise guy, Here's how this is going to go. For the rest of the night, you and I are going to have some serious, in-depth conversation." She held up a warning finger. "There will be zero kissing or any other form of physical contact until I'm sure that we've thoroughly satisfied our intellectual and emotional needs." Laughter burst from his throat. "What?" She gave him a steely look. "I'm serious. You and I are going to make sure this relationship is built on a stable foundation." A crooked grin tipped her lips. "Not just heat." "Speaking of heat," he pointed to the slice of pizza on her plate, "you'd better finish that before it gets stone cold." She pushed the plate away. "Nah, I'm no longer hungry." She shifted in her seat, her jaw working like she was collecting her thoughts. "Crap, I've started something now. Maybe we should just go back to the kissing," he teased as he held out his arms. "Come here, darling, and I'll lay a kiss on you that'll curl your toenails." He went into his cowboy drawl. "Sugar, you and me will suck face until the rooster crows." She giggled. "I don't think so." She paused, giving him a determined look. "Okay, I'll start. Back to the question I asked you earlier. Are you okay with giving up your other job to come on tour?" He caught her eyes. "The tour does have its benefits." He liked how color seeped into her cheeks. She remained silent, waiting for him to elaborate. He could tell that she was serious about the Q&A session. He pulled in a breath. "All joking aside, it's a big leap for me to move into another phase of my career." He paused. "But it was time. I'm ready for some stability." She arched an eyebrow. "And you consider traveling the world stability?" He didn't skip a beat. "If it's with you and cash, yes." He could tell from her expression she was touched by his words. "My former boss is a class act. He was super understanding, even to the point of allowing me access to any of his resources that I might need in the future. I'm sure that speaks to your upstanding work ethic." "Nah," he said playfully. "Just my good looks." She laughed. "If the shoe fits," she said appraisingly. "How did you end up becoming a Navy SEAL?" "Wow, we are diving deep." "That's the plan." He fingered the napkin resting beside his plate. An unbidden image of a lifeless Allison flashed through his mind, his insides drawing up 2 sizes too tight. "Have you figured it out yet?" "Huh?" Her eyes simmered with perceptiveness. "How much of your past you're going to actually tell me?" He coughed, nearly choking on his own saliva. "What?" "Don't try to deny it. We're too much alike, remember?" He took in a deep breath, feeling the levity of the evening give way to a stony seriousness. "Okay." His eyes flicked to hers. "You sure you're ready for the pure, unvarnished truth?" She leaned forward, her jaw tightening. "Absolutely." "It all started with my college roommate, Edison Duffy." A brittle laugh moved through his throat. "I often think about that day and how everything changed so fast. I was so worried about my exams, so sure of what my future would hold." He paused. "And then everything blew up in my face." The words came surprisingly easy as Ramsey told Hartley about Allison's kidnapping and his and Edison's visit to Jefferson and Bitsy Post's mansion. Hartley interrupted him. "Are you talking about Senator Jefferson Post?" "Yeah." "Wow," she uttered. "Okay, continue." He told her about following Edison to the cabin in the woods, how he'd gone into the house, how he realized that he'd been betrayed by those he thought were his best friends. Sweet, innocent Allison masterminded the whole plan. She was going to shoot me. He related how he and Edison fought for the gun. "It went off," he said quietly. "Allison got shot." He looked across the table at Hartley's stricken expression. It was a piercing reminder of how harrowing the experience had been. Ramsey had been so naive back then, completely unaccustomed to the malice and craftiness that humans were capable of. "I called 911, he offered a melancholy smile. "But Allison died before the ambulance arrived. Edison got sent to prison, voluntary manslaughter. Jefferson and Bitsy Post went on with their lives.
I couldn't handle being in school anymore, so I joined the Navy, where I eventually became a SEAL. He shrugged. The rest is history.
Compassion rippled in Hartley's eyes. It wasn't your fault that Allison died, she said fiercely. He exhaled a long breath.
Yeah, I know that. Here.
He tapped his temple. His hand went over his chest.
But here?
His voice trailed off, melancholy wrapping him in a tight hold. I understand, she said quietly. The haunted look on her beautiful face gave him the impression she was talking more about herself than him. Before he could probe her about it, she turned the conversation back to him. Is Edison still in prison?
He was released a year ago. He's working at a pawn shop in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Apprehension tightened the muscles around her mouth. Do you ever worry that Edison will try and get revenge? An icy shiver ran down Ramsey's spine.
Yeah, that's always a concern.
He thought of all the nightmares he'd been having, reliving the harrowing incident of Allison's death over and over. He kept seeing the hatred on Edison's face, kept hearing the echoes of Edison's words. You'll pay. I don't care how long it takes. You'll pay. What was his mind trying to tell him?
Sutton, my former boss, has assigned one of his contacts to keep an eye on Edison. That gives me a measure of comfort.
She frowned. That's very generous. Are you sure Sutton will keep that up?
Money's no object for Sutton. He's a billionaire philanthropist. He assured me that he'll keep tabs on Edison as long as it's necessary. Sutton's word is his bond.
That's a relief, she sighed.
Yes.
He forced a smile.
See, there's nothing to worry about.
Even as he spoke the words, a feeling of gloom struck his heart. Where had that come from? Concern darkened her features. In your line of work, you must have lots of enemies.
Yes,
he admitted. Too many to count. She rubbed her arms like she was warding off a shiver. I guess that's another good reason for you to switch careers. Her voice sounded small. He inwardly cringed at her worried expression, wanting to somehow ease her fears and lighten the mood. He forced a chuckle.
Yes, it is. Now, all I have to worry about is keeping a certain fiery redhead safe from idiot fellow singers who want to play the big man on campus.
Irritation boiled hot inside him.
If I'd have been on my game, you wouldn't have gotten punched by Blake Owens.
A smile touched her lips. We'll chalk that one up to you being heavily distracted. He laughed.
Some fireball had me in a lip lock.
She tisked her lips. Poor baby. You were taken advantage of by some spittin' vinegar bad girl, the one your mama warned you to stay away from. The edge in her tone let him know that she wouldn't let him forget his remark any time soon.
Hartley, about what I said earlier.
She waved a hand. My brand depends on portraying a certain image. People like the spittin' vinegar. If I were your mama, I probably wouldn't like me either.
The real you, my mama will love,
he said firmly, holding her eyes. Thanks, she uttered with a soft smile. A second later, she straightened her shoulders. While we're having our open discussion, I need to tell you everything that's going on with Blake Owens. Ramsey tensed.
What's up?
I got a call from my publicist today, Hartley began. The more Hartley talked, the madder Ramsey grew.
Is Blake delusional? He's the one who started the fight. I could argue that I punched him out of self-defense.
I know, the whole thing's ridiculous, she spat. I'm sure it's a ploy to get me to make a public appearance with Blake. He's just peeved that I called him out when I spoke to the press at Braziano's restaurant.
Surely you're not considering making an appearance with him.
The thoughts of Hartley so much as being near Blake Owens caused Ramsey's blood to curdle. Of course not. I wouldn't go near that slime ball if my life depended on it.
Good.
She clasped her hands together. I just worry about Blake dragging you into a lawsuit. I know you don't like being in the limelight.
No, I don't,
he grimaced.
I detest it. How did you know that?
Her lips curled into a gotcha smile. Because I know you, that's why. Electricity gathered in the room as their eyes locked.
Too bad about your ground rules, he uttered. Otherwise, I'd pull you into my arms and kiss you until you can't see straight.
Desire deepened her eyes to cobalt. Too bad. Ramsey would have said to heck with the rules, but there was something else he wanted to ask Hartley. It was good to get it all out now while they were having a heart-to-heart.
Cash mentioned something about a man who broke into your bedroom.
Her features pulled taut as she nodded.
You scared him away with a gun?
Yes, I keep a pistol in my nightstand.
Did you recognize the man?
No, he kept his face in the shadows.
Have you had any more problems?
Thankfully, no. I called the police. They did a short investigation. The detectives on the case determined that the man was a starstruck fan who'd taken his infatuation a bit too far. She shrugged. That's one of the pitfalls of stardom, I suppose, having to deal with overzealous fans.
Or stalkers.
A grateful smile flowed over Hartley's lips, lightening her features. Well, now I have you to protect me.
Yes, you do, he asserted. If you ever so much as feel a thread of unease around anyone, you be sure and let me know.
Yes, sir, she quipped with a playful grin. And just so you know, I'm being more vigilant about making sure my house alarm is set.
Good.
He thought of something else.
Do you know how to use your pistol?
Often people who carried guns ended up having them used on them by the very criminal they were trying to protect themselves from. I can hold my own, he grinned.
That I'd love to see.
You say the word and we'll go shooting.
Deal,
he sighed.
Okay, we've had enough straight talk for one evening. Can we please watch a movie now?
She scooted back her chair and stood. Let's do it, but first. She got a certain look in her eye as she went to his side and tugged on his hand, pulling him to his feet. The need for her pulsed a tender ache through him. She was so exquisite, with her flaming hair and porcelain features. He swore he could see forever in the depths of her crystal eyes. He wondered how in the world he'd gotten lucky enough to earn the affection of such a vivacious, amazing woman. If this was a dream, he never wanted to wake up. She slid her arms around his waist and peered up into his eyes. I think there's been enough talk, she said in a low, husky tone. A brush of pink touched her cheeks, making her even more alluring. She kissed a corner of his mouth with tantalizing persuasion, and then the other, causing quivers of anticipation to tickle through him. He couldn't handle the temptation any longer. He turned her toward the wall and pushed her up against it with a swift movement. He reached for her hand, blinking his fingers through hers as his mouth took hers. Fire licked delicious sensations through him as their lips moved together in a rapturous dance that ignited every cell in his body. A moan rose in her throat as he deepened the kiss. She clung to him as he did her. They tumbled through time and space, each finding a bonding solace with the other. The only thing that prompted them to pull apart was their need for air. Ramsey caressed the line of her jaw with the side of his fingers.
You know, he said with a smile, I think I'm gonna like my new job.
She fixed him with such a tender, heart-rending gaze that it struck straight into the center of his heart. I guess I'll just have to keep finding ways to keep you happy, she chimed as her lips found his once more. Chapter 9.
You can put your tongue back in your mouth, bro,
Cash said as he stepped up beside Ramsey and slapped him on the back.
I wasn't drooling much,
Ramsey added with a grin. He turned to Cash.
I'm allowed. I suppose you are,
Cash chuckled. Ramsey was watching Hartley and her band as they ran through their checks for the concert.
I met with my team this morning, Ramsey said. What do you think? Most of them seem like good guys.
Most? Cash asked as his eyebrow went up.
The jury's still out on Porter. He has a chip on his shoulder. That's probably because he was hoping I'd promote him to head of security. Porter has been acting as the temporary head guy for the past couple of months, ever since Wilson left. That explains why he's so prickly. I think you'll like Porter once he settles down a bit, but if not, cut him loose. It's your call. I appreciate you giving me the autonomy to do my job. That's what I pay you for.
Ramsey gave Cash a sidelong grin.
Speaking of getting paid, I almost feel bad taking your money. I mean, It's not every day a guy gets to hang out and watch his woman perform. It's good to see you happy, bro. I mean that with all sincerity. You and Hartley look great together. I think so. How did Daddy take the news?
Ramsey scowled.
About like you'd expect. Yesterday morning, as I was getting ready to fly here, Daddy stopped by my house. He told me I was making the biggest mistake of my life. He said that Hartley was quicksand, that she'd take me down like she did you.
Cash drew in a deep breath.
I'm sorry. Daddy was right there by my side through all of that mess. He saw me hurting and torn up. I guess it makes sense that he would be resentful towards Hartley. Yeah, I get that, but I wish he'd give her a chance so he could see how much she has changed. Hartley hasn't touched a drop of alcohol in years. Underneath her toughness, she's a good person. I know that, Cash asserted. It'll take time, but Daddy will eventually come around.
Ramsey shoved a hand in his pocket, shuffling his feet.
I invited Hartley to go with me to the opening of Zoe's gallery.
Cash's eyes bulged.
Seriously? You think that's wise? I'm not going to slink around in the shadows,
Ramsey fired back, squaring his jaw.
Daddy and everybody else are going to have to come to grips with me and Hartley. That's just the way it is. I get that, but are you sure the opening of the gallery is the best time to spring Hartley on the family?
Ramsey flinched, his skin prickling with irritation.
I'm not springing Hartley on anyone.
He punched out the words in hard thrusts as he leveled a glare at Cash. A low chuckle rumbled in Cash's throat.
Down, boy,
he said easily.
What happened to Mr. Control?
He clenched his teeth.
Didn't you just say that Hartley and I look great together? Yeah, you do. Then what's the problem?
Ramsey slung back. It was crazy how fast the hot anger had surged through him. He didn't care what Cash or anyone else said. He was bringing Hartley to the gallery opening, period. Cash let out a long breath.
Look, the only reason I said anything about you bringing Hartley is because Ava's parents, Luna, and Hudson are coming, and I don't want any friction.
The words came at Ramsey like a sucker punch, straight to the gut.
Oh, so this is about you?
Cash grunted.
Well, yeah, I guess it is. Is that so bad? It'll be the first time that Ava's family has met our clan. I just want everything to go well.
A humorless laugh rose in Ramsey's throat as he rubbed his neck.
So I have to trade my happiness for yours.
He could see Cash's point, and a part of him knew he was being unreasonable. But he was tired of sitting back and watching his family live their lives, wishing there was more to his life than work. Well, now he had someone. All he wanted was for his family to accept that. Was that too much to ask? Cash's face fell.
No, I'd never ask you to do that.
His brow creased.
I've been very understanding about this whole thing with Hartley. Yes, you've been so kind,
Ramsey countered, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
Thanks for giving me permission to live my life.
Cash's face went a shade darker.
You're the one who broke the bro code, not me, he snapped. Yeah, I know I broke the code.
Heat flushed through Ramsey's body like a blowtorch.
Shame on me for wanting to bring home the woman I care about.
They stood glaring at one another. Ever so slowly, a grin stole over Cash's lips.
Look at us, first day on the job and we're already fighting.
The tension inside of Ramsey released ever so slightly.
Yeah, I guess so, he mumbled. Look, if you want to bring Hartley to the gallery opening, fine, bring her.
Ramsey lifted his chin.
Okay, I will.
Good, it's settled. Cash gave him a long look.
What?
Ramsey growled.
You've got guts,
Cash said appraisingly.
I'll give you that. He tipped his head. Does Daddy know you're bringing Hartley? Not yet, but he will, when I show up with her.
Cash laughed.
All righty then, never a dull moment. If I were you, I'd spring the news on Zoe beforehand. You don't want her to think you're trying to undermine her grand opening. Zoe's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle it.
Amusement washed over Cash's eyes.
Okay, do it your way. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Ramsey's phone buzzed.
I need to get this.
He was so done with this conversation.
No worries,
Cash said easily.
I'm going to go check on Ava. She was taking a quick nap before it's our turn to practice.
Ramsey slid his finger over the screen to answer. It was Corbin Spencer. Ramsey had called him several days ago, right after Cash had first made him the offer to come on board with the tour.
Hey, man.
Hey, dude,
Corbin said warmly.
I hear you jumped to the other side. Welcome to the club.
Thanks.
You and Hartley Raines are making some noise in the media. Sounds like you gave Blake Owens a run for his money. Good for you, man. I can't stand that weasel.
Ramsey grinned. Corbin had a reputation for being a hothead, but Delaney helped smooth out his rough edges. Of course, it also helped that Corbin and Delaney had 2 daughters.
What can I do for you?
Corbin asked. He tried to clear his head from all the frustration jumbled inside of him.
I just wanted to get a feel for what I can expect in my new profession.
The unexpected, Corbin chuckled. You'll have waves where everything runs like clockwork, and then, wham, something will come up.
I might need a recommendation for a replacement for one of my security guards.
Ramsey would see how it worked out with Porter, but it was always nice to have a backup just in case.
Sure, you bet. I can email you a list of people.
Thanks, I'd appreciate that.
Ramsey walked away from the noise of the band so he could better hear Corbin.
Do you miss working for Sutton's group?
Yeah, occasionally, but I wouldn't give up being with Delaney and the girls for anything.
Corbin's story was interesting. He'd met Delaney because he was hired by Sutton to protect her from her former brother-in-law, who was out to kill her.
Is it hard sharing Delaney with the world?
Yeah, sometimes. You just have to make sure to carve out time for the 2 of you.
They talked for a few more minutes, agreeing to have dinner together the next time they were in Nashville at the same time. Corbin hadn't given Ramsey any revolutionary advice. Mostly it was just good to hear that Corbin was content with his decision to leave Sutton's group. Corbin and Delaney were obviously close. It was good to see them balancing Delaney's stardom and their family. If Corbin and Delaney could do it, then he and Hartley could too. Hartley and her band were finishing up when Ramsey returned. She flashed him a brilliant smile and waved him over. He went to her side. She draped an arm around his waist as she turned to address her band. As y'all know, Cash hired Ramsey to oversee the security for the tour. She gave him an affectionate grin. As y'all also know, the 2 of us are together.
We know he has a mean right hook.
Vince the drummer hooted as everyone laughed. Ramsey took the comment in stride with a grin.
It's nice to meet y'all. If you need anything in the way of security, let me know.
Will do, sugar, a woman said as she gave Ramsey a once-over that bordered on leering. He is fine as raspberry wine, she said to Hartley as she shook her head and strutted off the stage. Hartley's face turned beet red as she laughed.
Barb's a hoot. Let's go get something to eat at the food table. I'm starving. That's a shock. You're never hungry,
Ramsey joked. She made a face before giving him a soft shove. Her phone dinged. Maybe it's my mom. She left me a message last night wanting to know about the new man in my life. Her eyes sparkled as she grinned dotingly at Ramsey. She pulled her phone out of her back pocket and looked at her screen. Her expression went rigid.
What's wrong?
Ramsey asked, going on instant alert.
It's a text from a number that I don't recognize.
He noticed that her hand had a slight tremble as she handed him her phone. His breath hitched when he read the text. The countdown starts now. Your days are numbered. She looked at him, the fear in her eyes cutting him to the quick. What do you make of this?
I'm not sure.
His jaw hardened.
But you can better believe I'm going to get to the bottom of it,
he promised. 3 hours later, Hartley's head felt like it was spinning out of control. Through his connection to his former boss, Sutton, Ramsey discovered that the text was sent from a burner phone. The location of the phone was tracked to Chicago, meaning that the person was here. Ramsey had taken Hartley through a list of suspects, Blake Owens being at the top. Hartley's first inclination was to call Blake and ream him out, but Ramsey cautioned against it, saying that if he was the culprit, calling and chewing him out would only incite him. Hartley argued that they might be able to tell if Blake was guilty by talking to him. Finally, Ramsey agreed to let her have a go at it. She put the phone on speaker and called. To her disappointment, it went to voicemail. She didn't leave a message. Hartley glanced at her reflection in the mirror, detesting how scared and vulnerable she looked, especially with her black eye. The swelling had gone down to practically nothing, but underneath the carefully applied makeup was an ugly bruise. Earlier, Hartley had felt that something bad was going to happen, and she was right. Who would want to harm her? Was it the same person who'd broken into her home? Her stomach churned. Chances were the person was someone she didn't even know, a crazed fan, perhaps. Hartley was grateful to have Ramsey here with her. That was the only bright spot about this whole thing. She tried to clear her mind of the fear. She was set to go on stage in a couple of hours, and she had to be at the top of her game. Would the stalker be at the concert? Was stalker even the right word for whomever this was? Hartley didn't have a clue. The only thing she and Ramsey could do was wait for the person to make another move. Hartley felt like a sitting duck. Whoever this was had somehow gotten her phone number. Hartley had gone to great lengths to keep her number private. Had she gotten an email, she wouldn't have been too concerned, but this felt menacing, personal. Everything had been going so well. Last night, eating pizza and spending time with Ramsey had been fantastic. She was falling for him hard and fast. Ramsey had invited her to go to the grand opening of Zoe's gallery with him. It spoke volumes that Ramsey was taking Hartley to a family event. She closed her eyes and offered a prayer, asking for comfort and protection. She also asked for insight so that she could figure out who'd sent the text. She waited, hoping to receive inspiration, but there was nothing. She sighed in disappointment. While she realized that answers to prayers rarely came immediately, it would have been nice to get some direction. She wanted to enjoy her budding relationship with Ramsey, instead of being frightened to the point of being sick to her stomach. A razor-sharp anger cut through her as she gritted her teeth. She was tougher than this. She had to be strong. "You've got this," she said aloud to her reflection. Saying the words helped bolster her courage. A second later, she nearly jumped out of her skin when she heard a noise. Was someone in her room? Ramsey had left her alone in the dressing room so that she could get some rest before the concert. He assured her that a security guard would be right outside the door. Hartley had laid down, but she was too keyed up to sleep, so she ran to the bathroom to freshen up a bit before returning to the sofa and pulling out her Kindle for some light reading. Her heart began thumping out a fast beat as she crept to the bathroom door. She was probably being paranoid. Chances were it was Ramsey. If that were the case, why was her heart beating so furiously? She turned the handle to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Fear lodged a cold, hard knot in her throat. The door locked from the inside. Was someone holding the doorknob, trapping her in here? Fury burned out her fear as she beat on the door. "Let me out of here," she demanded. She'd left her cell phone on the couch. "I said let me out." She kept banging on the door. No response. This was insane. Why would someone trap her inside the bathroom? She tried the doorknob again. It turned this time. Her heart nearly stopped. Did she dare open the door to see who was on the other side? "Please keep me safe," she prayed. Her heart was pounding so fast she thought it might break out of her ribcage. Cautiously, she opened the door. A dizzying relief swept through her when she realized there was no one on the other side. In the blink of an eye, she scoured the sitting area. Clear. Her gaze moved to her hair and makeup station. It had just gone through her mind that all was good when she saw the large blood-red letters scribbled over the mirror. Time to die. She heard a scream and realized it had come from her own throat. Her knees buckled. She caught herself from falling as the door to her dressing room burst open and a security guard came running in. The guard halted in his tracks when he saw the letters. "Get Ramsey now," Hartley squeaked. "Yes, ma'am," the guard said as he reached for his walkie-talkie. Although it only took Ramsey minutes to come, it felt like an eternity to Hartley as she waited. When Ramsey stepped through the door, she ran to him, falling into his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I am now," she breathed, burying her head in his chest. A few minutes later, he gently pulled away from her to examine the scene. Fury flashed in his eyes, turning them a hot steel gray as he looked at the mirror.
"The police will be arriving soon,"
he told Hartley. He went over to the mirror.
"It looks like it was written in lipstick,"
he observed before turning back to face her.
"Tell me everything that happened."
She sucked in a breath, compiling her thoughts, which were scattered like dust in a windstorm. "I was in the bathroom." Her voice squeaked as she lost air. She gulped and tried again. "I heard a noise in my dressing room. I tried to open the door, but the doorknob wouldn't budge." Fingers of hysteria were pricking at the edges of Hartley's skull. She took a deep breath, willing herself to remain calm. She wouldn't let the fear suck her under. "Don't fall over the edge," she commanded herself. Ramsey turned back to her dressing station. His face was a mask of concentration as he surveyed the mirror and counter. His voice crackled with hushed, controlled tension as he pointed.
"Is that your phone?"
Her heart lurched. "No, I left my phone on the couch where I was taking a nap." A shaky laugh issued from her throat. "I can't believe this is happening." Ramsey stepped up to the counter and looked down at the phone.
"I don't want to touch it before it's dusted for fingerprints."
Hartley nodded in understanding. Tears were pressing against her eyes. It seemed to take a superhuman effort to push them back as she swallowed. "What now?" she asked, her voice feeling inestimably small. Ava and Cash burst into the room. "We just heard," Ava said as she rushed forward and embraced Hartley in a tight hug. "Are you okay?" she asked, her expression grave. Hartley nodded numbly. Cash looked at Ramsey.
"What happened?"
Before Ramsey had time to answer, 2 police officers stepped through the door. Ava placed her arm around Hartley's shoulders and led her over to the sectional sofa. As Hartley sat down, she picked up her cell phone. She was relieved that the intruder hadn't stolen it. She glanced around, the thought pinging through her head that they should check to make sure nothing had been taken. She looked down at her screen, dread squeezing her chest. Mustering up her courage, she slipped her finger over the face of the phone. Then came the heady wave of relief when she learned that there were no new texts or messages. She looked over at Ramsey. He and Cash were talking to the officers. "We should probably make sure nothing was taken," Hartley said to them. "In fact, I should check my purse." She moved to stand. "I'll get it," Ava offered.
"Let's hold off on that for a few minutes,"
Ramsey suggested. He looked at the policeman.
"I'd like for you to dust the dressing station area and everything near it for fingerprints before we touch anything. Let's also dust the exterior of the bathroom door."
His words were spoken with a command by one accustomed to giving orders.
"Our department doesn't normally dust for these types of situations," one of the officers said. "Mostly just for murders and rapes."
"As much as we'd like to do so in every case, it's too laborious and time-consuming,"
the other officer explained. Ramsey's voice was rock hard as he fired back.
"Considering who Hartley is, I would think that your department would make an exception from your standard procedure. We came to Chicago in good faith. If your department fails to step up to the plate, it won't reflect well on your city."
The officers looked at one another.
"We understand, but, I'm not sure that we have the authority to do—"
"In that case, I suggest that you get your chief of police on the phone,"
Ramsey growled with the ferocity of a peeved panther about to pounce. Any other time, Hartley might have marveled at the force that Ramsey wielded, even to 2 officers who'd never met him before. However, right now, all she could think was that she just wanted this ordeal to be over. She felt so violated. Her sense of security ripped to shreds. Suddenly, the need to know if anything was taken from her purse was too great to ignore. She rose to her feet and marched over to her purse.
"What are you doing?"
Ramsey demanded. She steeled her jaw as she glared at him. "I'm not waiting for some idiotic police department to run dust over my purse before I check the contents." She shot the officers a blistering look.
"Hartley, you're being unreasonable,"
Ramsey said as he touched her arm. His voice was controlled, yet she could feel the swift current of frustration running beneath his words. His jaw tightened.
"You need to let me do my job."
Fury erupted like a volcano, making Hartley feel like her head was on fire. She hated how scared and fragile she felt, so weak. Her defense mechanism of anger slipped into place so quickly that she was barely conscious of what was happening. "I don't care what you say. I'm checking my purse." She jerked her arm away from his grasp and reached for her purse. She thrust her hand in and pulled out her wallet. She opened it and thumbed through her credit cards, driver's license, and cash. All appeared to be in order. "It's all here," she said, hearing the relief in her own ears. She glanced at Ramsey, giving him a weak smile, but his expression remained hard as glass. Guilt pinged through her. She'd overreacted about the purse and taken her anger out on him.
"What should we do about the concert?"
Cash asked. Ramsey pursed his lips.
"You and Ava are fine going on stage, but I don't know that Hartley's in any kind of shape to perform."
"You'd better believe I'm performing," Hartley seethed, fire raging through her veins. Ramsey's eyes met hers.
"It's not safe."
A brittle laugh rose in Hartley's throat. "I refuse to be cowed by whomever this is." She lifted her chin in defiance as she eyed Ramsey. No doubt about it, he was a formidable force, but so was she. Music was her sanctuary, her life's work. No one was going to take that away from her, not even Ramsey. Ramsey held up his hands, his voice procedurally calm.
"You've had 2 threats on your life in one day. We know the text you received was from someone in Chicago."
He motioned to the phone on the counter.
"And if I were a betting man, I'd say that the phone the text came from is probably sitting right there."
Hartley gasped. "You think so?" She hated the wretched tears that rose in her eyes. This time she couldn't hold them back. "Why is this happening?" she asked hoarsely. She looked at Cash, felt his compassion for her and his angst over what was happening on his tour. They'd already weathered the storm with Paulette. None of them wanted to go through this again. Ramsey rubbed his neck.
"Yeah, I suspect the person probably left the phone as a message, letting us know that he or she can get to you any time they want."
A cold shiver ran down Hartley's spine as she hugged her arms. "I'm doing the concert," she said stubbornly. She had to keep moving forward, otherwise she'd completely fall apart. Ramsey blew out a frustrated breath.
"Fine,"
he muttered. Icy apprehension molded around Hartley's heart. She didn't like the wall going up between her and Ramsey. She'd not meant to lash out at him. Her temper was always getting the best of her. She'd have to apologize, but not here in front of everyone. The older of the 2 police officers looked at Hartley.
"I'm Officer Dowell."
He glanced at his partner and then back at her.
"We need to ask you some questions so we can fill out a report."
She nodded. Her anger was draining, giving way to a curious numbness.
"I want to be there for the questioning,"
Ramsey asserted.
"Of course,"
Officer Dowell said smoothly, as if trying to stay on Ramsey's good side. Even though Ramsey was ticked at her, Hartley was glad to have him here with her. Officer Dowell motioned to the sectional sofa where Ava was sitting.
"Shall we?" "Just a minute,"
Ramsey said in a tone that dared anyone to challenge him.
"I have something I need to take care of first." "Where's Brian?"
he barked, glancing around the room. The security guard in question was standing by the door.
"Here,"
he said, his face turning cherry red. The guy had a guilty look in his eyes, and Hartley could tell the 20-something-year-old was petrified of Ramsey. Yep, she could certainly see why Cash wanted Ramsey in charge. He was the type to bust heads and ask questions later. Even now, despite all of her turmoil, Hartley couldn't help but be impressed with Ramsey's assertiveness. He was a warrior in every sense of the word, a fine-looking warrior, fine as raspberry wine, as Barb had said. Laughter tickled Hartley's throat. Why was she thinking about what Barb said right now? Was she totally losing it? Ramsey marched up to Brian and got in his face.
"You left your post,"
Ramsey thundered.
"I want to know why."
I had to," Brian stammered as he shrank back. He looked down at his hands as red blotches crawled up his neck.
"What do you mean you had to? I gave you a direct order not to leave your post."
The vein in Ramsey's neck was corded, and he looked like he might punch Brian. Hartley had chit-chatted with Brian a few times. He seemed like a good guy. He had a wife and kid back in Nashville. Hartley knew that Brian hoped to one day break into the music business.
I'm sorry,
Brian uttered hoarsely. Ramsey blew out a heavy breath of disgust.
You're fired.
Brian's jaw fell.
But that's not fair. You don't understand. Life is rarely fair, Ramsey cut in. There's no excuse for what you did. I need people I can trust.
Hartley's stomach dropped. She looked at Cash, whose face had gone pale. However, Cash remained quiet. He was letting Ramsey call the shots. That was all well and good, but Ramsey hadn't had a chance to get to know Brian. She didn't want the guy to get fired because of her. Her feet started moving quickly as she stepped up to Ramsey and placed a hand on his arm.
Give him a chance to speak,
she urged. Surprise moved over his features before a marble popped out at the corner of his jaw. His eyes locked with hers, the intensity of his glare burning through her.
If Brian hadn't left his post, the intruder wouldn't have gotten into your dressing room. You could have been killed.
Hartley caught the blip of fear in Ramsey's eyes. She saw his anguish, the flash of tenderness in his expression. Her heart softened with the knowledge that he truly did care about her. That knowledge was like a flicker of light in an otherwise pitch-black room. She just needed to hold on to that light and move towards it with all the strength she could muster.
At least hear him out, she implored. He may have a good explanation for stepping away from the door.
Indecision trickled into Ramsey's eyes, and then his shoulders relaxed a fraction. He turned to Brian.
Okay, what happened? A guy was passing by. He had a press pass on a lanyard around his neck. He was friendly. He struck up a conversation about basketball. The guy had a box of donuts. He offered me one. They looked good, so I took one.
Brian grimaced.
20 minutes later, my stomach started cramping. I had to run to the bathroom.
His cheeks reddened.
Diarrhea. What did he look like?
Ramsey fired back.
Dark hair, mustache, dressed in a button-down shirt and jeans. Either late 20s or early 30s. I need to check the security footage,
Ramsey said, a new layer of eagerness peeking out beneath his austere disposition.
What should I do?
Brian asked, giving Ramsey a hopeful look. Ramsey turned to Hartley.
Are you seriously still performing tonight?
I have to, she said fiercely, for my own sanity. Time seemed to stand still as they eyed one another. Finally, Ramsey's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly.
Okay, after the police get done with their questions, go to Ava's dressing room. Y'all can both get ready for the concert there.
Hartley turned to look back at Ava.
Are you okay with that?
Of course, she said. Ramsey looked at Brian.
Your assignment is to guard that dressing room with your life. This is your last chance. Don't mess it up, he warned.
Yes, sir, Brian clipped. Ramsey slid his arm around Hartley's shoulders.
Let's get those questions over with so the police officers can file their report.
Hartley was almost moved to tears over Ramsey's gesture of placing a protective arm around her.
I'm sorry I snapped at you earlier,
she said quietly.
It's okay.
His eyes softened, a hint of a wry grin touching his lips.
I figure the she-devil in you is bound to come out every once in a while.
Semi-amused, she gave him a partial smile.
Thanks for being here with me.
She pushed out a shaky laugh. Everything was going so well. I guess the storm clouds were bound to gather sooner or later, huh? Emotion rose in her throat as she swallowed it back down. She was used to hard knocks. Heck, she'd been brought up on them. They'd made her who she was. But she was ready for a stretch of sunny weather, a chance to fall in love, a chance to experience true, undiluted joy. He squeezed her shoulders.
We'll get through this. You have my word.
After all this, you might regret joining the tour. Her words were spoken lightly, but she held her breath, waiting for his response.
I'm not going anywhere,
he said firmly.
We're in this together. You got that?
Yeah, she breathed, a large smile of relief filling her face. I'm so glad. Chapter 10. Ramsey's senses were on hyper alert as he watched Hartley from the wing of the stage. So far, everything was going smoothly. Kudos to Hartley. She was performing like a pro. No one would ever guess what grueling events had transpired earlier. After Hartley had gone with Ava to get ready for the concert, Ramsey called an emergency meeting with his team, stressing the importance of them being vigilant.
If anything seems amiss, call it in. If you so much as see a person looking at Hartley the wrong way, I want to know about it.
Ramsey wished that he was more familiar with the men on his team. The irony. Ramsey had been feeling guilty that Cash was paying him so much when all he had to do was basically keep things running status quo. Little did he know what would be coming down the pike a few short hours later. Like Corbin said over the phone, things came in waves. His mind kept running through everything that had happened. It would take several days to get any results from the fingerprint dusting. Thankfully, the check on the cell phone was faster. Just as Ramsey suspected, the phone had been used to leave Hartley the text. No other information was on the phone, just the one text. It had been purchased 2 days prior at a mall in Chicago. The buyer paid cash. Luckily, the store had video surveillance. It was the same mustached man who had been caught on video outside Hartley's dressing room, giving Brian the donuts. In both videos, the man had done a good job of shielding his face from the camera, preventing anyone from identifying him. Whoever this guy was, he knew what he was doing. Ramsey's gut told him that the intruder was too smart to leave fingerprints behind. However, he had to be thorough and do his due diligence. The scary part about this whole thing was that if the guy had wanted to kill Hartley, he could have easily gotten to her while she was in the bathroom. The person wanted to invoke fear, a cat toying with its prey before moving in for the kill. Apprehension wrapped a tight blanket around him as he took in a quick breath. He had to remain calm about this so that he could think clearly. He had to squelch this indignation burning through him like raging fire, threatening to consume all of his effectiveness. Ramsey was trained for this sort of thing. He had to look at the situation analytically, pushing aside his fear. Initially, Ramsey thought that Blake Owens might have sent the text. However, the man with the mustache looked nothing like Blake. However, that didn't necessarily mean that Blake wasn't involved. He could have hired someone to do his dirty work. But what motive could Blake have for terrorizing Hartley? Revenge because she'd called him out to the reporters? Was he obsessed with her? Maybe Ramsey was barking up the wrong tree. Was this the work of some demented fan? Goosebumps rose over Ramsey's flesh. Everything in him wanted to rush onto the stage and swoop Hartley up and take her someplace safe where this crazy person couldn't get to her. The problem was, he'd been hired by Cash to protect all of the members of his tour, and Hartley was too dang stubborn to leave the tour. Ramsey understood that performing was important to her, but she couldn't very well do that if she were dead. His stomach knotted. He'd do everything in his power to keep her safe, but there were so many variables beyond his control, especially during a concert. Earlier, when he'd questioned Hartley, she listed a handful of disgruntled employees that she'd let go over the years. However, there hadn't been any employee trouble recently. The person who topped the list was Blake Owens. As soon as they got back to Nashville, Ramsey intended to go to the police station and talk to the chief. He and Larry Blankenship went to high school together. It would be nice to have Larry's input and help. Ramsey was going to suggest that Larry call Blake in for questioning. It seemed ironic that Ramsey had been so concerned earlier today about how Daddy and the family would react to him bringing Hartley to the gallery opening. Now, all of that seemed insignificant. Ramsey had a much bigger fish to fry. He had to protect Hartley at all costs. Chapter 11. Hartley's nerves were jumping like a sack full of rabbits. She gave Ramsey a sidelong glance.
"You sure this is a good idea?"
His jaw tightened with gritty determination as he kept his eyes fixed firmly on the road.
"It'll be fine,"
he assured her, but the tension radiating off him like a nuclear spill let her know that Ramsey was concerned about it. She glanced down at her sapphire dress, wondering if she should have worn something a bit more conservative. She had no idea how to dress for a gallery opening, so she opted to go in what she would for a music venue. Ramsey had seemed to like her dress. She grinned a little, thinking of how his eyes had nearly bugged out of his head when he saw her.
Wow,
He'd uttered. She could live a week off the appreciation that she saw on his face. After the heinous experience in Chicago, Hartley wasn't sure what to expect upon returning home. Before she could go back inside her house, Ramsey and his team gave it a thorough sweep to make sure no one was inside. Also, Ramsey checked the alarm on her home. Everything seemed to be in order. Things had been quiet for the past couple of days, too quiet. Hartley had the feeling that she was experiencing the calm before the storm. Every time her phone dinged with a call or text, her heart would freeze. The nights were the worst. Every little creak or noise sent her heart into a mad sprint. Ramsey made sure to keep a guard stationed outside her house, which was reassuring. He offered to sleep at Hartley's house in one of the guest rooms. While that was super tempting, she didn't want to disrupt Ramsey's life any more than she already had. Also, Hartley needed to prove to herself that she could be on her own. She refused to give in to the fear and let her tormentor win. Ramsey pulled the car into a parking space and turned off the engine. He turned to Hartley and gave her a tight smile.
You ready?
Her palms were moist. She didn't want to wipe her hands on her dress, so she rubbed them together instead.
I think so.
She was so not ready for this. Hartley hadn't been this nervous since the night of her first concert. Her heart lurched when she took a look at Ramsey's troubled expression.
We don't have to do this,
she said, forcing her voice to sound more upbeat than she felt. Her words bubbled out like boiling water spewing out of a pot.
You can just go in by yourself. I'll go and grab something to eat and then pick you up when it's over.
Her throat constricted as she swallowed. She tried not to think about how good a drink sounded right now. She forced her mind away from the wretched alcohol. He caught hold of her hands, cupping them in his. When he looked into her eyes, she was surprised at the tenderness she saw in them.
I want you with me tonight,
he said firmly. His voice caught.
Hartley, the other day when the intruder broke into your dressing room,
he paused, his jaw working.
Thinking about what could have happened, I realized how much I care about you.
Her heart leapt with exultation as her eyes misted.
I care about you, too.
A smile touched her lips.
More than you could ever realize.
She laughed lightly, wondering if she should tell him about her long-held crush. She bit her lower lip as she studied the rugged lines of his handsome face. In the near darkness, the shadows of his strong jaw were more pronounced.
What?
He asked softly, leaning closer. She felt a touch of his warm breath on her skin. Her cells tingled with awareness of being so close to him. Yes, now was the time. She cleared her throat as a heat wave blasted over her cheeks. She was grateful for the darkness, hoping it would hide her red face.
Do you remember the first time you and I met?
She felt more than saw his puzzlement.
I'm not sure.
He hedged, like he was afraid he might give the wrong answer.
I guess it was probably at a concert.
A smile tugged at her lips.
Nope, not a concert. Okay, I give up.
He chuckled.
Where?
The Muscadine Cafe. Cash and I were on stage performing. You strode into the cafe with that confident swagger and sat down at a table. My world stopped spinning. She laughed, remembering. It was all I could do to get through the song. Then I about flipped when Cash introduced you as his brother. A wistful sigh escaped her throat. I couldn't believe my rotten luck. The man of my dreams had just waltzed into my life, and surprise, surprise, he was the brother of the guy I was dating.
I'd forgotten about that night.
His tone was musing.
You noticed me then? I had no idea. You were always so prickly. Porcupine on fire is what I used to call you.
She grunted out a chuckle.
I had to be to hide my crush. So you had a crush on me.
Pleasure sounded in his voice.
That certainly sheds a whole new light on the situation.
His words were playful, taunting. She could tell he was getting great pleasure out of her confession.
I kind of like the idea of you crushing on me.
She shoved his arm lightly. Don't let it go to your head.
I wouldn't dream of it.
A large, pleased grin spread over his mouth.
It's just good to know.
Now you know my secret. Despite her embarrassment, Hartley was glad that Ramsey knew the truth. She wanted to set a precedent, with them being completely honest with one another. He cupped her cheek. Tingles fluttered through her when he stroked her skin with his thumb.
If it's any consolation, I was fighting my own share of attraction to you when I took the assignment of trying to find out who was undermining Cash's tour. I resented that you were always so hostile towards me. That's why I was so aggressive towards you. I felt guilty for having feelings for my brother's ex-girlfriend.
His voice hitched.
I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time.
You backed me in a corner and I came out fighting.
Yes, you did, he said admiringly. My porcupine on fire.
I don't know if I should be flattered or insulted by that description, she retorted. I suppose I've been called worse, she uttered. Her breath came faster as her eyes went to his lips. Desire swirled warm ribbons in her stomach, the air crackling with unleashed energy.
You have no idea how badly I want to kiss you right now,
he murmured in a low, husky tone that evoked an acute longing through her entire body.
Then why don't you? She whispered. I hate to mess up your lipstick.
Just shut up and kiss me, she ordered as his lips came down hard on hers. A rapturous bliss tumbled through her as she absorbed his taste, his feel. Wrapped up in the fiery passion of desire was something meaningful and lasting. She felt a closeness to Ramsey that she'd never felt with anyone before. It was as if her spirit knew that she was finally on the right track. Ramsey rested his forehead against hers, stroking her cheek.
You are amazing.
So are you. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him that she loved him, but she didn't want to make him feel uncomfortable or rushed. One confession was enough for tonight. He pulled back, taking in a deep breath.
Okay, let's do this.
I'm ready, she said with conviction. Hartley could tell that Ramsey was apprehensive. Bringing her tonight was a big step. Whatever came of it, she felt sure that she was up to the task. There was nothing Ramsey's family could do or say to rip away her confidence. Because she knew, now more than ever, that she and Ramsey were meant to be together. Come what may, she had no intention of letting him go. Instinctively, Hartley stepped closer to Ramsey as they entered the gallery, which was brimming with well-dressed people. Excited murmurs of conversation floated just above the classical music playing in the background. Hartley's eyes skimmed over the impressive sculptures, artwork, and photographs. Wow, this is something.
Yes,
Ramsey agreed.
Zoe did all the sculptures, and Noah and Piper took the photographs.
Hartley grinned at the note of pride in Ramsey's voice. The Romeo siblings had always been super close. Hartley envied them in a way. She and her siblings got along tolerably well, but Hartley always felt like the outsider. She figured that was because she was always away on tour. Maybe part of the reason why she was so willing to pay for everything was so that she could be a part of her family. Zoe was laughing and talking to a group of people. When she glanced their direction and saw Hartley, she stopped mid-sentence, her eyes rounding. "Did you tell your family I was coming tonight?" Hartley asked in a low tone as she pressed on a polite smile.
I figured it was better to get forgiveness than permission,
Ramsey answered. Hartley's heart froze. Seriously?
It'll be okay,
he soothed. This was bad. A surge of irritation ran through Hartley. Talk about throwing a girl to the wolves, she blustered. His hand on her spine, Ramsey maneuvered Hartley over to where Zoe was standing. Excuse me, Zoe said with a gracious smile as she left the group and stepped up to Ramsey and Hartley.
Hey, sis,
Ramsey said with a large smile. Hey, Zoe responded, her eyes going to Hartley. Your gallery is incredible, Hartley said. With her dark glossy hair and expressive eyes, Zoe was a beautiful woman, but more than that, she exuded class. Thanks. A smile touched Zoe's lips, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "It's been a while," she said to Hartley. "It has," Hartley agreed. Zoe was too much of a lady to say anything disparaging to Hartley, but she didn't have to. Hartley could tell from the tight set of Zoe's mouth that Zoe was frustrated Ramsey had brought her tonight. "How have you been?" Zoe asked politely. Hartley had always liked Zoe. She'd heard about Zoe's divorce through the grapevine. Hartley admired any woman who had the courage to rebuild her life. "Okay." Hartley thought about the threats on her life, the break-ins, first at her house and then her dressing room. "I would ask how you're doing," Hartley said in a cheerful tone, "but I already have my answer." She made a sweeping gesture of the gallery. "It's a wonderful night." Zoe's face glowed. "I feel very blessed to be able to do what I love."
"I hope tonight's a raving success, sis. You've earned it,"
Ramsey said as a look of tenderness passed between the siblings.
"I hope you don't mind me bringing Hartley."
Ramsey graced Hartley with an affectionate smile.
"She's such a large part of my life. Well, I couldn't stand the thought of not having her here with me."
Emotion rose in Hartley's throat as she swallowed, returning Ramsey's smile. "Y'all seem well suited for each other," Zoe observed, like she was just now realizing it. "Thanks," Hartley said, touched by Zoe's words. She was pleasantly surprised by how quickly Zoe seemed to be warming up to her. Evidently Ramsey's approach had been right. It was better to get forgiveness than permission. Zoe tucked a curl behind her ear as she lowered her voice. "Cash mentioned that there had been some trouble on the tour?" Hartley glanced at Ramsey, waiting for him to respond. His expression grew pained.
"Yeah, there has been a bit of trouble."
"Do you know who's behind it?" Zoe asked.
"Not yet," he answered. "We thought it might be Blake Owens. Chief Blankenship called him into the station for questioning, but Blake has an alibi. He performed at the Muscadine Cafe on the same evening Hartley's dressing room got broken into."
A good-looking guy stepped up beside Zoe.
"Hey, Ramsey,"
he said with a large smile.
"Hey, man,"
Ramsey responded as the two clasped hands and then hugged. A second later, Ramsey turned to Hartley.
"This is Zoe's fiancé, Briggs."
"Nice to meet you," Hartley said, shaking his hand.
"We're glad y'all are here."
Briggs said heartily. He slipped an arm around Zoe's shoulders.
"Sorry to interrupt, but I need to steal this beautiful lady away. She has many eager fans awaiting her presence."
Zoe chuckled. "That might be a stretch. I'll catch up with y'all later," she said as she and Briggs left. Ramsey turned to Hartley, flashing her a cheeky smile.
"One down and umpteen more to go."
"Sounds daunting," Hartley laughed.
"How's the most beautiful woman in the room?"
a guy said. Both Ramsey and Hartley turned toward the voice. It was Mason, Ramsey's youngest brother. Hartley had met him several times over the years. She grinned, realizing he was referring to her. Mason let out a low whistle.
"You look stunning."
He made a point of looking Hartley up and down. "Thank you," she said with a laugh. Mason had always been a big flirt. He looked a lot like Cash, except his eyes were blue like hers instead of green. Hartley figured he had the girls clamoring for him. Laughter danced in Mason's light eyes.
"You've got some guts bringing her here,"
he quipped to Ramsey.
"No offense,"
Mason said quickly to Hartley. She merely raised an eyebrow in response.
"Has Daddy seen y'all yet?"
Mason asked. A flicker of genuine concern moved over his face, causing Hartley's insides to tighten.
"Put a sock in it, bro,"
Ramsey warned. Mason made a zipping motion over his lips.
"Well, I can't say that I blame you for bringing her. You're definitely the most beautiful woman in the room, and that's saying a lot, because there are plenty of lookers here. I love your music, by the way."
A boyish grin tugged at his lips, and he eyed her with star-struck admiration. "Thanks," she murmured again. Ramsey rolled his eyes.
"All right, lover boy, stop laying it on so thick."
Color rushed to Mason's face.
"I'm being serious here."
Yeah, Ramsey said dryly.
"Now go on, we've got more people to talk to."
He gave Mason a light shove.
"I'm going,"
Mason laughed as he moved past them. "Hello," a redhead said to Ramsey, a smile filling her face. Hartley rocked back, recognition pinging through her. "You must be the real Luna." The resemblance to Ava was uncanny. Had Luna's hair not been red, Hartley would have thought she was Ava. "Yes, guilty as charged," Luna said.
"It's good to see you," Ramsey said to Luna. "Hey, Hudson," he said to the man standing next to her.
Ava had told Hartley all about Luna and Hudson, how Hudson had been her childhood friend. He'd fancied himself in love with Ava until he met Luna and realized what love truly was. Hartley could tell from their body language that Luna and Hudson were deeply in love. She couldn't remember when Ava told her that the two were getting married, but knew it was in the near future. "You're an incredible songwriter," Hartley said. Luna blushed. "Thanks." She ducked her head slightly, like she was uncomfortable with praise. Hartley could tell that Luna was on the shy side, as opposed to Ava's more aggressive, vivacious personality. "You remember my parents," Luna said as she motioned with her hand to the handsome couple standing nearby.
"Of course,"
Ramsey said with a warm smile.
"Beverly, Todd, it's good to see you both."
Ramsey proceeded to introduce Hartley to the upper-crust couple. "I've heard so many wonderful things about you from Ava," Hartley said. Beverly's expression lit up. "Likewise. Ava thinks the world of you." "I'm grateful for her friendship," Hartley responded, and she meant it heart and soul. Ava had been a blessing in her life. Hartley didn't have many close friends. It was nice to have someone to relate to. They chatted for a few minutes before Ramsey and Hartley moved on to mingle with other guests. They saw Jackson, who was friendly and likable, as always. Hartley could tell that Jackson was surprised to see her, but he covered it well with a smooth charm. Jackson's date was a leggy blonde in a super short dress who looked somewhat bored with the gallery opening. Ramsey often described Jackson as the player in the family, and Hartley could tell that was the case.
"Let's get something to eat,"
Ramsey suggested as they threaded through the crowded space. Ramsey smiled and spoke to people that he knew. Hartley saw more than a few surprised faces and gawks as people recognized her. On the way to the food table, they met Ramsey's cousins, Lexi and Lucas. Hartley learned that Lexi was an aspiring musician and songwriter. "I'm a big fan," Lexi gushed. "Thank you," Hartley smiled.
"If you ever need any fresh material, Lexi's your gal," Lucas boasted.
Lexi's face turned 10 shades of red.
"I'm sure Miss Raines has all the material she needs,"
Lexi said with a rigid smile as she shot her brother a frustrated look. A smile pulled at Hartley's lips. "I'm always in need of new material," she said diplomatically. With her long dark hair and matching eyes, Lexi resembled Zoe, but whereas Zoe had a more cultured, sophisticated look, Lexi had a fresh-faced innocence about her. Lexi blinked.
"Really?"
she squeaked. Hartley felt for her when she saw the hope that trickled into her eyes. "Sure, send me a demo and I'll listen to it." Hartley remembered what it was like to try and break into the industry. She owed her start to Cash. His daddy's connections had opened the door for him, and he'd pulled Hartley along with him. The least she could do was return the favor. Come to think of it, she wondered why Cash hadn't already introduced Lexi to some of his connections, or maybe he already had. At any rate, the least she could do was to be kind.
"That was nice of you,"
Ramsey said a few minutes later. "I don't mind helping." She scrunched her nose. "Is Lexi a good songwriter?" Laughter rose in his throat.
"I have no idea."
She shrugged, an amused smile passing over her lips. "Well, I guess I'm about to find out."
"I guess so. No good deed goes unpunished,"
he teased. They made their way over to the food table. Hartley's stomach grumbled when she saw the display of miniature sandwiches, meatballs, shrimp, and a dozen other delicious entrees.
"I heard that,"
Ramsey said as he leaned close to her ear. She clutched her stomach with a nervous smile. "Would you believe I forgot to eat lunch?" She'd been so nervous that she'd not even thought of food today, which was highly unusual. Now, however, that things were starting to settle down, she was suddenly famished. Surprisingly, meeting Ramsey's family had been a pleasant experience.
"Well, hello,"
a voice boomed. Ramsey and Hartley turned around simultaneously. A large smile overtook Ramsey's face.
"Hey, bro."
He and the guy hugged.
"Hello,"
the guy said with a friendly smile.
"This is Noah,"
Ramsey said. Hartley put the connection together.
You're the photographer, Nolan Vant." "That's me."
Noah grinned. Hartley's gaze moved to the woman beside him. She was stunningly beautiful, with chestnut hair and lively chocolate brown eyes. Mason had been right. There were many lookers here tonight, particularly on the arms of the Romeo brothers. "I'm Piper," the woman said with a cordial smile. "Hartley, it's nice to meet you."
"So,"
Noah began with a mischievous smile,
"you're the Spitfire I've been hearing so much about." "What?"
Hartley spun around to Ramsey. Ramsey gurgled something in his throat as his face went tomato red.
"Thanks for ratting me out,"
he muttered to Noah. Hartley gave Ramsey a soft hit on his arm. "I see how it is," she drawled, her eyes flashing with mock anger as her hand went to her hip. Ramsey clucked his tongue.
"Now you get to see my Spitfire in action."
He broke out in laughter as he pointed his finger at Hartley.
"Gotcha."
She rolled her eyes. "Man," she huffed, giving Piper a conspiratorial look. "Yep, I hear you," Piper said.
"Hey,"
Noah protested. Piper slipped her arm through Noah's and pulled him close. "I was talking about Ramsey, not you," she said sweetly. Laughter gurgled in Hartley's throat as she looked at Ramsey, whose jaw had dropped to the floor. "Good one," she said appraisingly to Piper. Hartley decided right then and there that she really liked Noah's wife. "You're a photographer also, right?"
"You should check out her work. It's fantastic,"
Noah said. A glow brushed over Piper's face. "Thanks." A smile curved her lips. "I'm almost as good as Nolan Vant."
"Almost,"
Noah joked.
"We were just about to get something to eat. Y'all want to join us?"
Ramsey asked. Piper and Noah looked at one another.
"Sure,"
Noah said. Ramsey motioned.
"Ladies first,"
he said in a mocking tone to Noah.
"Don't mind if I do,"
Noah quipped, not the least bit affected by Ramsey's jab. Piper funneled in front of him as the two reached for plates. Ramsey and Hartley had just gotten in line behind them when a woman touched Ramsey's arm. "Well, hello," she cooed.
"Mama,"
Ramsey said as he embraced her in a hug. Ramsey and Hartley stepped away from the food table. Ramsey slid an arm around Hartley's shoulders. His gesture felt protective, like he was trying to shield her from any unpleasantness.
"Do you remember Hartley?"
"Hello, Bertie," Hartley began with a friendly smile. "It's good to see you again." Just when she was starting to relax, the tension was back with a vengeance. Surprise spread a tight mask over Bertie's face. "Hello," she stammered. I didn't realize you were coming tonight." She looked at Ramsey, a hint of accusation in her eyes.
"I wanted Hartley with me tonight,"
Ramsey said, squaring his jaw.
"I can see that,"
Bertie said quietly. Her eyes moved from Ramsey to Hartley.
"Does Cash know you're here?" "Yes, ma'am,"
Ramsey said respectfully. Bertie searched Ramsey's face.
"And he's all right with it?" "As right as rain,"
Ramsey quipped. Bertie's shoulders relaxed.
"Okay, then."
Hartley's stomach was constricting into a hard knot. She felt the need to explain herself to Bertie. The words tumbled like potatoes out of a broken bag. "I know this is awkward." She sucked in a short breath, her mouth moving at warp speed as she continued. "Cash and I dated, but he was more like a brother to me. I want you to know that I really care about Ramsey." She clutched her hands. "A lot." She held her breath, waiting. Her heart was pounding out a fast tempo, pulsing blood against her temples. Compassion flickered in Bertie's eyes. "I believe you do." "Really?" Hartley squeaked, tears welling. Quickly she blinked to stay them. "Yes," Bertie said. A dizzying relief parachuted over Hartley as a smile wobbled over her lips. Sheesh. She was normally so in control of herself, but right now she was acting like a blubbering idiot.
"What is this?"
a man demanded in a booming voice as he stepped up beside Bertie. Recognition dinged through Hartley's brain. It was Knox, Ramsey's daddy. He was the epitome of a man's man. Definitely the alpha male. It wasn't hard to see where Ramsey had gotten his moxie. "Hello." Hartley chirped in a voice several octaves too high. A scowl deepened Knox's features as his eyes settled on Ramsey.
"Daddy, you remember Hartley?"
Ramsey said, his voice tight and controlled. Knox gave Hartley a curt nod, his lips flattening to straight, disapproving lines. His eyes burned into Hartley's.
"Why are you here?" "Because I invited her," Ramsey countered. "Do you think that was wise, considering the circumstances?"
Knox asked. Hartley's stomach twisted. She'd been so hungry a moment ago. Now she felt like she needed to throw up. The disgust on Knox's face made her sick at heart. He hated her. She couldn't really blame him. She'd been such a wreck back then, and Cash had taken the brunt of it.
"You and I both know that it'll never work with you and Ramsey. You'll destroy him like you tried to destroy Cash." "Stop it, Daddy," Ramsey growled.
Knox's eyes burned with wrath.
"Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic."
Bertie gasped. "That's enough, Knox," she warned, but her words fell on deaf ears as Knox pressed on.
"If you have any feelings for my son, you'll walk away."
Ramsey swore.
"You're out of line. I'm just speaking the truth,"
Knox said firmly. Bertie placed a hand on Knox's arm. "Let's not do this right now, okay?" She looked into his eyes, and Hartley got the feeling of watching Grace under fire. Bertie oozed refinement from every pore, and she wielded a lot of influence over not only Knox, but her entire family. Finally, Knox's jaw worked as he nodded.
"We'll discuss this later,"
Knox promised Ramsey. He gave Hartley a withering look as he stalked away. Hartley's throat constricted, making it hard to breathe. She took in a breath, trying to remain calm. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. The words were a giant fist, grabbing her and pulling her down to a dark pit of despair from which she could never escape. Bertie flashed an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry," she said to Hartley. Before Hartley could articulate a response, Bertie turned her attention to Ramsey. She lifted a sculpted brow, her voice smooth as silk, lethal as a rattlesnake. "What did you expect? You know how your daddy feels about this situation."
"He's going to have to get over it,"
Ramsey shot back. Hartley could hear the hurt and anger in his voice. Guilt wrapped a suffocating handcuff around her lungs. She didn't want to cause a rift between Ramsey and his parents. Hartley knew firsthand how hard it was to have resentment and contention in a family. Ramsey derived strength from his family. Cutting those ties would be like severing an oak tree from its trunk and expecting it to somehow survive. Bertie sighed. "I'll talk to him." She forced a smile at Hartley. "It was good seeing you," she said as she glided regally away. Chapter 12. Ramsey couldn't believe how bullheaded and insensitive his daddy was.
"I'm sorry about that."
He blew out a heavy breath as he looked at Hartley. Her face was blazing as red as her hair. He expected her to be furious, and rightfully so, but what he saw in her eyes ripped him to shreds. She looked wounded, broken even.
"Hey, are you okay?"
Tears glistened in her eyes as she gave him a weak smile. "I'm okay," she said bravely as she tightened her jaw. "We knew it might not go well." Her knuckles were white as she squeezed her purse. The color of her dress, it was small and sleek with a diamond in the center.
"Daddy's a stubborn old mule,"
he grumbled.
"He'll come around."
She nodded, but he could tell she didn't believe him. Cash's voice flooded the gallery.
"Thanks so much for coming out tonight."
He was holding a cordless microphone. Cash smiled broadly.
"Tonight has been a long time coming."
He motioned at Zoe.
"Let's give it up for my talented sister."
Applause broke out as Zoe offered an appreciative smile. "Thank you very much," she said with a slight bow.
"This reception marks the beginning of a bright future,"
Cash continued.
"As you know, Zoe and Briggs are getting married the second week of December."
He threw Briggs a large grin.
"I couldn't think of a better guy to keep my headstrong sister in line."
This brought ripples of laughter.
"Seriously,"
Cash caught eyes with Briggs.
"it's an honor to have you in the family."
Ramsey glanced at Hartley. Her jaw was set in stone and she was staring straight ahead. He wished there was something he could say, something he could do to ease the situation. He should have known that Daddy would cause a scene. Daddy never minced words. He was like a bull in a china shop. Hartley was so tough that Ramsey assumed she could handle whatever Daddy could throw at her. Maybe Ramsey was wrong. Daddy had hit below the belt with the alcohol thing. Hartley's body was stiff, like she was drawing into herself. He wished he could read her thoughts.
Now for the best part.
A mile-wide grin washed over Cash's lips.
Zoe was kind enough to let me steal the spotlight away from her for a brief moment. Ava, he said tenderly, can you come up here?
All eyes turned to Ava, who looked completely surprised. Ramsey saw the radiant expressions on Beverly, Todd, and Luna's faces. Suddenly the gears shifted into place, and he understood why Cash had been reluctant for him to bring Hartley to the opening tonight. Cash was taking this opportunity to propose to Ava while her parents and Luna were here. Ramsey also realized why Daddy had been on the warpath and why Mama had acted so strange. Hartley was right. Ramsey had unwittingly thrown her to the wolves. Had he seen the full picture, he wouldn't have brought Hartley. Tonight was about Zoe, Cash, and Ava. Ramsey had tried to make it about him, and Hartley was paying the price. Cash handed off the microphone to Jackson as he cupped Ava's hands in his.
I don't have to tell you how much you mean to me.
His voice clogged with emotion as he coughed. He got down on one knee, gazing up into her face. His face was shining with so much love that he might have been peering into the sun.
I fell in love with you from the first moment I saw you at the Muscadine Cafe.
A deep chuckle sounded in his throat.
From the minute you gave me that awful club soda. You are everything to me, he uttered. Will you marry me?
Laughter gurgled in Ava's throat as she started crying. Yes, she exclaimed, her hands going over her mouth. Cash rose to his feet as Ava flung her arms around his neck. I love you, she said exuberantly.
I love you too.
He caught her mouth in a long kiss. Clapping and cheering broke out. Ramsey turned to Hartley. Her skin was the color of alabaster. For an instant her tough mask slipped, and he saw the naked sorrow. Then her sapphire eyes turned dull, like paint that had been left too long in the pail. Her lower lip trembled ever so slightly as a single tear rolled down her cheek. She tucked her purse under her arm. "Excuse me," she croaked as she left his side and fled the room. Ramsey moved to run after her, but someone caught hold of his arm. Ramsey whirled around, finding himself face to face with Daddy.
"Let her go, son,"
Knox ordered. Anger rose hot and furious in Ramsey's chest.
"This is all your fault."
Knox pushed out a breath.
"About what I said. You had no right,"
Ramsey thundered. It had been a long, lonely path, but he'd finally found the one, and then Daddy ripped it all away. Knox's eyes narrowed.
"Of course I have the right to state my opinion. I'm your dad."
Ramsey was furious enough to chew through metal.
"She's no good for you,"
Knox insisted, his jaw razor sharp. His voice was low and urgent.
"I stayed quiet before, watched her rip Cash's heart out and stomp it into the ground."
His eyes flashed with a steely resolve.
"I won't do that again."
He lifted his chin.
"Like I've told you before, that girl is quicksand. She'll take you under just like she did Cash. As I told you before, you don't know what you're talking about," Ramsey seethed. "She's an alcoholic. A recovering alcoholic,"
Ramsey heaved out, his voice rising.
"She hasn't had a drop in years. That bit about once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic is a load of crap. I know you want to believe that, but you're wrong, son."
The pity on Daddy's face sent Ramsey's anger soaring to new heights.
"Let's go outside and talk about this,"
Daddy said quietly.
"so we won't cause a scene."
Ramsey jerked his arm out of Daddy's grasp.
"I'm done talking."
He marched away, intent on finding Hartley as soon as possible so he could undo the damage. Hartley cupped the glass with both hands, staring unseeingly into the depths of the amber liquid, clutching her purse for all it was worth. She'd run out of the gallery and caught a cab to the nearest bar. Knox's words kept searing through her brain. "You and I both know that it'll never work with you and Ramsey. You'll destroy him like you tried to destroy Cash. If you have any feelings for my son, you'll walk away." The whiskey in the glass called to her. It rose up like a taunting snake that slithered around, filling her entire body with an all-consuming need. A drink would help dull the pain stabbing through her heart. She needed to forget that for one brief stretch of time she'd been loved and cherished by an incredible man who'd looked beyond her checkered past and seen the real her. She had changed, but that didn't mean anything to Knox and Bertie Romeo. To them, she'd always be a worthless alcoholic. "Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic," she muttered. A prayer rose in her heart. "Help me." A second later, she snuffed out the fragile flicker of hope, dousing it with a bucket full of self-loathing so that it could never rise again. What was the use of trying to be better? Her dad was a lost cause, and Hartley was just like him. Tears rose in her eyes, but she pushed them back. She refused to shed another tear. She lifted the glass to her lips. How easy it would be to just drink the infernal liquid. Time came to a screeching halt. She was suspended between her resolve and her addiction. No, she couldn't go down this road again. Ever so slowly, she put the glass down and pushed it away. The relief she felt was palpable. Victory flushed over her, and then came a flood of peace. "Thank you," her mind uttered as she looked heavenward. She knew in that moment that she wasn't alone.
"Rough night?"
The sneer in the man's voice came at her like a fingernail scratching down a chalkboard as she whipped around. Her eyes bulged when she realized who was sitting beside her. "Go away," she demanded. The man laughed. "You're a lousy drunk." She lifted her chin. "I've never been more sober in my life." He raised his glass to her. "Cheers," he said as he chugged down several swigs. "What are you doing here?" A derisive laugh riddled Blake's throat as he slammed his glass down, sloshing the liquid over his hand.
"The question is, what are you doing here?"
He pointed to the whiskey.
"Sober, huh? I thought you didn't drink any more."
"I don't," she retorted.
"Obviously,"
he said sarcastically. She bunched her brows. "Did you follow me here?" He grunted.
"What do you think?"
Anger crowded a tight circle around her heart. Then came a blip of fear. The police had questioned Blake Owens. He had an alibi for the day an intruder broke into her dressing room. However, it was too much of a coincidence that Blake was here. Was he somehow involved in everything that was going on? Her skin crawled with apprehension, and she wanted nothing more than to get as far away from Blake Owens as possible.
"Where's your little boyfriend?"
Blake taunted. "None of your business." His eyes flashed with resentment.
"How dare he get the chief of police to call me in for questioning? Your boy's getting too big for his britches. Somebody needs to put him in his place."
A hard amusement simmered in her throat. "Like you did at the label anniversary celebration?" She was momentarily caught off guard by the rage that surfaced in his eyes. It was gone before she took her next breath. Disgust rankled her stomach when Blake looked her up and down, his leering gaze lingering on her chest. He leaned forward into her personal space.
"You don't need him when you've got me,"
he taunted softly. When he touched her jaw, she backed away like she'd been burned. "I said leave!" He caught her wrists in an iron grip.
"I'm not going anywhere without you."
His fingers were digging into her flesh. She reached for the glass of whiskey and threw it into Blake's face. He heaved out a string of curse words. She sprang to her feet and rushed out of the bar. The cool night air splashed her face as she glanced around the empty street. There wasn't another soul in sight. She'd been so upset when she came here in the cab. It hadn't occurred to her that she would need a way home. With a heavy sigh, she reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her heart cried at the knowledge that she'd missed several calls from Ramsey. She'd put her phone on silent on the cab ride over and hadn't thought about it once she was at the bar. Now, however, seeing the missed calls evoked a longing to be with Ramsey. Did she dare call him and ask him to come and get her? An image of Knox Romeo flashed before her eyes. She saw his loathing as his hateful words seared through her veins. She'd never be accepted in Ramsey's family, and she couldn't be the cause of Ramsey being estranged from them. If Ramsey chose her over his family, he'd end up resenting her in the end. The door to the bar opened. She whirled around, her heart dropping 10 stories, when Blake stepped up to her and manacled her wrist. "What are you doing?" she screeched, an icy fear coating her throat. Blake let out a grating laugh as he yanked her close, clutching her arms. He pressed his lips to hers in a savage kiss, sticking his tongue down her throat. Revulsion overtook her as she gagged. She hit his arms as she pulled her mouth back from his. "You're pathetic," she muttered. He slapped her jaw, the force throwing her head back. Stars exploded before her eyes.
"You think you're too good for me? I'll show you a night like you've never known. We'll put those pink satin sheets of yours to good use."
She froze, terror overtaking her brain. Blake knew the color of her sheets. He was the one who had broken into her home and entered her bedroom. A scorching anger burned out the fear. "You're the one who broke into my house."
"That's ridiculous,"
he asserted, but she caught the trickle of fear that crossed his expression. She looked him in the eye, hurling out her words through clenched teeth. "If you ever come near me again, I swear I won't just pull my gun. Next time I'll put a bullet through your skull." Contempt blazed over his features.
"So high and mighty."
A cruel laugh rattled through his throat.
"When I get done with you, nobody, not even that pretty boy Navy SEAL, will want you."
Outrage surged through Hartley. She kneed Blake in the crotch as hard as she could. He doubled over, howling. She moved to get away from him, but he was faster. His hand shot out as he snatched her arm. She began pummeling his head with her purse. "You stupid redneck! You don't have sense enough to blow up a bean." She'd been around guys like Blake Owens her entire life, and she was sick of it. "Is everything okay?" It registered in Hartley's brain that a woman in a black sedan had pulled up beside them. The window was rolled down, and she was sticking her head out. "I need help," Hartley squeaked. "Hey, I know you. You're Blake Owens," the woman said. At that, Blake released Hartley's arm. He wore a deer-in-the-headlights expression. "Loathsome coward!" Hartley spat as she rubbed her arm. Blake straightened to his full height.
"This isn't over."
He laughed as his lips curled into a snarl.
"Me and you, babe, we're just beginning."
He thrust out his chest and blew her a kiss. The smug promise in his voice snaked a shiver down Hartley's spine. She hated Blake Owens. "Would you like a ride?" It took Hartley a second to realize that the woman was talking to her. The woman had platinum blonde hair that rounded on her shoulders. She looked classy. Hartley guessed the woman to be in her late 50s. Her brain ran through the alternatives. Hartley could go back in the bar, but there was a large chance that Blake would follow her inside. "Sure," Hartley heard herself say as she hurried around to the passenger door and got in. "Thank you," she breathed as she closed the door. "Sure thing," the woman said as she pulled away from the bar. Out of the corner of her eye, Hartley saw Blake shoot her a bird. "Scumbucket," she muttered. As the woman drove out of the parking lot, she chuckled. "It looked like you were giving Blake Owens a run for his money." "He's a despicable swine," Hartley seethed. The woman started laughing. It was a harsh, grating sound, a smoker's laugh that seemed incongruent with the classy snapshot image that Hartley's brain had initially concocted. Come to think of it, the air in the car reeked of cigarette smoke. Hartley shifted to get a better look at the woman. She wore a tailored business suit and a pink silk blouse. A strand of pearls encircled her neck. Her hair was perfectly styled. There was something vaguely familiar about the woman. It tickled at Hartley's brain. She exerted all of her concentration, trying to unearth it, but it was no use. She moistened her lips as she clasped her purse tighter in her hands. "Thanks again for the ride." Hartley's words dribbled away to a stilted silence. It occurred to her that the woman would need her address. "I live at 4452 Ravenwood Lane." No response. Unease crawled down Hartley's neck. There was something odd about this situation. Why did the woman look familiar? She reached into her purse. I just need to make a quick phone call, she explained, intent on calling Ramsey. Regardless of how devastated she was over Knox's behavior, she needed to let Ramsey know what was happening. Alarm bells were going off in her head, causing her throat to thicken like cold syrup. She heard movement from behind. She whipped around, gasping in surprise, as a man arose from the back seat. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said pleasantly, as he pointed a gun straight at her. Chapter 13.
"Where in the devil are you?"
Ramsey muttered as he paced back and forth across Hartley's kitchen floor. Beneath his frustration was a raging river of fear. Had Daddy not detained him at the gallery, Ramsey would have been able to catch up with Hartley before she left. Now Ramsey had no idea where she was. Not a good situation, considering the death threats against Hartley. It had been irresponsible of Hartley to up and leave by herself, but he understood why she had. He kept seeing the wounded look on Hartley's face right after Cash's proposal, and could tell that she was giving up on them. Ramsey couldn't let that happen. What Hartley failed to understand was that Daddy was a hothead. He'd said some cutting things, but he'd come around, eventually. Everyone else, even Mama, seemed to be coming around. He'd come to Hartley's house rather than going home because he assumed that she would eventually return home tonight. His gut tightened. She hadn't come home. He hoped she was okay. He tried to think where else she could be. Her mom's house, maybe? No, that seemed highly unlikely, considering her mom lived 2 hours away. His phone buzzed. In a quick motion, he pulled it from his pocket, hoping it was from Hartley. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was. She'd sent him a text. "We need to talk. Meet me at your house." He texted back, "On my way." Yesterday, Ramsey had given Hartley a key to his house and told her his security alarm code. It was his way of letting her know that he was serious about their relationship. Hartley going to his house was a good sign. Maybe things would turn out okay after all. As he was darting out the door, his phone buzzed again. It was Sutton. Ramsey answered on the first ring with a crisp, "Hello, boss." Even though he no longer worked for Sutton, the words came out of habit. Sutton launched right into the conversation. "I'm afraid I have some unsettling news." Ramsey tensed. "What's up?" Had something happened to one of his former team members? Everyone knew how great the risks of the job were. The majority of the group were former Navy SEALs, the type of guys who ate danger for breakfast. Still, just because they were tough didn't mean they were invincible. "I just got a call from my contact in North Carolina. Edison Duffy has disappeared." The air left Ramsey's lungs. "Disappeared? How?" "All we know at this point is that Edison hasn't shown up for work the past 2 days, and he hasn't been at his apartment." Ramsey rubbed a hand over his forehead. "Do you suspect foul play?" "We don't have any more intel other than what I told you." Ramsey blew out a hard breath, frustration knotting his gut. "How could your guy have lost him?" he muttered. Sutton was so thorough, hiring only the best. "Because he failed to do the job he was hired to do," Sutton said, his voice hard as flint. "Look, I realize that you were keeping track of Edison as a favor to me. I don't mean to sound ungrateful." "I didn't take it that way at all, chap," Sutton said lightly. "I promise that I'll do everything in my power to track Edison down." Ramsey heard the conviction in Sutton's voice, knew Sutton meant every word. "I appreciate that." The idea of Edison going missing was unsettling, especially considering that the anniversary of Allison's death was fast approaching. Ramsey thought of his reoccurring nightmares. Were they a premonition? A warning that Edison was going to try something? "In the meantime, watch your back." A sense of foreboding settled like concrete in Ramsey's gut as a new, terrifying thought entered his brain. Maybe Edison was the one behind the threats to Hartley. "Will do," he clipped as he ended the call. He tapped his phone screen and scrolled to the app that controlled the cameras in his home. He wanted to take a quick look to make sure Hartley was okay. He frowned. The cameras weren't working. Was there a glitch in the software, or was something more ominous happening? He quickened his pace as he went to his car. The need to get to Hartley was overwhelming. Above all else, he wanted to make sure that she was safe. Terror clawed at Hartley, causing a wave of dizziness to overtake her. She closed her eyes, willing herself to calm down. She inhaled through her nose, trying to take in as much air as possible. Her lips were pressed so tight that they ached. The desire to breathe through her mouth was nearly overwhelming. After the man had pointed the gun at her, he'd caught her in a chokehold and pressed a cloth over her nose and mouth. She fought against him, but he was too strong. Fragments of memory rushed back, her intense fear, how the fabric tasted faintly sweet, and then the blackness that overtook her. When Hartley came to, panic engulfed her when she realized that her wrists and ankles were bound to a kitchen chair. She strained her muscles against the duct tape, but it was no use. The kidnappers had placed a strip of duct tape over her mouth. The sticky tape was irritating her skin. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Hartley discovered that she was in a bedroom. A sickening realization was hanging over her like the blade of a guillotine waiting to fall. The kidnappers hadn't bothered to hide their faces. Did that mean they weren't going to let her live? Tears rushed to her eyes. Her chest rose and fell in a desperate, erratic rhythm. She felt like a fish marooned on dry land, fighting to get her breath. She was on the verge of hyperventilating. "Dear God, help me, please," she prayed, "like you helped me in the bar." She looked into the fiery furnace of her addiction and had come off the victor. She'd proven Knox Romeo wrong. Somehow, in a way she didn't fully understand, she realized that alcohol no longer had a hold over her. Ramsey would be so proud. Her heart twisted. Most likely she'd be dead soon, so it wouldn't matter that she'd resisted temptation. Her heart shuddered, wondering if she'd ever see Ramsey again. She'd wanted the chance to build a future with him, a chance to prove that she could live a good, noble life. Hartley wanted a family, children. "Please don't let me die, not here, not now, when I'm only just learning to live." Her thoughts shifted to the bar and how close she'd come to falling off the wagon, yet she hadn't. Acid filled her throat as she thought of Blake Owens. She tried to make sense of what was happening. Blake had broken into her bedroom. He was obviously following her. He'd intended to rape her. A shudder ran through her. Were these people connected to Blake? Maybe it had all been a setup. Blake attacking her so that she'd accept a woman's offer of a ride. Fear shook her body cold. If Blake came near her, she'd fight him till her dying breath. "Please let Ramsey somehow figure out where I am. Please, God, help me." Tears ran rivulets down her cheeks. Her head was pounding, streaking pain across the bridge of her nose and behind her eyes. She felt so lethargic, like she could sleep for a week. What was on that cloth that the man pressed to her face? Chloroform, maybe? She pushed past the pain, willing herself to concentrate. Her evening dress felt scratchy against her skin. She swallowed her fear, trying to remain calm enough so she could look at the situation analytically. The woman. Where had she seen her before? It was right on the edge of her consciousness. She stretched her brain, trying to remember. She grunted as the knowledge came together in a hard snap. The woman was Bitsy Post. Her heart began to pound, her mind spinning 100 miles an hour. After Ramsey told her about his past and how Allison Post had died, Hartley had looked up Senator Jefferson Post. She'd watched several video clips of Jefferson. In most of them, his devoted wife had been standing behind him, smiling benevolently for the camera, dressed very much like she was tonight, in an expensive tailored jacket and skirt. A frigid horror choked her throat as she gurgled. This was revenge in the cruelest sense of the word. Her heart squeezed to the size of a golf ball. They were going to kill her to get back at Ramsey. An incredulous laugh bubbled in her throat. Ramsey had been concerned about Edison Duffy retaliating, but Bitsy was the one he should have been worried about. Or maybe it was both. Was the man with the gun Edison? Was Edison the man who'd broken into her dressing room, or was that part of the puzzle connected to Blake Owens? Had Edison disguised himself with darker hair and a mustache? Was Jefferson Post involved? Her questions were snarling dogs nipping away at her sanity. She jerked when the door burst open. The light from the hallway blinded her eyes for a flash of a second. A man fell into the room with a grunt. Her vision came into focus as another man's shadowy frame filled the doorway.
"Get up," he shouted, "or I'll kill you here and now."
He pointed a gun at the fallen man. A silent cry wrenched Hartley's throat. "Stand up," her mind screamed to the man on the floor.
"I said get up."
The man grumbled viciously as he kicked the man hard in the side. Nausea rolled over Hartley. She couldn't throw up, not with the tape over her mouth. She'd choke on her own vomit. She swallowed the acid, wincing in disgust. The man on the floor groaned as the other guy kicked him again. Hartley saw more movement in the open doorway. It was Bitsy carrying a chair.
"You shouldn't have hit him so hard,"
she snapped, planting the chair down.
"Get him up,"
she demanded.
"We need to get him taped up before Ramsey gets here."
Hope sparked in Hartley's chest. Ramsey's coming. The next instant, her heart dropped. It was a trap. She and this poor man crumpled on the floor were the bait. Who was the man? Hartley got a better look at the man with the gun. He was blond, around Ramsey's same age. It could certainly be Edison Duffy.
"Hurry up, Eddie,"
the woman demanded. Yep, just as Hartley thought, Edison Duffy. Blood began thrashing against her temples. This was bad, really bad. Ramsey was walking into a trap. She had to do something to warn him, but what? Shoving his gun in his pants waistband, Edison picked up the unconscious man and placed him into a chair. Bitsy handed him a roll of duct tape. Quickly, he taped the man's hands and feet to the chair. The man's chin was lobbed onto his chest, preventing Hartley from seeing his face. Edison tore off a strip of tape and lifted the man's face to place the strip over his mouth. Hartley's insides froze when she recognized the man. Knox Romeo. Edison turned to Hartley. When he stepped up to her, she instinctively shrank into herself for protection.
"Don't worry, pretty girl,"
he taunted as he touched her hair.
"This will be over soon. It's a shame."
He twisted her hair around his finger as he tisked his tongue.
"Think of all the fun we could have had together," he mused.
"Cut the crap, Eddie," Bitsy snarled. Edison laughed.
"Just having a bit of fun."
He released Hartley's hair and gave her a pat on the cheek.
"I can't wait to see how this plays out."
His voice hardened.
"Time for Ramsey to learn how it feels to have everything ripped away. Only this time the deal is sweetened. We got Ramsey's old man, too."
"See you soon," he chimed as he and Bitsy left the room. Rage was boiling inside Hartley, crowding out her fear. Had the infernal tape been removed from her mouth, Hartley would have hurled insults at Edison Duffy and Bitsy Post. She looked at Knox. He was out. She wished she could yell at him to wake up. Her heart pounded furiously with the knowledge that every passing minute was precious. As soon as Ramsey arrived, Edison and Bitsy would kill her and Knox, probably in front of Ramsey's eyes. Revulsion welled inside her. This was a horrible nightmare. Knox groaned and moved his chin a fraction. A sliver of determination cut through her despair. She had to make some noise. Maybe if she could wake Knox up, the two of them could figure out how to get loose. She began rocking from side to side. Knox moved his head. She rocked harder. A startled gasp rose in her throat when her chair toppled over sideways. The impact of the fall shot pain through her body. At the same moment, she heard a crack. Crap! Had she been too loud? Would the noise send Edison and Bitsy rushing back into the room? She remained motionless, praying that they hadn't heard anything. Seconds, minutes ticked by. She glanced at the door, hoping against hope that it would remain closed. When no one came, she started twisting her hands against the tape. The arm of the chair moved. A burst of exhilaration shot through her. The arm was loose. Exerting all the force she could, she worked it back and forth. A second later, it broke free from the base. The chair arm was dangling beneath her arm. No matter. She used her free hand to remove the tape from her other hand. Working as fast as she could, she finally got herself free. She ripped the duct tape from her mouth, gulping in a large scoop of air. Her lungs relished in the sensation. She rubbed her sore wrists as she glanced around. Her eyes had adjusted to the darkness, making it a little easier to see, but not much. Hartley felt impending doom closing in. There wasn't a second to spare. She went to Knox and began shaking him. "Wake up," she urged in a low tone. "Knox," she hissed. He opened his eyes as his body flinched. His eyes darted around the room before coming into focus. She placed a finger to her lips. "I'm going to remove the duct tape from your mouth, but you have to be quiet or they'll hear you. We've got to find a way out of this place." He nodded as she removed the tape from his mouth. He pushed out a heavy breath.
"So they got you too,"
he said regretfully. "Yes," she whispered. She went to work unwinding the tape from his hands.
"Wait,"
he commanded in an urgent whisper. She went stone still, sweat beads popping over the bridge of her nose. Had Knox heard something? Were Edison and Bitsy on their way back?
"Get the gun first before you get me loose. That way you'll have it, in case."
He glanced at the door.
"Gun?"
she asked dubiously.
"I don't understand."
She pulled at the tape over his hand, unwinding it.
"Ramsey keeps it in a holster beneath the bed, the top left corner."
Her mind scrambled to catch up.
"We're in Ramsey's house?"
Rather than getting the gun, she got one hand free and moved to work on his other. It would only take a second to free him. That was the better option than leaving Knox tied up.
"Yes."
He looked puzzled.
"You didn't know that?"
"No, they kidnapped me outside of a bar." Heat stung her cheeks as the words left her mouth, and she realized what she'd just said. She was almost done freeing Knox's other hand. Edison had been in a hurry with Knox and hadn't secured him as well to the chair as he had her. The second she pulled the last bit of tape away from his hand, Knox bent over to free his ankles.
"About what I said earlier. A very wise woman, Bertie, reminded me of an important lesson. He who is without sin, let him cast the first stone." Regret wrapped his voice. "I certainly have my wagon load of sins and had no right to judge you. I'm sorry."
She felt the sincerity of his words. They were a healing balm to her injured heart. Moisture rose in her eyes as she clasped her hands tightly.
"Thank you,"
she said hoarsely. A faint smile touched her lips.
"And for the record, I didn't touch a drop of liquor at that bar."
A bitter laugh rose in her throat.
"I wanted to, mind you, but I resisted the temptation."
Her voice caught.
"You see, as much as I wanted that drink, there's one thing I want more."
Her eyes pooled with tears.
"Ramsey."
Knox stood.
"You really do love him, don't you?"
He spoke as if the words were a sudden revelation to him.
"Yes."
She wiped at her tears as a half-laugh escaped her throat.
"Ramsey came on my radar a long time ago, and I've never been able to let him go."
He took in a deep breath.
"I'm sorry it took this old fool nearly dying to see what was right in front of my face the entire time,"
he lamented, shaking his head. He went to the bed and lay down, his back pressed against the carpet.
"Ah, man, I feel like I've been beat 6 ways from Sunday. What happened to me?" "Edison kicked you a couple times while you were unconscious,"
Hartley said, her voice going hard with indignation.
"He's a coward,"
she muttered.
"He and Bitsy both."
Knox scooted under the bed.
"You're not a fool,"
she continued, wanting to get the words out while she could. Who knew what the next moments would bring? She and Knox could both be dead shortly. Fear tied a tight noose around her throat as she coughed.
"You're a good man who loves his family."
Her voice trembled as she swallowed.
"You were only trying to protect Ramsey. I can respect that." "Got it,"
Knox announced triumphantly. Had Knox even been listening to her? Gun in his hand, he rose to his feet and glanced at the door before placing a hand on her shoulder.
"Who are those people and what do they want?" "Edison Duffy was Ramsey's roommate in college."
He grunted in surprise.
"I know who Edison is,"
he asserted.
Edison and Bitsy Post are trying to get revenge for Allison's death by killing us both."
Her stomach churned, chills running through her.
"That's why they kidnapped us and brought us to Ramsey's house. They didn't kidnap me. I came of my own accord to apologize for the things I said earlier."
Irritation rattled his voice.
"When I opened the front door and stepped into the foyer, that buzzard brain knocked me in the head with the butt of his gun."
His hand left her shoulder and went up to gingerly touch the base of his skull.
"Giving me a knot the size of a baseball,"
he grumbled.
"Oh."
Hartley was grateful that Knox was here with her. She could tell from the easy way in which he held the gun that he knew what he was doing. She had no doubt that Knox knew how to handle himself. Hartley, on the other hand, wanted to be brave, but she was petrified. Her knees were weak and knocking together. He looked her in the eyes.
"We can do this."
She nodded as her heart pounded out a ragged beat. Bending down, she slipped off her heels. Knox looked toward the door, his jaw taut with determination.
"Okay, we need a plan. Ramsey's gonna need all the help he can get."
Chapter 14. Ramsey's senses were on high alert as he pulled his car into his garage. Turning off the engine, he opened the glove box and reached for his pistol, tucking it into his belt. Chances were everything was fine, and he'd find Hartley waiting for him inside. Still, it couldn't hurt to have the pistol. Until Edison was found, Ramsey needed to be extra vigilant. He stepped into the kitchen, his eyes surveying the space. All seemed to be in order. He moved to the den, keeping his ears cocked for any unusual sounds. His footsteps were light, his hand poised over his pistol. He saw the flicker of flames in the fireplace, then the top of Hartley's hair. She was sitting on the sofa, probably staring into the fire. He relaxed his shoulders, grateful that Hartley was safe.
"Hey,"
he began as he stepped toward her, loosening the bow tie of his tux. He saw movement out of the corner of his eye and reached to draw his gun.
"Hold it,"
a man ordered.
"One more move and I'll shoot."
Ramsey froze.
"Hands up, slowly."
Ramsey did as the voice instructed. He glanced at Hartley. She hadn't moved. Fear cut a cold trail through him. Was she alive?
"If you hurt her, I'll rip you apart with my bare hands,"
he promised.
"Shut your trap and turn around,"
the man ordered. Ramsey recognized the voice. His blood ran cold as he turned around. A sneer pushed over Edison's lips.
"Well, well, it's been a long time." "Not long enough,"
Ramsey countered. Edison looked older than he remembered, more hardened, more bitter. It cut to know that he and Edison were once roommates and close friends. They'd shared so much together before it all went up in a thick ball of black smoke. An image of the man with the mustache flitted through Ramsey's mind. He'd studied the surveillance footage at length. Seeing Edison in the flesh, looking at his stance, Ramsey was sure it was the same person. Edison had been planning this for a while. The knowledge twisted his gut. Was Hartley okay? A cold sweat broke over Ramsey's body, especially when he saw the look of pure hatred in Edison's eyes.
"Put the gun on the floor,"
Edison barked.
"Slowly. One false move and your lady gets it," he snapped.
Relief swept through Ramsey with the force of whitewater rapids. Edison was talking as if Hartley were still alive. With a controlled movement, Ramsey retrieved his gun.
"Easy,"
Edison ordered. Slowly, Ramsey put the gun down. He needed to figure out a way out of this, but right now his first objective was to keep Hartley safe.
"Now kick it."
Ramsey did as instructed. The gun skidded across the room, opposite from where they were standing. He rose to his full height, holding up his hands.
"Hartley, are you okay?"
he asked loudly. A gravelly laugh sounded in response. Hartley stood. No, not Hartley, but someone else. The woman walked over and stood next to Edison.
"Surprised to see me?"
she taunted in a raspy voice. Ramsey didn't recognize her until she removed the wig.
"Bitsy Post?"
he uttered, not quite believing his eyes. He'd always feared that Edison would come gunning for him, but Bitsy? The notion seemed absurd. Ramsey had kept tabs on Jefferson and Bitsy Post over the years. He'd watched Bitsy's transformation from white trash to high society, at least on the surface. Looking at Bitsy, the adage Daddy often quoted flashed through his mind. No matter how much lipstick you slather on a pig, it's still a pig. Alarm pelted through him.
Where's Hartley?
Bitsy chortled out a grating laugh.
All in good time.
Her voice dripped with venom. Ramsey's mind raced.
Why are you doing this?
He had to figure out where Hartley was.
You're a smart guy,
Bitsy fired back with a spiteful smirk.
You tell me.
She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Edison in amusement. He thought back, sifting through the details of the past.
You were in cahoots with Edison and Allison.
Before she could respond, he rushed on.
Of course, it makes sense. That day at your house, when Edison and I were talking to you and your husband, you didn't want to get the police involved. You told Jefferson that the kidnapping was fate's way of getting back at him for disowning Allison.
Malice darted over Bitsy's features.
Jefferson is a miser and a tyrant, she spat.
Her face twisted into an ugly mask.
He was going to cut Allison off without a penny.
She gritted her teeth.
I wasn't going to allow that. Everything was going according to plan until you showed up at the cabin.
Tears filled her eyes.
Allie was scared of being alone in the woods.
Her voice trembled.
That's why I gave her and Edison the gun.
Rage hardened her features.
You took my daughter from me, she roared.
Then you took my fiancé from me,
Edison added, eyeing Ramsey with contempt.
You made one big mistake when you crossed me.
Ramsey grunted.
My one big mistake was trusting you and thinking that you were my friend. Enough talk,
Edison raged.
Now it's time for you to pay.
Ramsey's blood ran cold. Edison and Bitsy were two of a kind, both of them unwilling to accept fault for the parts they'd played in Allison's death. Their anger and bitterness had warped their minds and cankered their souls. Shadows from the fireplace splashed across the walls, reshaping Edison and Bitsy into ravenous monsters ready to rip him to shreds. His heart shriveled. No, they'd do worse. He knew how their twisted minds worked. They intended to murder Hartley right before his very eyes. A quiet rage burned inside him. He'd die 1,000 painful deaths before he let them touch a single hair on Hartley's head. He glared at Edison.
You were the one who sent Hartley the death threat. You broke into her dressing room.
Edison snorted.
Let me guess. The fingerprint dusting revealed my print on the phone. That was a nice breadcrumb for you. Actually, I haven't gotten the report back yet,
Ramsey said, forcing his tone to go casual. Guilt rankled his gut. This was all because of him and his sordid past. If anything happened to Hartley, he'd never forgive himself. He needed to find out where they were holding her. Was she here in the house? Edison would no doubt shoot him when he charged forward, but Ramsey figured he could still take him down, even with a gunshot wound. The trick was to keep Edison talking so he would reveal his plan. One thing Ramsey had learned about criminals was that they loved to show their victims how smart they were.
I recognized you from the video surveillance outside of Hartley's dressing room. Oh, and there was the video of you purchasing the phone.
He pointed at Edison's feet.
You have a certain way that you shift your weight. It gave you away.
Surprise washed over Edison's face.
I'm impressed, he laughed. You've picked up a few skills along the way.
Ramsey scrunched his brows. Something wasn't adding up here.
I've had other relationships.
He thought of his former girlfriend, Sage.
Why did you pick now to exact your revenge?
You can thank me for that,
Bitsy snipped.
I thought about taking care of business earlier, but then you bumbled up that relationship and your girlfriend dumped you. So I waited until the perfect moment. When I saw the press about you and Hartley, well, I knew it was time to make my move. You know what they say. Revenge is a dish best served cold, she chuckled. Poor Hartley Raines.
she purred.
Fell in love with the wrong man.
Her eyes glittered with satisfaction. Too bad it's gonna kill her. Yeah, too bad, Edison parroted.
You won't get away with this,
Ramsey promised.
Watch us,
Bitsy hissed. Ramsey looked at Edison.
Thanks to you, the police have your fingerprint. They'll know you were involved. I have a guy who's been tailing you.
Always the smart one, Edison smirked, his face turning red.
Do you really think I'm going to stick around and wait for the police to find me? He chortled. Mexico's calling my name. What about you?
Ramsey asked Bitsy, his voice taking on a musing tone.
It won't exactly sit well with Jefferson's constituents when they realize that his wife is a murderer,
he finished drolly.
Good thing all the loose ends will be tied up, she snarled. Meaning you'll all be dead.
Ramsey balled his fists.
Where's Hartley?
Bitsy giggled as she turned to Edison.
Should we tell him the rest?
Ramsey's throat went dry.
Oh, yeah, you're going to love this,
Edison said in a mocking tone, his eyes lit with a sadistic pleasure.
Your dad stopped by.
Ramsey's stomach clutched.
Where are they?
He thundered.
We're right here,
Knox said. Edison whirled around to face Knox. A shot was fired, and Edison fell to the floor, the gun tumbling out of his hand. Ramsey scrambled to get it, but Bitsy got there first. She rose to her feet, pointing the gun at Ramsey.
Put the gun down,
Knox's voice cracked through the room like a whip.
Time for you to die,
she growled. Before she could pull the trigger, Ramsey saw red hair trailing out like flames as Hartley tackled Bitsy from behind, sending the gun flying across the room. Ramsey darted to retrieve it and his own pistol. A second later, he turned to see Hartley and Bitsy rolling and fighting one another. Had it not been such a serious situation, Ramsey might have chuckled at the sight. Porcupine on fire. Hartley got on top and socked Bitsy in the jaw. A loud pop sounded as Bitsy's head shot back, her body going limp. "Take that, you spiteful wench!" Hartley harumphed as she got up off of Bitsy and smoothed a hand down her sequin dress. Ramsey realized that she was barefooted. Even now, with her hair disheveled and dress ripped up the side clear to her thigh, Hartley was stunning. Their eyes caught. Hartley's lips curved into a smile, sending a dart of warmth through him. Emotion lodged thick in Ramsey's throat. He wasn't one to get emotional, but he couldn't stop his eyes from going moist.
"I almost lost you,"
he said hoarsely. An impish grin curved her lips.
"Never,"
she said fiercely, her blue eyes glimmering like sun-kissed water. Clutching his wounded arm, Edison moved to get up.
"I wouldn't do that if I were you,"
Knox warned, training the gun on both Edison and Bitsy.
"Better listen to him. He's a crack shot."
Ramsey gave Edison a steely look.
"You can thank your lucky stars for that, or you'd be dead right now. I feel sorry for you. You were released from prison. You had a fresh start, and yet you let hatred consume you, both of you,"
he said in disgust. Edison and Bitsy just glared back, neither one having learned a thing through this ordeal.
"You did good,"
Knox said. For a second, Ramsey thought Daddy was talking to him, but then realized his praise was directed at Hartley.
"Thanks."
Hartley smiled as she raked her hair out of her face. With a heavy sigh, she looked down at her hand, flexing it as she winced slightly. "I guess I can add a swollen hand to my swollen eye," she said dryly.
"We should get some ice on that,"
Ramsey suggested. A smile stole over Knox's lips.
"Son, you got yourself quite the woman,"
he chuckled.
"Talk about a warrior, man. That was impressive. I've never seen a woman in an evening dress move as fast as greased lightning."
He looked at Hartley.
"We make a good team."
"Yes, we do," she agreed. If Ramsey hadn't heard the exchange, he wouldn't have believed his ears.
Y'all want to tell me why you're suddenly the dynamic duo?"
Knox chuckled dryly.
"Maybe later, after we call the police to come and collect these 2 turkeys." "Good idea,"
Ramsey said as he pulled out his phone. Chapter 15.
I wish we could stay like this forever.
Hartley sighed as she snuggled into the curve of Ramsey's shoulder.
Me too,
he murmured into her hair. His attention was drawn to the orange flames licking up the gas logs in the fireplace. He let his mind get absorbed in the fluid motion of the fire. For so long he'd lived with the threat of Edison hanging over his head. It was good to finally put the past to rest. He loved the contentment of being here with Hartley. A part of him was tempted to just sit here with her, enjoying the silence, but he was itching for her to fill in the gaps of the story.
So what exactly happened between you and my daddy?
After the police came and hauled Edison and Bitsy away, Daddy had also left, saying he was plumb tuckered out. She shifted to face him, moistening her lips as if gathering her thoughts. How much did you hear me telling the police?
I got the part about the bar and Blake Owen's attack.
His brow furrowed.
Did I hear that right? You told the police that Blake Owens was the one who broke into your bedroom?
After the ordeal they'd just endured, Ramsey was surprised that he had any anger left, but it was there, alive and well, as it resurged with a vengeance. Had Blake been here, Ramsey would have punched him into next week.
Yep, that's correct.
Feeling a shiver pulse through Hartley's body, he pulled her closer and rubbed his fingers up and down her arm. He sensed that there was more she wasn't telling him.
What else?
She pushed out a long breath.
I think Blake intended to rape me.
Fury flashed in her eyes.
He followed me to the bar. I'm pretty sure Blake has been stalking me.
His jaw hardened.
That can't go unanswered. Something has to be done. Tomorrow, when we go into the police station to give our statements about what happened here tonight, we'll make a stop at Chief Blankenship's office so you can tell him what happened.
Noticing the rigid set of her mouth, he searched her face.
What?
I want Blake Owens to get his due. I really do.
But,
he prompted,
but I don't want a huge scandal.
Amusement bubbled in his chest.
We're way past that. After what happened tonight, you might as well kill two birds with one stone.
She exhaled.
I know, I suppose you're right.
Her brow creased.
I'm just so sick of Blake Owens. He's such a scumbag. A scumbag that has to be stopped, he said firmly.
Okay. A faint smile tipped her lips. It's a dang good thing that I have my very own top-notch security expert to keep me safe. He raised an eyebrow.
And that only works if you listen to him.
Hey, I listen. Sometimes. A sheepish grin overtook her features.
In addition to talking to Chief Blankenship, I'll make a call to Sutton, have him keep an eye on Blake.
Now that it was no longer necessary for Sutton to track Edison, Ramsey didn't feel bad asking Sutton to put a tail on Blake Owens. Blake wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He would inevitably step out of line eventually, and then he'd get caught. In the meantime, Ramsey intended to watch Hartley like a hawk to make sure that she remained safe.
Good idea.
She studied him with a cryptic smile.
What?
I was just thinking how good it feels to be here with you. A pleased grin slid over his lips as he pulled his hand from her fingers and touched her hair.
It feels great to have you here.
He paused.
So, back to my earlier question. What happened between you and Daddy?
Her eyes twinkled. Let's just say that the two of us reached an understanding. He was amused.
An understanding, huh?
He soaked in the lines of her beautiful face, thinking how incredibly blessed he was to have her in his life. He trailed a finger down the line of her jaw, marveling at her smooth, milky skin. Desire stirred through him, filling him with yearning as he traced his finger around the edges of her succulent lips.
You're tiptoeing around the conversation.
Her eyes deepened with intensity. Your daddy and I realized something tonight. He lifted an eyebrow.
Oh, yeah?
Despite our vast differences, there's one thing we have in common.
What's that?
We both love you. He grunted in surprise as her words sank in.
Are you saying what I think you are?
Hope kindled in his chest. The tenderness in her expression struck deep into the center of Ramsey's heart. He'd go to the edge of the earth and back 10 times over for this woman. "I love you, Ramsey, Romeo." His words tumbled out of their own accord.
"I love you too."
A glow lit her features. "That's good to know." A wicked grin flitted over her lips, her crystal eyes sparkling. "I guess it's official." She moved closer, giving him a sultry look that quickened his blood.
"What's official?"
A semi-amused smile lifted a corner of his mouth. She was definitely up to something. He could almost see her spinning her crafty web. Hers was a web he didn't mind getting caught in any day of the week. She cocked her head, her glorious hair spilling down her arm. Her blue eyes zinged with mischief. "So are we really gonna let Cash and Ava beat us to the altar?" She threw him a challenging look. He gurgled out a surprised laugh.
"What? Hold your horses, woman," he teased. "It's a little early to be making plans for marriage. We're just now getting the dating thing down pat."
The idea of marrying Hartley thrilled Ramsey to the core. He could feel his face glowing like a room full of Christmas trees. Delicate laughter rippled in her throat. "It never hurts to make plans." She cupped his jaw as she moved so close that he could feel the tickle of her warm breath on his skin. "We can revisit this conversation," she pursed her lips. "Say, in a month or 2.
"Or I could just marry you right now. We could elope tomorrow, me and you."
Her eyes widened in surprise. "You're serious?" He didn't so much as blink.
"Yes, ma'am," he drawled. "I'm all in."
A wistful expression drifted over her delicately sculpted features, and he caught an ember of longing in the depths of her eyes. Then, ever so slowly, a coquettish smile moved over her lips. "As tempting as that is, I think I'll wait a month or 2, give or take, for the church wedding." He knew what she was doing, putting aside her wishes for his. A church wedding was important to him. He wanted his family to be part of the ceremony where he declared his love for Hartley to God and the world.
"Sounds like a plan,"
he uttered as he caught her in his arms, his lips coming down on hers. Hartley was fire and dynamite, but she was also good and considerate. Ramsey knew that, come what may, he would spend the rest of his life doing everything he could to make her happy. For they belonged together. Epilogue. 2 weeks and 3 days later. "Isn't this perfect?" Ava bubbled as she pulled into the parking lot of the church. "Yes, it is," Hartley agreed as her gaze moved over the brick church with neat white columns across the front and the prominent steeple in the center. The stained glass windows added a quaint charm to the structure. "I'm sure Cash will love having the wedding here, since this is where the Romeos attend church." A sliver of disappointment ran through Hartley. She tried to push it away as quickly as it had come. Ever since Cash had proposed to Ava, she'd been going on about how she wanted the wedding to take place in Sonoma. Then this morning, Ava had shown up at Hartley's house, asking if she'd go with her to check out some wedding venues. Now, all of a sudden, she wanted to get married here. Hartley knew it was selfish, but she wanted her and Ramsey to get married in this church. Now she'd have to find another alternative, or else the ceremony would feel like a stale repeat. She sighed. It was dumb getting worked up over this, especially since Ramsey hadn't even proposed to Hartley yet. Oh, she'd razzed him about it that night by the fire, mostly just so she could test the waters to see how he felt about marriage. It would probably be at least a year before Ramsey proposed, and while her head knew it was sensible to wait until they dated for a longer period of time, her heart shouted otherwise. Hartley had been waiting for Ramsey Romeo her entire life, and she was ready. Things had been going so splendidly well with Ramsey that Hartley felt like she was floating on air most of the time. Ramsey seemed to breathe easier now that the ordeal with Bitsy and Edison was behind him. As it turned out, Jefferson Post wasn't involved in any of Bitsy's schemes. Bitsy and Edison were both being held without bail, awaiting their trials. Hartley wasn't sure what was going to happen with Blake Owens. The day following the kidnapping, she, Ramsey, and Knox went to the police station to give their statements. Afterwards, Hartley and Ramsey spoke to Chief Blankenship, who assured them that he would open up an investigation on Blake. A week later, Blake Owens was arrested, not only for breaking into her bedroom and attacking her, but also for the rape of another lesser-known singer, Leanne Stiles. Evidently, the investigation had led detectives to Leanne. When Leanne realized that Hartley Raines had come forward, it gave her the courage to do so as well. As hard as it was to have the media breathing down her back about everything that had happened, Hartley was glad Blake was finally being prosecuted for his crimes and that he would no longer be able to hurt anyone else. "Are you okay?" Ava asked. Hartley forced a smile. "I'm great. I think this will be the perfect place." Ava sighed in contentment. "I think so, too." Hartley wanted the best for Cash and Ava. She was truly happy for them both. "Let's go inside and check it out," Ava said eagerly as she opened the car door. They both got out. "We'll have to go around the side," Ava explained. "Preacher Davis left the side door unlocked." Hartley raised an eyebrow in amusement. "So you and Preacher Davis are tight, are you?" Ava giggled. "Cash pulled a few strings." The full picture shifted into focus. Cash was the one wanting to get married at his family's church. It made sense. As they entered the building, Hartley caught the faint scent of flowers mingled with the smell of wood. Hartley assumed they'd go into the chapel first, but Ava led her to another area. Her violet eyes were brimming with excitement as she opened the door and pulled Hartley inside. Hartley frowned as she looked around. "What is this?" "The bride's dressing room." Hartley's eyebrows shot up. "Do they always keep dresses on hand?" She pointed at the collection of wedding dresses hanging on hooks attached to the wall. Ava chuckled. "I had these ordered from a bridal shop." "Okay, this is getting weird." "I figured it would be fun for the two of us to try them on." An incredulous laugh gurgled in her throat. "Are you serious?" She shook her head. "Why did you have the dresses delivered here? We could have just gone to a shop." Ava tipped her head. "Yeah, I suppose we could have, but this seemed more authentic." Her violet eyes sparkled. "How often do you and I get to do something like this? We have to be so careful about where we go, who will see us doing it." She twirled her hand. "Yada, yada, yada." She caught hold of Hartley's hands and squeezed them. "Today it's just us trying on dresses. Please," she added when Hartley hesitated. "Humor me." "Okay." Hartley relented, a trickle of excitement running through her. She went over to inspect the dresses. "Wow, you don't do anything small, do you? These are exquisite." "Go ahead," Ava encouraged. "Pick your favorite one. Try it on." Laughter rose in Hartley's throat. "I'm not the one getting married." But you will be soon." A velvety chuckle sounded in Ava's throat. "I've got eyes. I see how you and Ramsey look at one another." A burst of pleasure ran through Hartley as she grinned. "Things are going great, huh?" Ava asked as she nudged Hartley's arm. "Yes, they are. I meant to ask, how did it go with Ramsey meeting your family?" "Great. My mom loved him." Hartley shook her head, grinning. "She kept asking me and Ramsey if we've set our wedding date." "I'm sure it won't be long," Ava said. "Yeah," Hartley hummed, her attention going back to the dresses. As she'd said, they were all exquisite, but one in particular caught her eye. She pulled it out, examining it. It was a creamy vanilla. The lines were simple. It screamed elegance. She turned it around to inspect the back. There was a line of delicate pearls that ran alongside the zipper. "You like that one?" "I do." "I thought you might," Ava said lightly. "You should try it on." "Okay, I will, but you should go first. We're here for you, remember? We're here for both of us, celebrating this remarkable time in both of our lives." Hartley went teary-eyed. "Thank you for being my friend." "I could say the same for you," Ava said as she gave Hartley a tight hug. "I'm so glad that things are working out for both of us." "Me too," Hartley breathed. "I've never been this happy." Ava smiled. "I know, it's written all over your face." She chuckled. You have no idea how much Cash and I love teasing Ramsey. Mr. Tough Guy, the one who said he'd never have time for romance, is head over heels." Hartley laughed, loving hearing that. "Okay, go and put on the dress. I'll help you get into it." The dress fit like a glove, which was odd considering that Hartley was thinner and taller than Ava. She stepped in front of the mirror. The fabric felt cool and silky against her skin. She liked the soft rustle the dress made when she turned. Ava's hand went over her heart. "You're a vision," she exclaimed dreamily. Her eyes widened like she'd suddenly had an idea. "We should put you in a bit of lipstick and powder and put on the veil. I'll snap a picture." "No," Hartley guffawed. "Oh, yes." Ava pointed to a hard plastic box resting on a nearby table. "Oh, look, there's makeup right here." She went over and began rummaging through the contents of the box. Hartley frowned, suspicion forming in her head. "Ava, what's going on here?" A flame of hope kindled in Hartley's breast. Did she dare hope that her hunch was correct? It would be incredible. A dream come true. "Ava, tell me the truth," she demanded. Ava turned, a sheepish expression written all over her face. "You're the most beautiful bride I've ever seen," she proclaimed, her eyes going moist. Hartley's breath caught in her throat, tears springing to her eyes. "Is this what I think it is?" "It is," Ava smiled. "I can't tell you how much of an honor that it is for me to be here with you." An impish grin stole across her lips. "As much as I'd like to help get you ready all by myself, I think I might need a little help." "Help?" Hartley asked, sensing a setup. Ava held up a finger. "Hold on just a minute." She went to the door and stuck her head out. "We're all good. You guys can come in." Bertie, Zoe, and Piper stepped through the door. When Bertie saw Hartley, tears shimmered in her eyes. "You look incredible." Hartley couldn't contain her emotion. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. "Stop!" Ava screeched as she darted to the table and yanked a tissue from the box. She rushed to Hartley and began blotting her eyes. "We don't want tears falling on that dress." Laughter gurgled in Hartley's throat. "This is quite the surprise." She looked at the women in the room. Their faces were beaming, love shining in their eyes. "This is all I ever wanted." A tidal wave of emotion rose in her throat as she swallowed. "To be part of this family," she squeaked. "Well, now you are," Bertie said softly. A tender smile graced her lips. "I'm honored to have another daughter." She went to Hartley and embraced her. A minute later they pulled back. "I'm totally and completely in love with your son," Hartley told Bertie. "We know," Zoe quipped with a smile, "and he loves you too. It's kind of fun watching Ramsey act so love-struck." "I know, that's what I said," Ava piped in. Bertie pursed her lips thoughtfully as she assessed Hartley. "Okay, now for the most important question of all." "What's that?" Hartley asked warily. A grin broke over Bertie's lips. "Should we put your hair up or leave it down?" Everyone laughed. "I think you should wear it down," Piper said. "If I had hair like that, I'd wear it down." "Thank you," Hartley said. After Hartley's hair and makeup were done to the approval of all the women, Ava brought out the veil. It was as perfect as the dress. Hartley studied her reflection in the mirror. "I couldn't have picked out anything more perfect." She looked at Ava. "How did you know?" "Well, I do know a thing or two about fashion," Ava teased, fluffing her hair. Piper disappeared for a few minutes and returned with a bridal bouquet of mixed flowers trimmed in scarlet ribbons. Hartley's heart felt like it would overflow with joy as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. This moment would have seemed impossible such a short while ago. "I think you're ready," Bertie proclaimed. Her eyes widened. "Oh, I meant to tell you, but all of your family is here too." "Thank you," Hartley uttered, overcome with emotion. She fanned her face with both hands as she laughed. "Careful, or I'll start crying again." "Oh, no, we can't have that," Ava said, wagging a finger. "No messing up the makeup until after the wedding." Butterflies swarmed in Hartley's stomach as she stepped out of the dressing room. "Let's go back outside and around so you can go through the entrance like a proper bride," Zoe said. They picked their way across the grass, making sure to hold up Hartley's dress so it wouldn't get soiled. When they reached the entrance of the church, Hartley was surprised to find Knox waiting outside. A large smile filled his weathered face.
"You are prettier than a peach."
He gave Hartley a searching look.
"I know it's tradition for the father to give away the bride, but would it be okay if I had the privilege?"
Tears glimmered in Hartley's eyes. She appreciated the diplomacy of the Romeos, getting Knox to stand in, realizing that her own dad wasn't fit to do so. Since their initial reconciliation, Hartley and Knox had several heart-to-heart conversations about Hartley's checkered past. She felt like Knox truly understood where she was coming from and how much she'd changed. The more time she spent around Knox, the more she appreciated his crusty sense of humor. He was a hothead, but he had a heart of gold.
"I would be honored." "The honor is all mine."
He held out his arm.
"See y'all inside,"
Bertie chirped as she and the other women hurried in. Knox turned to Hartley, offering her a fatherly smile.
"It's a privilege to have you as part of the family."
She swallowed to keep the tears at bay. "Thank you," she squeaked. He had no idea how much his acceptance meant to her. Knox opened the door and they stepped into the foyer. Hartley was surprised to see Madison in a red lace dress, holding a white basket full of rose petals. "You look beautiful," Hartley smiled. "Thanks for being my flower girl." Madison nodded, a large grin curving her lips. The wedding march sounded. Madison went before them, sprinkling rose petals. Tears shimmered in Hartley's eyes as she and Knox walked down the aisle. Ramsey stood proud and tall, his brothers lined up beside him. He caught her eyes and gave her a smile, so brilliant that it nearly took her breath away. She couldn't believe this was happening. Hartley caught sight of her mom, who was wearing an exuberant smile and dabbing at her eyes. Her sister and brother were there with their spouses. It was a glorious day. Knox delivered her to Ramsey. He and Hartley took their place at the altar. Preacher Davis stood before them, holding a Bible. Hartley gazed into Ramsey's gray eyes. This is what heaven would be like, she decided. He looked impeccably handsome in a black tux. A lock of hair fell over his eye as he grinned.
"You look incredible,"
he murmured. "Thanks," she said appreciatively.
"Were you surprised?"
he asked softly. Laughter rose in her throat. "You could say that." His eyes danced with mischief.
"I figured if you could ask me to marry you, then I could plan the wedding."
Laughter gurgled in her throat. "About time you stepped up to the plate, Superman." She winked.
"Every day for the rest of our lives."
His expression grew earnest.
"I love you."
"I love you back," Hartley said, feeling like she was floating on a cloud of bliss. Despite the many accomplishments in her career, she felt like her life was just now beginning. This moment was the culmination of her deepest hopes and desires. To love and to be loved was the greatest gift of all. Preacher Davis cleared his throat, signaling that it was time for the ceremony to begin. "A private jet?" Hartley's eyebrows slid up. "You pulled out all the stops." The wedding had been followed by a small reception with only family, where they'd eaten cake and taken their first dance as a married couple. Then Ramsey announced that he was taking her to Maui on their honeymoon.
"I know a guy,"
Ramsey boasted. "Cash," Hartley laughed.
"Yep."
Ramsey kicked back on the leather sofa and propped his feet on the coffee table. His eyes moved over her slowly, thoroughly, in a way that quickened her blood.
"I hope Ava followed my instructions and found you the skimpiest lingerie made."
She hiccuped a startled laugh. Her thoughts went to the approaching honeymoon as a warm desire simmered through her. Ramsey seemed to be reading her thoughts as a sly smile tipped his lips.
"Now come here, darling,"
he drawled in a country bumpkin voice,
"and let me suck your face."
She giggled. "No way." He got part way up and reached for her hand, pulling her down with him. He pinned her to the couch, shifting on top of her as he peered into her eyes.
I love you.
I love you too. She slid her fingers into his hair. Thank you, she sighed, for loving me. A smile tugged at her lips. You really are my Superman. A wicked grin flitted over his lips.
And you really are my porcupine on fire.
He touched her hair. Really? You can't come up with anything better than that, she guffawed, swatting his chest. A low chuckle sounded in his throat, and she could tell he loved getting a rise out of her. The pilot announced that they'd be taking off soon when Ramsey's phone buzzed. He raised up enough to pull it from his pocket.
It's cash. He probably wants to make sure we refill all the snacks we eat,
he joked. He put the phone to his ear.
Hey, bro.
A second later, his face fell. He moved away from Hartley and sat up.
Oh, no,
he uttered, pushing a hand through his hair.
Where's he now?
Hartley's heart seized. She placed a hand on Ramsey's arm, her throat thickening with apprehension. What's wrong? She asked when he hung up the phone. His eyes met hers, and she winced at the pain and fear in them.
Jackson was in a car accident.
His voice broke.
It happened on his way home from the reception.
Thanks for reading One Big Mistake. The Romeo Family Romance Series continues with Jackson's story. One Southern Cowboy. The player in the family, Jackson, goes through girlfriends faster than a hot knife through butter. A near-fatal accident with a beautiful stranger might be the very thing to make this cowboy straighten up and fly right. Closing credits. This has been One Big Mistake, Romeo Family Romance Book 5, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Baldini. Copyright 2020 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood.